Welcome to the channel, and welcome to this giant narrative game of Warhammer 40,000 Orks versus Eldar. I am Say Hi Paul, in association with DeploymentZone.tv. We return for the final time to this blighted, unremembered planet on which the Orks and the Eldar are warring. But before we open the tin on all the narrative goodness, a few bits of admin, a few bit of housekeeping, and a few shout-outs. First and foremost, a shout-out to my BFF's niece, Grace, who is 16 today. Happy birthday, Grace. Keep painting those Stormcast Eternals, and then after lockdown, we'll have to have a game. Also, big shout out to all my patrons and channel members. Thank you very much for supporting me. You are awesome. If you want to become a channel member and enjoy exclusive channel battle reports every week, then check out the link in the description below. Right, that's the advert. Now the disclaimer. So, for those of you who are new to the channel, my battle reports have a certain style. This is meant to feel very much like coming around to my garage for a game of 40k on a Friday night. The production values are low. The camera shakes. The editing is virtually non-existent. Sometimes I've even been known to point the camera at the floor whilst I'm sorting something out. It's very much a sort of friendly, informal atmosphere. I also ramble and go off on wild tangents, either about rules or narrative or possibly even the colour of the carpet. Which is not any kind of metaphor. Also, these games are all played against myself. I play both sides of the army. No, I can't even talk. I play both armies, and I attempt to do so without any bias towards one or the other. And the final thing to mention is that I have a number of narrative-based house rules, which I will briefly show you now. In fact, a whole number of these are likely to come into effect tonight, so I might go through them in a little bit more detail. The most important one is that I apply what I like to call narrative common sense. If the way things are transpiring, if something doesn't feel right, if I think, actually, that wouldn't happen, I'll change it. But specifics, I don't apply the plus or minus limit on dice roll modifiers. There is a video in the back catalogue explaining why all these things, but I imagine a number of them you can infer from yourselves. Characters charging with units. If I have a character and a unit who are both going to charge, who are in coherency of each other, are both going to charge the same unit or units, I roll the dice once and they either both pass or both fail. Then everything goes back to normal. I don't use command point rerolls, and I don't limit the number of times a stratagem can be used in the same phase, and nothing ever costs reinforcement points. Some other ones that are going to be relevant. I don't have scaling on the casting cost of Smite, and I have no restriction on the use of multiple psychic powers in the same phase. Super heavy vehicles get the trait of their sort of parent, in Clan or Craftworld, and if I have multiple abilities that ignore damage, I apply all of them. There are also, this is a particularly special scenario with a whole bunch of twists and turns and bits of difference in it. So if that doesn't sound like your cup of tea, this probably isn't for you. So thank you for your interest. You probably won't enjoy it. Okay, still here? Excellent. So, the Eldar have been manipulating this world shamelessly in order to try and redirect an Ork WAAAGH that they know will occur in the future. And their manipulations now can mean that the WAAAGH will run into the path of the servants of the ruinous powers, which will aid them at a later date. They're sort of taking something that's going to happen anyway and changing its shape and trying to make it useful. There have been a number of parts of this story that we've told through battle reports. These are in the back catalogue. The mix are on on public YouTube, and some of them are exclusive in the members lounge, for channel members. That's what I like to call the channel member thing. I'm mad like that. And where it has got to is the Orks have all united behind one war boss. He has managed to unify the various elements of the different Ork clans in the locale on this world. And all 6 Ork clans are represented in the battle tonight. And he knows where the Eldar are, and he's coming for them, and he's pulling out all the stops. Now, the Eldar, who are manipulating the skeins of fate, know they're nearly there. All they need to do now is strike the match that will energize the Ork population of this planet and lead it into a Waaagh. And the pieces that they have moved around the board means that the leadership of Bad Moon Warboss Grut's Headsplitter will mean that this Waaagh will take their desired course, their desired direction, and not the one it would have done otherwise. So the objective here, win or lose for the Eldar, is to fight the Orks with everything they've got. And in doing so, they will have the desired effect. For them, it's very much about achieving victory in order to survive the experience and to make it worth the cost in Eldari lives. The Orks, these pointy ears, have been attacking them, and we knows where they are, and we're going to give them a damn good crumping. Waaagh! And so on. So, what's the game we're playing? Well, it is relatively straightforward. The deployment is going to be simple. We're going to line up on either side of the board. And we are playing the objective, Incisive Attack, from the Open War deck. Now, we're not playing any twists. You'll see when I go through the armies, there are plenty of twists and specials and things in this game. Like, that will hopefully balance out, more or less, on both sides. Oh, yes, I haven't even mentioned that yet. This game consists of all of my Orks versus all of my Craftworld Ulthwe. I have no idea how many points it is or how many power, but it just feels like the right thing to do. So the scenario, so excited, is Incisive Attack. We place 3 scenarios on the board. One here, one here. It's not scenarios, mission, objective counters. These objective counters are available from deploymentzone.tv. And the aim of the game is at the end of a player's turn, will score 1 point for each objective that they control. However, one of these will be active. So at the start of each battle round, we roll the dice to identify which is the active objective. It's to represent the ebb and flow of the battle and both combatants' ability to relocate and react to changing circumstances, which they are going to need to do. And that objective, if it's held at the end of your turn, is worth 2 points. So it's a fight fest over the ground, over this abandoned medical installation that was presumably built here by whoever lived on the planet millennia ago, before the Orks came to inhabit it. Probably a lost human civilization that was destroyed by Old Night. Maybe they found the proximity of the alien architecture. Maybe they found it calming and relaxing all the way out here. But it has since fallen into disuse and decrepitude. So, is there anything else I need to tell you at this point? Because at this point, I've already filmed the army previews, and I'm now struggling to remember what I told you in those, which you're about to see yet, and I already know about, but you don't. I don't think I forgot anything. Terrain's pretty standard. These are ruins. These are woodlands. The webway gate in the corner and the big pile of rocks, that is an unstable obstacle. Let me consult the bit of scribbled paper I've got, which I'm laughably calling notes. Said that. Okay. I think that is it. Anything I have forgotten to say, you will either have to infer for yourselves, or I will remember it as I'm going along and say it later. So I think now we need to go and have a look at the armies, which I've already done, and I need to go on to deployment. Well, I'm sure... I don't want to be confusing. Let's go and look at the armies. Yes. I'm just doing things in weird order. Because the armies are so huge, I couldn't lay them out with everything on the table, you see. So I had to do them with nothing on the table and film them. But I never ever do it in this order, you see. So I now can't remember what's what and who's where or what the day is and who my name is. I mentioned that I rambled. Okay, let's look at the armies. And here we have all of my orcs. Look at all this. Right then. So much to say, so little time, probably so many things I will forget. So the eagle-eyed amongst you will have noticed the table has disappeared while the scenery has disappeared. That's because I'm filming this before I do the scenery. Which means that I have to remember to say then everything I don't remember to say now. It's going to be super complicated and it'll jump around the place, for which I apologise. And I've possibly already just apologised in the bit I record later that comes before this. I digress. So what to tell you? Right, first off, there's no formations here. There's no battalions, no brigades. This is just all of my orcs. And I neither know nor care how many points, power, or what formations it fits into. This is just going to be a massive, massive brawl. And I cannot wait. So what else? I've got 2 pages worth of notes I've got to go through. So, all of the orcs are going to get their clan bonuses and can use their clan stratagems and all that good stuff. A little bit of tweaking there. That'd be a bit more organised. You're on camera. So, basically, they're going to... Whatever they're painted as is the clan they've got, and... That's the way I'm running this. It's narrative, right? I'm not using that to derive any kind of competitive advantage in a game against myself. I'm just doing it because it's cool. So, I haven't told you about what the Eldar are getting yet, I don't think, because I don't know what I've already said to you. But there are a bunch of things that the Orks are getting that are sort of balance out the Eldar twist. I'm not going for full balance, I'm just going for, cool narrative stuff. So. All the weird boys, here they are. Snakebite weird boy, Goth weird boy, Bad Moon weird boy, and another Bad Moon weird boy. They are all going to know all the psychic powers. That is primarily to help me with admin. Because this is going to be bedlam. Bedlam, I tell you. On the brain, anyway. And all 6 of the war bosses... Yes, so from left to right we have Snakebite, Death Skull, Blood Axe, Bad Moon, Goth, and Evil Sons. Yes, all 6 of the clans are represented here, which is something I've been itching to do for ages. Okay, for a couple of the clans, it's only a troop and HQ. But I don't care. They're all represented, which I'm super pleased by. All of the 6 big bosses are using the war boss profile. And apart from Grut's Headsplitter, who is the war boss, and using the big boss profile, the war boss profile, they all get their own clan warlord trait and their clan's relic, which I will go through in a moment. Right, the camera's doing something weird. I need to have a look at it. Right then. I'm going to do this in a number of takes, because I'll never keep it all in my brain. at once. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go across the table and tell you what everything is and what it's got. Then I'll go through with you what these warlord traits and relics do for each of the bosses. And I'll also tell you about the command points I've already spent. So I've spent 8, possibly 9 command points on the army beforehand. But irrespective of how many command points I have spent, both armies are starting with 20 command points. It's narrative, isn't it? Right then, so going from left to right. I hope I don't forget or miss anything. Or maybe I should sort of go from front to back, left to right. Maybe I should sort of do this. Yes. Yeah. Right. We've got 10 boys. Shooters, missile, and a combi scorcher on the knob. Bad Moons, obs. 6 Evil Sons war bikes with a big chopper on the knob. Then here we've got 4 Bad Moon. I just realised something's in the wrong place. Ha, you don't belong with them. You belong over here. I'm overrun. Going that way. 4 Bad Moon Mega Armor knobs with missile launchers and power claws. Stood in front of them, we've got 2 big mechs. One with a power force field and one with a teleporter. Both in mega armor. Then at the back, we've got the burner bomber with super shooters, big shooters, burner missiles, and burner bombs. 3 trucks. Evil Sons, Bad Moon. One of which has got the Wrecking Ball. And I don't know if boarding ramps are even a thing in the current codex. If they are, they've got them. If not, they just look pretty. Then a Death Skull, not Mega Dread, Death Dread, with 2 custom blasters, custom Mega Blasters. Then we've got 12 Burner Boys, 2 of which are Spanners. So they've got combi blasters, custom Mega Blaster. Which way does it go? It's got gun, blaster, cannon, I think. Custom Mega Shooter. The little one, the handheld one. Then, as I mentioned, we've got 4 Weird Boys. Bad Moon, Goth, Bad Moon, Snakebite. Then we've got 12 Goth boys with slugger choppers. There's a tank bomb in here somewhere. And a power claw on the noble. Then we've got 10 Evil Sons boys with shooters, big shooter, and buzzsaw on the knob. Then further up here we've got 6 killer cans with various weapons, a mix of saws, claws, and drills. And I think, are all the shooting weapons unique? No, there's 2 of each. There's 2 missiles, 2 scorchers, and 2 grot blasters. Making sure I'm not forgetting anyone. Stomper with all the trimmings. But he used him once. Soon it's going to be twice. We've got a unit of 10 Bad Moon knobs. 5 of them are slugger choppers. And then there's a claw, couple of buzzsaws, couple of claws, couple of buzzsaws. They're equipped as is, basically. And a knob with the big bannery thing. That's right, I got them all there. Can I count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, I can count. Hurrah! We have... Is it 10 or 11? We have 11 Snakebite boys, slugger chopper, and the knob has got 2 choppers. Then we've got 20 Bad Moon boys, slugger chopper, power claw on the knob. 10 Death Skull looters. We've got the battle wagon with the kill cannon, the lobber, 4 big shooters and a death roller. With the and an ARG case. With the configuration of the cannon and the ARG case, it's got a carrying capacity of 12. Oh no, there's 11 knobs there. What a shame. Then we have a Bad Moon Big Mech with shock attack gun, a Bad Moon Pain Boy, Bad Moon Death Dread with rocket and scorcher, Bad Moon Gorkanaut with the big gun and the big shooters and the rockets and the belly flamer and stuff. 3 mech guns, 1 custom mega cannon, 1 bubble chucker, best weapon ever, and a smasher cannon, superb tractor gun that grabs hold of something and then smashes it against the planet again and again and again and again. We have a burner buggy and another red vehicle of some description. Custom mega. No, I'll get it in a minute. You were to buggy of some sort. I said I'd forget things. We have 11 Bad Moon, 11 Blood Axe boys, equipped with my brain's just like a slugger chopper or shooter. Yeah, shooters. And a big shooter. And the boss has got a combi shooter. And we've got 10 or 11 Death Skull boys with shooters. A combi rocket on the Noble and a rocket. 20 grots with a run turd. And I think I doth remember everything, and will now go back to consult the piece of paper. Right, so the command points, what I has spent before the fight. Right, the custom jobs. The Stomper has got the Blitzer Gatler, which means now he's got a gun that fires. You roll lots of dice. I think it's 3d6. I'll obviously check before firing it, but it's a huge number of d6, and it makes it damage 2. It says Gatler on here, I think. And when you fired it, you can roll again to see if you fire it, and you see if you run out of ammunition, and if you do, you run out for the rest of the battle. While the Blitzer Gatler lets you, not only makes the gun 2 damage, but also lets you re-roll the dice. I will come on to that more specifically when I use it. The battle wagon is a fortress, which increases the save to from 4+ to 3+, and gives it a vulnerable save of 5+. Oh yeah! Them pointy ears guns is going to be bouncing off it. Yes, they is. The Killer Can mob all have Orkimatic pistons, which add 3 inches to their move, and they can re-roll advances. So they're going super quick. Not quite sure why they want to. They're probably being kicked from behind by the Stomper. They're probably scared of the Stomper. So they want to get away from it. Quick, sharp. Right. The Goth boys are upgraded to Scar boys, which makes them strength 5. It's not going to have any real effect against the majority of the Eldar, because if they're punching General Eldar, they're wounding on 3s anyway, so strength 4, strength 5 isn't going to make any difference. But it is narrative and cool, so they are Scar boys. These 20 Bad Moon boys, they's dead rich, so they can afford the best armour. They's hard boys. So they have a 5+ save rather than a 6+ save. You used to be able to do that with points, now you have to do it with command points. But yeah, they work well as our boys as far as I'm concerned, because they has got the teeth to buy the armour. Right, now, over here. The Goth Weird Boy is upgraded to a Warp Head. Because, I mean, look at him, he's huge. He's just surging with the Waaagh power, and he's going to run forward and smack some heads with those big sticks he's got. So he can cast, and I can see he knows an extra psychic power. They all know all the powers in this game. But he can cast an extra one each turn. And likely blow his own head off in the process. Booyah! Right, the Blood Axe boys and the Blood Axe big boss are both going to be deployed. They're both dead sneaky, so they're going to be deployed using dead sneaky, which is during a subsequent movement phase set up on the table within not within 9 inches of the enemy. So it's basically kind of like a deep strike. It's like infiltrate. And then the Burner Boys, they have got the Clever Spanners. So these 2 spanners that are in the Burner Boy unit, it costs 2 command points for a unit that's 10 or more in size, and that means that when they roll to see how many hits they get with their burners, you roll 2 dice and pick the highest. But yeah, this is just me putting the smattering of narrative wonderfulness across all these units and making them all a bit unique. And yeah, it's just love it. Love it. Right then. Okay, the bosses. And halfway through this, I'm going to have to put it down and turn the page on the book. So I apologize. So Grut's Head Splitter. His Warlord trait is the best armour that teeth can buy, which gives him a 4+ invulnerable save. He also has Power Claw and a Big Shooter, which has been replaced with the Gobshot Thunderbus, which is the Bad Moon Relic. It's the Bad Moon Gubbins. 12-inch, heavy 2d6, strength 5, -1, auto hit. Oh yes. I apologise for the shakiness of the camera. I don't have enough hands to keep this steady at the moment. I will see if I can improve on that by bracing my hand against my belly. Right, the Blood Axe guy. No, that's not working. The Blood Axe Big Boss. His Warlord trait is, I've got this, lads, which makes him a 6+ command point farm. Now, what's probably going to happen is I'm going to forget about that. I'll try and remember, obviously, but I'll probably remember at the sort of like turn 4 and go, oh yeah, and then go back and roll like 12 dice or however many I've already spent. And then I'm going to forget so much. I apologise in advance. I'm going to forget so much, but there's going to be so much crumping and crushing of pointy ears. He's got just an ordinary slugger and a big chopper. But his gubbins is Morgog's Thinking Cap, which gives him an additional Warlord trait. And the Warlord trait he's got is Brutal but Cunning, which gives him an extra point of damage on his big chopper when he charged or makes a heroic intervention, or Chi-Chi. So his big chopper is going to be flat 3 damage. Ooh. Right, turn of the page. Most people would do that off camera, but I am not those people. Sorry, I need to. The pen was stuck in the thingy. Had to. Yeah. Right, the Death Skull guy. So he has on the model. He's got a Power Claw, which you can see he's using to hold the combi rocket. He is an opportunist. That's his Warlord trait. He rerolls 1s to hit against vehicles, and he can target characters if they're within 18 inches of him. His Gubbins is he's a big mechaniac, so he can heal units. He can heal vehicles as if he were a mech, patching up D3 wounds on a vehicle. Oh yeah, all 3 of these mechs can do that. The guy with the teleporter, the guy with the custom force field, and the guy with the shock attack gun. I should probably come back to what the characters do in a moment. Yes, I will do that. Okay, the Evil Sons guy. He's got... well, it's meant to be a buzzsaw, but looking at his stat line, he can't take a buzzsaw. He can only take a big chopper, so it's a big chopper, unfortunately. Or should I say it just counts as a power fist? I'll work that out. And a combi rocket. He's got his evil trait. His Evil Son's Warlord trait is... Oh, I've only written down what it does, not what it's called. 1 minute. What else would it be called? It is called Speed Freak. Evil Sons within 6 inches of him can charge even if they fell back. His gubbins is Res Mecha's Red Armour, which, if he's embarked on a transport, gives it +1 to its move, and if enemies are within 1 inch of it, I think it's to start the movement phase, there's a chance they can take D3 mortal wounds on a 4+. Right, the Goth Big Boss. His Warlord trait is Proper Killy, which gives him +1 attack. Oh, I should go through what all the traits do of the various clans. I'll do that in a sec. His gubbins is the Lucky Stick. He gets to reroll to hit and reroll to wound in a fight. So the Lucky Stick makes him Proper Killy. And other Goths within 6 inches of him, other Goth characters within 6 inches of him, get +1 to hit. Then last but by no means least, the Snakebite. His Warlord trait is Surly as a Squiggoth. Snakebites can reroll morale within 6 inches of him, and Grots are fearless within 12 inches of him. His gubbins is Brog's Buzz Bomb, which is a 6-inch range grenade, 3d6, strength 5, -1, 1 damage, auto hit weapon. And after you've resolved it, you pick another unit within 6 inches of it as the buzz squigs fly around and try and find something else to eat, which then takes 2d6 hits. So that's super nasty. Super nasty. Right. The clan things next, I think. Right, so the Goths. Their clan culture is no mucking about, which if you score an unmodified 6 to hit in close combat, you get to make an additional roll to hit. Bad Moons, I can remember, I don't need the book, is Armed to the Teeth, which is reroll 1s in the shooting phase, fail 1s to hit. Evil Sons, red 1s go faster. Add 1 to the move characteristic of the models with this culture, or 2 if the model is a speed freak, like these vehicles or the war bikes. And in addition, they do not suffer penalties for advancing and firing assault weapons. Right, Death Skulls are Lucky Blue Gits. That gives them a 4+ invulnerable save, and all the infantry units gain the Zogoth This Is Ours ability, which is basically objective secured, and you can reroll a single hit roll, wound roll, or a single damage roll for each unit every time it shoots or fights. The Snake Bites is the old ways. The old ways. It's basically a 6-up shrug, so ignores wounds on a 6+. The Blood Axes, Tactics. They gain the benefit of being in cover if the target shooting them is more than 8 inches away. And they can also fall back and either shoot or charge in a given turn. They can fall back and then either shoot or charge again. And no freebooters, because there's no freebooters joined up with this Waaagh yet. Because this Waaagh is getting started. Freebooters will come later. Okay, so what the characters can do. Let me find some characters. The Runturd, he basically keeps the Gretchen in line. His Squig Hound, if they fail a morale test, he'll just eat some and then they'll count as having passed. The Pain Boy gives a damage resistant shrug to those near him, and he can also heal up wounds. The Shock Attack Gun Big Mech, he can heal vehicles, but it's just an uber nasty random gun with mega range. What else? The Waaagh banner gives +1 to hit within 6 inches of it. Right, what else we got? More characters. The Big Mech with the custom force field gives units within, I think it's 9 inches a 5-up in them. The Teleporter is a special gun that if you've been wounded by it, there's a chance it'll kill you outright, but not a very high chance. And I think that's it. And I reckon I've probably talked to you about the Orks for about half an hour. So now I'm going to put all the Orks away, get all the Eldar out, and talk to you about those. Oh yes I am. And here we have the Eldar War Host. And the most difficult thing about doing the overview of the Eldar War Host is remembering that I'm no longer an orc. Which is very tricky when I've been very orky. So, this is all of my Craftworld Ulthwe plus 1 unit of Aspect Warriors per unit of Guardians. So I have got more Aspect Warriors in my tray up here, but as those of you who have been following this campaign will know, the Eldar of Craftworld Ulthwe have relatively few Aspect Warriors because most of them follow the path of the Seer due to their proximity to what was the Eye of Terror. Is the Eye of Terror still there when we do this? Yes, the Eye of Terror is still there. We're talking pre-Primaris for this. Pre-Great Rift. So, yes, in fact, that was the way it was back in the third ed, fourth ed codex. There was a Craftworld edition, and in that edition, you could not take more units of Aspect Warriors than you had units of Guardians. Now, the rationale for choosing these particular Aspect Warriors is that Dire Avengers are always more numerous than other aspects in any Craftworld. So I've taken 2 units of Dire Avengers and 2 other units, Howling Banshees and Dark Reapers. So, in a similar style to the Orks, I'm sure I have got lots to tell you, a lot I'm going to forget. So, generic things first of all. Okay, so, all of the Eldar Psykers know all of the psychic powers open to them. And you can possibly see now why I gave the Orks so many buffs in their thing. I have 3 Farseers in this army, and 16 Warlocks. 2 units of Conclaves, a 10 and a 5, and 1 individual Warlock guiding the Wraith constructs. I know that you don't have to, and he isn't a Spirit Seer, so he doesn't get the buffs anymore, but back in the day it was always a Warlock who used to guide them. By and large, I say frustrating thing, it's a long time since I've used all these Eldar, since I've got them all out, and somehow in my mind I thought I had 20 Warlocks. I thought I'd be putting down 2 units of 10 Warlocks to race forward, but alas, I only have 16 painted. There's loads. I've got loads more metal ones that I've been gradually harvesting off eBay over the years. But yes, only 16 painted. What else? So yes, I put them in as smaller units as possible, except for the fact I've sort of snipped one off to go with the Wraith Guard. What other generic stuff is there to tell you? Yes. So, seems like a random thing to go straight to, but vehicles and vehicle upgrades. In the same way that I'm not going to be able to keep track very easily of the different psychic powers and stuff, I've decided that the Wave Serpents and Falcon all have the Crystal Targeting Matrix, the Vectored Engines and the Star Engines, but not the Spirit Stones. And that the Scorpion, lovely Scorpion, only used it once, is only going to have the Spirit Stones and none of the Special Engines or the Crystal Targeting Matrix. You can see from my my Forge World Eldar that there was something wrong with the canopies that they made. It must have been a bad batch, because you can see how translucent they are and you can hardly see through them. I was very disappointed when I got those, because we can compare it to the other ones next to it that yeah. But I was on a schedule, so I had to work with what I had, and I could have painted them out, but then they'd have looked odd next to all the others, because all of these have got the pilots on the other side. I tend not to paint out canopies unless I have a reason to. My Alatok, I had to paint out the canopies because they were reworks and I didn't. The canopies weren't clean; they weren't clear, so they had to be painted. But these, less so. I've digressed massively again. Okay, so I'll go through from left to right what everything is. Again, I apologise for things I don't get quite right or things I forget, and hopefully I'll come to them as we do the battle. I'm not, with there being so many units, I'm not going into a lot of narrative detail with each unit. I'll sort of try and layer that in as I play the game, hopefully. Hopefully this won't just be a smash fest and I'll actually be able to do some of my normal narrative shenanigans. So from left to right then, we have 5 Guardians on jet bikes that have now got a special name. Wind Riders. And they all have twin shuriken catapults. They are accompanied by an Autarch on a jet bike with I can't remember what kit he's got. I say he's WYSIWYG because it's a kit bash. I can't really say he's WYSIWYG. Let me check what he's meant to have. Okay, we're going to go with that being a power sword, but because it looks a bit fancier than that, we're going to upgrade it to the Shard of Anaris, which is a Remnant of Glory, which does strength user, -3 AP, D3 damage, and re-rolls to wound. Similar to the Orks, I have pre-spent a bunch of command points that I am not deducting from the total. So both armies get all kinds of random buffs that I've put in, and they both start with 20 command points. Okay, a unit of 2 Vipers with Eldari missile launchers and shuriken cannons. 10 Guardians with shuriken catapults and a Bright Lance. I nearly said Dark Lance. Oh, whoops. A Falcon with shuriken cannon, pulse laser, and Eldar missile launcher. Wave Serpent, or 2 Wave Serpents, both with twin shuriken catapults, one with twin star cannons, one with twin Bright Lances. Looking a bit wonky. I think this got a bit biffed and needs realigning. Yeah, I think it has. I wonder if I can do that with one hand on camera without snapping the model. That's a way to build some tension, isn't it? It looks alright now. No, it's still lopsided. Never mind. If I put it like that, no one will notice. Shh! Don't tell anyone! Okay. Right then. So, we have here... and I'm going to try and do all this as we go along. Oops. That isn't there. Ignore that. So, we have the avatar of Khaine. The avatar of Kaela Mensha Khaine, the bloody-handed god. He is the warlord of this army, as you would expect. And he has the warlord trait. I always thought he should have had his own warlord trait. This should be a big, nasty, flamey, fiery death one. He has ambush of blades, which means in the fight phase, friendly Eldari within 6 inches of him, if they roll 6+ to hit, the AP of their weapons increases by 1 point. He's got all kinds of stuff. He's a character who's less than 10 wounds, so he can't be targeted. And the Wailing Doom, which is his sword, is strength 8, -4 AP, D6 damage. He can shrug wounds, is immune to various types of weapon, which we'll come to as we go along. And he makes all Eldari within 12 inches of him fearless. And the aspect warriors, the warriors that represent the aspects of Kaela Mensha Khaine, the god of war, the bloody-handed god, they flock to him as manifestations. They are manifestations of him. Not manifestations, personifications of him and his will, particularly the Autarchs, the Exarchs. Particularly the Exarchs. So speaking of which, we have 2 units of Dire Avengers. So the first one, I have exchanged his Battle Fortune, the Exarch's Battle Fortune power, which would have given him a 4 invulnerable save, for the Blade Storm power. And what that means is that the whole unit, if they roll a 6 to hit, it counts as 1 extra hit with shooting. So, much shuriken, many death. The other unit of Dire Avengers is a little bit more close-up and punchy. They have he's exchanged Battle Fortune, so he doesn't have a 4-up invulnerable save either. Although he does have a Shimmer Shield for a 5-up save, and his sword. He's exchanged it for Avenging Strikes, which is if the unit has lost a model, then they all get +1 to hit and +1 to wound. Now, that sounds pretty powerful, but when you're firing at a unit like this, you don't just kill one model; you massacre the unit. So basically, if you've been butchered, those of you that are left are +1 to hit and +1 to wound. We then have a unit of 10 Howling Banshees. So these have been upgraded. Now, I wouldn't normally do lots of these in an Ulthwe army because aspects aren't their thing. So I've done one of them, given this is a big fight with the Avatar on the board. The Howling Banshee Exarch is the exemplar of the Banshee Shrine. So she gets an extra Banshee ability rather than having to exchange one. So as well as War Shout, which makes enemies -1 to hit against a unit, they also have Graceful Avoidance, which gives them a 5+ shrug in the fight phase. Last time I used that ability, I forgot about it. Let's see how well I do today. When I say today, I mean tomorrow. I'm doing all this. This is all happening on Thursday night. And I'm getting the table ready so when I can hit the ground running on Friday after work, and hopefully after I've bolted some tea down, I can be in here by about 5:30 and actually start playing round 1. And with a bit of luck, then I can maybe do it all by about 2-ish and not have to do it on the Saturday. Or on the Saturday, then I have to go to my painting schedule of getting the army ready for the next weekend's film. I digress. Which reminds me, I now have a lovely coaster that says that, which I will mention in a vlog at some point. But I don't have it here to show. I'm digressing again. I'm still digressing. I'm going to stop digressing. Right, we have a unit of 5 Dark Reapers. Again, with all the others, they have a whole bunch of special rules, but because we have so much to get through, I'll cover those as they occur during the game. They have not exchanged their ability, so the Exarch is a crack shot, which lets him re-roll 1s to hit. He's got the Reaper Launcher, which is the out of line of sight big shooty gun with lots and lots of shots, but it's a worse. It's not as strong. And the others have got the missiles, which have the 2 variants. One which is basically a crack missile, and the other which is basically like a heavy bolter, bit more powerful than a heavy bolter. Moving across the table, we have the Scorpion, the super heavy tank with the 2 weapons I can't remember the name of, plus a shuriken cannon. I think they're called pulsars? Oh, hang on, 1 minute. Scorpion Pulsars. You really don't get professionalism when you come here, folks. So, Scorpion Pulsar. Heavy 12. Strength 12. -4 AP, D6 damage. I say D6, I looked at it a second ago and now I can't remember. I think it said, no, it's flat 3. It's flat 3. It is flat 3. So, much boom bang. No, hang on. Wrong army. So, a very powerful weapon indeed. Now, down here at the front, we have 3 Farseers. 2 of them have Remnants of Glory. The chap on the left with, and I'm remembering this because he's got the biggest hat, has the, can I pronounce it? The Ghost Helm of Alishazar, which gives +1 to cast Smite. This chap, the one with the Singing Spear, has Falchu's Wing, which gives him the fly keyword and move 12. He's been famous in this campaign for flying around and stabbing things, so he will probably fly around and stab things. But on this scale of battle, maybe he won't. But he has the ability to do it should he need to, and that's the key. Farseer, Autarch, Dire vehicles, cover the vehicles. Right, so 2 units of the 2 Warlock Conclaves, 1 unit of 10, 2 Singing Spears, the rest Witchblades. Another unit of 5, 2 Singing Spears, rest Witchblades. So they're WYSIWYG basically. Then we have here a unit of 18 Guardians with a scatter laser weapon platform. A unit of 5 Wraithguard with Wraith Cannons. The big shooty one, not the flamery one. And a Warlock to accompany them. With a, well not with, but they're stood next to the Wraith Lord with a single Bright Lance, a Ghost Glaive, a Ghost with a sword, and twin flamers. You see, that's the thing. With not having written a list and just come in here and put everything down on the table, I haven't refreshed my memory of what everything is, which is very lax of me. What else? Right, now, here we have a unit of 18 Storm Guardians. They are WYSIWYG. Some of them have got chainswords, some of them have got blades. And we have 2 melters. I think they're melter guns. Fusion guns. 2, or are they flamers? I think I'll have to check some pictures. They've got whatever. Oh, back to the codex. Back to the codex. Flamers. They're flamers. We've then got 3 support weapons. Vol support weapons. Vol something support weapons. Support weapons of Vol. 3 support weapons with just Ork cannons. They are uber high strength, big negative AP, lots of damage, and they can fire outside of line of sight. The Orks are going to want to kill those pretty quickly, especially with their heavy armour moving up the table. They're only 24-inch range, though, so you can avoid them. Another 10 Guardians, in this case with Star Cannon. 2 units of 3 War Walkers. 1 unit with Scatter Lasers and Bright Lances. The other unit with Twin Star Cannons. A unit of 5 Rangers. A Hemlock Wraith Fighter, which is also a Psyker. Woo! And a Phoenix with all its Phoenixy guns. Right, what have I forgotten to tell you? That appears to be everything. Oh, hang on. What are the command points I've spent? I've spent 3 points. Well, I haven't spent them because I'm putting 2 units into Webway Assault, so they can effectively appear out of Deep Strike. I'm pretty sure I know in advance that that's going to be one of the units of Dire Avengers and one of the units of Guardians to sort of hop out and hopefully jump onto objectives. The Rangers can do that as well, or they can infiltrate, and depending on what happens in deployment, depends on what they'll do. The War Walkers can outflank. They will potentially outflank. So I was when I was moving the Orks off the table, and I was being clever with how I put them on the trays. I put everything that I thought isn't going to have boots on the table at the start of the game. I put those in a different tray, so I don't have to double handle them. And I'll do the same with the Eldar. And actually, whilst it feels like a lot, there's a lot not going to start on the board, either because it's in transports or it's because it's in reserve, etc., etc., etc. So that is an unknown number of points of Craftworld Ulthwe Eldar. I have absolutely no notion of how this is going to go. I've no idea what any of the points are or any of it. One side could end up getting utterly battered in turn 1. We will see. But it is a game of points. This is a points game, and that will determine who wins. So let's go on to deployment. While you guys are going on to deployment, I'm going on to clear the table, make the table, then record the first bit of the video that you've already seen. Then I'm going on to deployment. Right. Deployment. So we are deployed for this apocalypse-style game of Warhammer 40,000. It's not technically an apocalypse game because GW made Apocalypse something different, but Apocalypse is the 4th ed name for big stuff, big games with super heavy vehicles and everything. And wow, This just, this just feels so awesome. There's not a huge amount to talk through for the deployment because the majority of it was just putting it down where it would fit. So I can talk through the Eldari. It's relatively straightforward. It's kind of a game of two halves. On this half, we've got all the vehicles with all the guns that can move about quite quickly. Movement's probably going to be key. Here, we've got a lot of orcs coming this way. Some of these can maybe zip over here if necessary. But there's units in here. We've got Warlock and the five Warlocks and a Farseer. The Farseer with the with Farseer's wing. These two. What have we got in here? We've got 10 Guardians in one and the Wraith construct with the Warlock in the other. Got the Autarch with the bikes and the Vipers. And I realised after putting them there, having put the things at the back, and going, well, the bike's going to go, all right, I'll shove them there. I realised that they'll all get the Autarch's reroll. Total accident. I almost wanted to move it because people think I did that on purpose, using the stats of the model that I've got. I toyed with the idea of trying to put the Scorpion out of line of sight, but I decided that was cowardly. So possibly quite Eldari, but I'd rather have the D cannons that were largely out of sight of everything. And admittedly, they only cover halfway up to the board, but they'll cover 2 objectives, and they'll be a problem for the Orks as the game progresses. Then on this side, oh yeah, we've got one of the flyers. We've got the Wraith Fighter. The Phoenix, most of its guns will probably bounce off what's over there, so it's got its heavy guns over here. This is mainly clustering round the God of War, aka the Avatar, with the Seer Council comprising the 10 Warlocks, 2 Farseers, the Wraith Lord, partly guided by the presence of the Farseers and the Avatar, and partly protecting the Farseers. Dire Avengers to jump on the objective. Yeah, 10 models are going to hold that objective, Paul. Then Guardians, Banshees, and those metal Banshees do not stand up nicely on that gravel. Goodness me. That's about it. Glancing over at my tray, one of the Dire Avenger units, the one with the gun, all guns rather than punchy, is in the webway, as is the unit of 18 Guardians, and the 2 units of War Walkers are using their scout vehicle ability to come on in later turns. Even if they just walk on at the back here, they're still, if they get position and line of fire, which is the important thing. Okay, Orks. Well, I had to do a bit of thinking, not actually as the Ork, but as the player. It's like, okay, right, where's the Stomper going to go? Well, the only place he will easily walk through, I mean, if he tried to go through there, I would totally have him smashing it aside, but the place he could easily walk through was here. So I started with the Stomper. And then it just so happened there was enough space for a couple of trucks either side for them to race through. We've got the Looters as far up the building as they can get, because that's the 12-inch mark. So they'll climb up in turn 1. We've got the Killer Cans with the Orkimatic Pistons, going to be making good progress up the sides. And the Birder Bomber here, because, why not there? A lot of these leggy things are going to get held up behind other things, but I guess that makes them the 2nd, 3rd, or possibly 4th wave. We shall see. All the Speed Freaks together on the right, because Speed Freaks like to congregate. We've got the big mob of Grots being a Grot shield for these Mega Nobs and these big mechs. So they're going to be herded in front of them. This is the proper use for Grot shields, not to sit at the back in front of Looters. It is to herd them in front of you whilst you walk and the enemy have to shoot through them first. Oh yes. The guns deploy with the 6-inch to each other. Here's kind of line of sighty. Nowhere else really is. They got plunked down there, as is the mech with shock attack gun. Ironically, I've got all the mech... Oh... I did mean to put the mech near the Stomper with the force field. What are you doing in the front? You're not meant to be there. I could put him there. That's wrong to do that. It's gamey. It's gamey. It's gamey. It's doing... Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. You are not meant to be in the front. There we go. So everyone's got that invulnerable save there. All right, the Stomper will cope, or he won't. You know, one or the other. The Stomper has the 20 Arb boys in it. Just feels wrong just to put the mech behind him just for the shield generator, so I'm not doing it. Of course, there is a stratagem I can use to boost the range of that to 18 inches for a turn, which I may do on turn 1 if I don't get turn 1. The lucky blue gits here at the back are probably going to wander onto that objective after everyone else has got it. I mean, probably what's going to happen is the Ork's going to have this objective, the Eldar are going to have that objective, there's going to be lots of corpses in the middle, and then the big scrap's going to be over that one. I guess it depends on which objective is going to be active as to what the big deal is. I really kind of wanted to have a big mob of all the lads just surging forward, but there wasn't the space. I really wanted to do this with the grots. And then once I'd done that and the Stomper was in place, I really just couldn't line up all the lads in one place and have them go forward. So they're kind of in little groups. The Goths are over here. The Snakebites are over here, slowing these things down. The 10 knobs and the knob with the Waaagh banner and Grut's head splitter are in the Fortress. Oh, yes, they are. The Evil Sun's boss is in here. Oh, one of the Weird Boys is in this truck with... This truck has Shooter Boys in it, and the Weird Boy. This truck has the Burner Boys in it. Am I forgetting anything? Another Weird Boy there. I mean, there's just all the stuff everywhere. I mean, some of this, in a game like this, some things will be redundant. Some will be wiped off the board in turn 1. Although, looking at what I don't see much... It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see... I mean, oh, look at that. That just looks a picture, doesn't it? I mean, that looks so cool. Especially with the gate there. Oh, yes. Totally making a photograph of that. I say photograph. A picture. Picture. Yeah, both of those are really cool. I am so excited to see how this is going to play, except it's now 10:30 on Thursday night, and I don't get to play it till after work tomorrow. No! I'd have to turn everything off and go and get something to eat and go to bed, ready for work tomorrow. No! However, you will see turn 1 in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Should I work out who's going first? No, I'll do that tomorrow. I'll work out who has first turn tomorrow. Otherwise, my brain will dwell on it overnight and start to think. Dangerous things happen when I think. All right, okay. Let's go on in a brief moment to battle round 1. Okay, so what has been mere moments for you has been an entire day for me. A day of waiting impatiently because I really want to get in here and do this. And I am. And it's happening. And you probably had enough of my enthusiasm by now because I reckon there was probably like an hour of it that I've already recorded before we even thrown a dice. So this is going to be interesting. It is 6:15. I wonder how far I can get in 6 hours. Right then. So, first things first. Which is the active objective? D3 for 1. Ooh, this one. The Eldar objective is the active one. Right then. Now, who gets to choose who goes first? I think both sides want the first turn, so whoever wins the roll will get it. Okay. Ooh, it's tense. Eldar, turn 1. Okay, so that took a long time. In many ways, it would have been a lot easier for me, the player, if the Orks had won first turn, because there's no question about what they're doing. Forwards, shoot everything. The Eldar, different kettle of fish. So I've possibly made a number of mistakes. Yeah. So I'm still sort of having a mull in my brain. Right. Well, the aircraft had to move. And I did sort of consider doing the sort of, because they're, they've got an ability that's called Wings of Cain. Oh, well done me. That means they can pivot, then move, then pivot. So you can they can sort of fly backwards and forwards in your back lines, just laying fire down. But I didn't want to do that for a couple of reasons. I see aircraft much more as strafing, but then again, these are Eldari aircraft, they're vector dancers. But also, there's not really enough space to do that in the back. And I wanted to get the weapons of the of some of the big things effective from the start. So the Hemlock Wraithfighter is there, and the Phoenix is over here, which may prove to be a mistake, but it's going to get some buffs in the psychic phase in a minute. Cautious start over here. We're on that objective. I did consider running a few things forward, getting shots off, then firing and fading back, but I just think that it just put me a bit too close to the Orks for potential counter charges and ramming speeds and all those sorts of things. I also didn't want to just put the Dire Avengers a toe on the objective, because that feels wrong. So they've moved forward. They're entirely holding that. The Dire Reapers have moved forward because they have steady advance, so they always hit on threes anyway, irrespective of whether they're moving and firing with heavy weapons. But that enables me to get the Exarch's gun onto those war bikes. I think what I want to try and do is target the fast stuff early on, and the fast stuff and range stuff, the things that can hit me now. I did consider trying to take out these mega knobs, and I may still do that, but of course there's also 3 mech guns in there, and there's the Fortress, and there's a lot of quick stuff. The boys and the grots and the mega knobs actually maybe they're tomorrow's problem. Over here, it's been a bit of shuffling about. The Vipers have moved a little bit forward to get their shuriken cannons in range of the killer cans over there. Now, the thing I was just umming and ahhing about just a moment ago on camera was I did consider bringing some War Walkers in here to put some serious fire into the killer cans, and that's why I moved the Vipers up there to be able to get the supporting fire in. I'm not sure if that is a good idea now, but they are fast units, and I don't want to just... I know this is a big game on a big board with lots of models, but I still want the units to try and do what they do rather than just all being a static gun line. It doesn't feel quite right to me doing that. So they've stayed there, they're up there, and we'll see what happens to them as a result of that. Then the question was, what do I do to take this objective? I did consider bringing the unit of 18 Guardians out of the webway to sit on it, and then buffing them with some morale boosting stuff and other bits and bobs. But then they will just get utterly mushed by the Orks in the first turn. They'd be sacrificial and throwaway, and I really those are going to excel at taking out infantry, and there are 60 infantry inside vehicles. In fact, the majority of the Ork infantry is currently not on the table for one reason or another. In fact, we've got 30 lads on the table out of around about 100 Orks, give or take. So, yeah, I decided not to do that. So I thought I'd put one of the transports on there. And again, I think it will get psychically buffed in a minute. With this many psychers, working out what I'm doing is a nightmare. But, you know, this is the rod I made for my own back. So that'll get buffed. There's a little bit of shuffling around with the tanks here. The Farseer and the Warlocks have disembarked their Falcon, and they can do a number of buffing things to these units here, which will be stratagems and psychic powers to try and improve our hits and improve some morale and all that good stuff. These guys aren't really going to come into effect in the first turn, I don't think, because their range is so small and moving them forward would be imprudent. As it happens, they've got good coverage of these two objectives, so they are happy where they are. So I also considered bringing some War Walkers in down here to put fire down there, but I think the temptation is to bring on as much as I can as early as possible, and I'll have nothing to react with in later turns. I need to be more tactical. I need to be more Eldar, less Ork with the Eldar. So, yes. So that's where I've moved and what I've moved and why. Oh, I did also consider moving the bikes up here with the Autarch, but same as the Guardians, they would just be instantly mushed. So that's actually the Wave Serpent with the Wraith Guard in it. Okay, right, I am now going to scratch my head about the Psychic phase. Okay, Psychic phase. The first thing that happened, well, I'm partway through. Well, I've done one power. The Hemlock Wraithbiter attempted to jinx the Killer Cans, which failed. Now we come over here, and I'm spending a command point on Seer Council, which means that this Warlock Conclave and this Farseer both get +1 to their Psychic tests. And first thing we're going to do is attempt Guide on the Scorpion. Where can I roll? Over here. So Guide on the Scorpion goes off on 7. That's 9 + 1 is 10, so the Scorpion is guided. I think I'm going to leave the cards down. I know they don't look great. Oh no, maybe I'm not. They don't look great aesthetically. I will try and remember it. Then we're going to try Will of Azuran, cast on a 5, so we need 4 or more. 7, that is cast. So all Eldar within 6 inches automatically pass morale tests. So if these bikes take any wounds, then the ones that are left will not run off. Okay, now we come to the Warlock Conclave, who are going to attempt Protect on the Wave Serpent, which casts on a 7, so they need a 6 with Seer Council. That's a 6. So the Wave Serpent now has a 2+ save. And we are going to attempt Restrain. I don't have to declare the target. Technically, you don't declare the target when you cast it, you just cast it, because we've got a stratagem called Concordance of Power, which is when we successfully manifest a psychic power, we can double the range. So it doubles it from 18 inches to 36. So we're going to attempt with, if it goes off, the stratagem will kick in for a command point, and we will restrain the Stomper. So Restrain needs a 7, so it needs a 6. And that fails on a 5. Okay, so the Concordance of Power doesn't get spent. So that's his 2 psychic powers, their 1 psychic power. These guys, done. Okay, coming over here. Firstly, the Warlock Conclave. So with 10 in the unit, they can do 3 powers. So the first thing we're going to do is Protect on themselves for 7. No Seer Council this time. Cast on a 7, that's 8. Okay, so their save goes up to 5+, and their invulnerable save goes up to 3+. Super nice. Then we're going to Conceal the Dire Avengers to make them -1 to hit on a 6. That goes off. It's -1 to hit the Dire Avengers. Then, seeing as it didn't work on Stomper, we're going to try Restrain on the Battle Wagon, also with Concordance of Power if it works. So we need a 7. That's a 10. So command point on Concordance of Power, and the Battle Wagon is restrained and can only move half next turn. Okay, fewer options over here because of range and such, and I'm not going to take the mick by spamming all the powers, as it were. But first things first, this Farseer, the one with the special hat, is going to attempt Fortune on the Wave Serpent. On a 7? Cast on a 7. So the Wave Serpent is fortuned. Then we will attempt Guide on the Dark Reapers. For 7. That is cast. We will then go on to the final Farseer, and the only one we're going to attempt is Fortune onto the Phoenix. Which isn't cast, but I will reroll the 1 with my Runes of the Farseer. So that is cast on an 11. So, let's see. Maybe I possibly need an admin person here whilst I'm doing this. So, the ones that are Fortune. No, 2 are Fortune. Yes, okay, right. I'll get this. Okay, so we'll start the shooting phase. Spending 2 command points on Runes of Witnessing for this Farseer. So, friendly units with 6 inches can reroll wound rolls of 1. And a number of units are getting the reroll hit rolls of 1 from the Autarch, and the Scorpion is guided. So, as a Space Marine might say, it's the Captain-Lieutenant combo here, but done with stratagems. So, let's start with the main event. The he said, dropping the dice. Oh, dear me. Oh, hang on. Oh, dear. Right, I'm back. The Scorpion Pulsar is heavy 12, strength 12, -4, d6 damage. That Stomper has no invulnerable save because I didn't have the presence of mind to put the mech in it. Well, because that's not how it worked out when I did the deployment. Okay, so hitting on 3s. I've checked, there's nothing I can do to reduce it from an Ork point of view. It's, sad times. It's 40 wounds. We'll see. Hitting on 3s with a reroll because of Guide. So 3 misses, perfectly average. They've all hit. Okay. Strength 12, toughness 8. Wounding on 3s, rerolling 1s. That's a 2. That's 2. So that's 10 hits. -4. So, this is the Eldar Titan killing gun. -4, so they all go through. Each one doing d6 damage. Okay, well, that is a sigh of relief from the Orks. Look at all those 1s. Okay. 10. 15. 25. That could have been a whole lot worse. 15 wounds left on the Stomper. Ouch! Now, the temptation is to put all the other gun into the Stomper to try and kill it. But the way I'm thinking is there are a lot of other very nasty, very fast things over there that I could want to slow down. The first of which are those killer cans, because the 6 of them, they have Orkimatic pistons, so they are going to be like over here like grease lightning. So, given it's the only thing that's in range of it, the next thing I'm going to do is fire the Hemlock Wraith Fighter with its, what they called, heavy D-sides, 16-inch range, auto hit, 2d3 shots, or hits, for 4. Strength 12, wounding on 2s. They all wound, it's AP -4, so that goes straight through, and each one does 2 damage. So that's 8 damage. The cans have 5 or 6 each, which means one can dies. Does it explode? It does not. And another one takes 2 wounds. Next, the Vipers are going into the same target. 6 shots with shuriken cannons, hoping to plink the last couple of wounds off the one. So it's got 3 wounds left, because they have 5 each. That's 4 hits. Strength 6, toughness 5, wounding on 3s. 3 wounds, 3 up save, however. 1 goes through, so 1 is down to 2 wounds. 2 star shot missiles hitting on 3s. 2 hits, wounding on 3s. -2, saving on a 5. Saves. Okay, so 1 wound done there. Right, I've now got my conundrum with these 2. I can't really see the cans anymore. And the truck I really want to shoot at is pretty much... I mean, I could fire from his left engine vent at that truck, but that's... I feel that's taking the mickey. From here, you just can't see it. I'm shooting through forest. That was an oversight. Whoops. I could shoot at the other truck. However, that's only got boys in it. I'm less worried about those. I'll fire the Falcon at the Stomper and see how we do. All right, 2 shots from the pulse laser, hitting on 4s, rerolling 1s. 1-1, no hits. And from a Starshot missile, hits. Strength 8, wounding on a 4, rerolling 1s. That's a wound. -2, saves on a 5. No, D6 damage for 5. Puts it on 10 wounds remaining. Okay, we'll go for 2 Bright Lances from this at the Stomper as well. Hitting on 4s, rerolling 1s. No. No. Okay, we'll have the 2 Star... Because the Star Cannons won't scratch the Stomper because they're only strength 6, but they might do some damage to that truck. The 2 Star Cannons, 2 shots each, hitting on 4 3s. That's 2 hits, wounding on 4s, 2 wounds, -3, so they go straight through. D3 damage each for 1 each. No point in ramshackling. That's down to 8 wounds. Right, coming to the Dark Reapers on this side of the table. Splitting fire all over the place. So, 2 are going into the custom mega cannon, 2 into the bubble chucker, and the X-Arc into the bikes. This will either do everything or nothing. Star shot missiles, first of all. 2 into the mega cannon. Hitting on 3s. Wounding on a 3. Yep. -2, so it punches through its armor. D6 damage. 6 wounds to get through. For 5, it has 1 wound remaining. Then 2 into the bubble chucker on 3s. Wounding on 3s again. 1 wound through its armor. D6 damage. For 3, has 3 wounds remaining. And 2d6 shots with the Reaper launcher into the bikes. It's a blast weapon, so each dice is minimum 3, because there's more than 5, so that's 7 shots. 7. Hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s, because the X-Arc is a crack shot. Excellent, they've all hit. Strength is 4, so wounding on 5s, but rerolling to wound with this weapon. No wounds, reroll to wound. 2 wounds at -2, saving on 6s. Okay, 1 bike is... Kills 1 bike. Kills a bike. Right, next we come to the Phoenix, who is going to target the bikes with his Phoenix missile array, and with the pulse laser. The pulse laser and the shuriken. The shuriken cannons can go against the custom mega cannon, and the pulse laser against. What's the bigger threat? I was going to eeny meeny miny, but I can't eeny meeny miny because I'm not an Ork or a Chaot. I'm very precise. I'm an Eldari. That one. The one with the Orks in it. The one with more Orks in it. Alright, first off, D6 shots, minimum 3. It's a blast weapon for the missile launcher. 3. Hitting on 3s. That's the wrong kind of dice, Paul. It came out of your pocket, Paul. I know, Paul. Strength 6, wounding on 3s. 2 wounds. -3, 2 damage. So that kills another 2. And the Phoenix Pulse Laser against the truck. Hits twice. Strength is 8, wounding on 3s. 2 wounds. Punches straight through its armour. Flat 3 damage each. Does it ramshackle with either of them? No, it doesn't. So it has 4 wounds remaining. See, I need multiple pockets because I've got the wound dice in the pockets. 4 wounds remaining on that. And the twin shuriken... No, these pockets aren't a thing. They're not a thing. Hang on. Right, each pocket now has only 1 type of dice in it. The shuriken cannons. 3 hits. Wounding on 3s. 1 wound. No minus for 2 saves of 5+. No, the custom Mega Blaster is destroyed. 2 guns left to fire. The Bright Lance on the Wraith Lord and the Bright Lance with that unit. Do I want to carry on against the Bubble Chucker or against the truck? I'd shoot the Bubble Chucker. Hitting on a 3. Wounding on a 3. Punches straight through its armour. D6 damage. 1. It was academic. 2 wounds left on the Bubble Chucker. This Bright Lance, can't see anything I've been firing at so far, so I think it's going to shoot the Gorkanaut through the thingy, I'm afraid. So that's going to hit the Gorkanaut on a 4 up. No. Okay, and that is the end of Ulthwe turn 1, I think. Yep, I can't see anything else that I can do. There's a morale check for the killer cans. They can fail on a 6. They don't fail. And a morale check for the bikes. They lost 3. 3 and 5 is 8. But they're next to another unit that's bigger than they are, so they should be fine. Okay. Okay, yep. It's done. Orks, turn 1. Okay, so I've messed up there. I've just come to add up the Eldar points, going all 3 points in turn 1. And the points are rewarded at the end of the battle round, not the turn. So the Orks may well jump on that objective and take it in this turn. An uncharacteristic mistake from the Eldari and the idiot who's playing them. All right, let's do some Orks. So, Orks turn 1 movement phase. Basically, everything has shifted forward about a foot, give or take. A few things to go through first. To start the turn, spent 3 command points on Force Field Projector. So, oh no, it's the start of the battle round. My bad. Well, it's being used next battle round in case I forget. So it'll be in effect for Eldar turn 2. Right. Well, that's the admin screwed up. Also spent a command point on the Stomper for Patch Up, which makes it count as having twice as many wounds for the purposes of determining its profile. Also, the Grot Riggers put 2 wounds back on it. So, what else? The Killer Cans have, comparatively slow, and everything else, have marched around this corner, a little bit bottlenecked by the building. The Looters have moved up to a better vantage point. Stompers move forward. Both of these trucks advanced and are both onto the objective. Scoring it even with nothing else happening. They'll overscore the Wave Serpent because the Eldar guy is stupid. These Death Dreads following as close as they can. Over here, the Speed Freaks all advanced. Again, a little bit bottlenecked by the scenery. So they won't come through in quite such an unstoppable tide. Here, the Gretchen got a good advance. No one else did. So it's a little bit slow. Obviously, the Battle Wagon being slowed down by being restrained, so only moved half. The Gorkanaut only moved half because there's a load of snake bites in the way who aren't being terribly enthusiastic. So, Weird Boy and Pain Boy moved up. Guns all stayed still. And then the Death Skulls sort of followed on. They wanted to jump onto that objective, but they can't because there's a battle wagon on it. So that is where everything is moved to. Now let's do the Psychic phase. So kicking off the Psychic phase, this Weird Boy, who I don't think that you can see very well, the Snakebite Weird Boy, is in range of the Dire Avengers, so is going to attempt to decrunch them. He's got 34 Orks within range of him, so he gets +3 to the roll. Needs an 8. Gets a 6, doesn't go off. Right, what else? So the warp head over here, the Goth warp head, is going to unleash the Waaagh energy and attempt to power vomit, i.e. smite, on the Phoenix. He has 21 Orks within range of him, so he gets a +2 for 6. What I did not check was whether or not any Farseers were in range to deny. One sec. Farseers no, Warlocks yes. It does make a difference. Ooh, ammo run. Because Farseers can reroll their deny. But Warlocks can't. So that is cast and does 3 mortal wounds to the Phoenix. But it is fortune, so shrugs them on 5s. Takes 2 mortal wounds. Just put a dice buff to remind me. Right, what else can he do? Roar of Mork, the crunch. You know, he's out of range for the crunch. I measured that. He's not to jumping. Ed Banger. Ed Banger? Can't roll over the toughness of the plane. I mean, technically it's the pilot inside, but yeah, it counts as the plane, absolutely. So no more powers from him. Remember, just in the nick of time, that he also has his Ulthwe shrug. So roll that, and he shrugged another 1. So that is 1 wound lost, and the Phoenix is on 15 remaining. That must be why it's so many points. So that's it for the psychic phase. There are other weird boys, but range and such means that nothing's happening there. So we're going to kick off the Orc shooting phase as we kicked off the Eldar one. The Stomper is going to have his say. So, with range and so on. Oh, does he have big shooters as well? A twin big shooter and 3 big shooters. Right, okay. So, big shooters into the bikes. Super rocket into this thing. Death gun into the big thing. And then the super mega gatla thing into whatever this is here. Yeah, that. Right then, okay. So the sorry, not the death gun, the death cannon. Oh, sorry. 2 command points on Daka. I think that goes without saying, but I'd better say it. 3d6 shots with the death cannon for 11 shots. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Hitting on 5s, Dakering. He's -1 to hit, but it's irrelevant because of Daka. So that's 3 hits so far and 3 Dakas. 5 hits. Strength is 10. Wound is it 10? Strength 10. Wounding on 3s. 3 wounds. Minus a load. It has a 5+ invulnerable save because it's got a sort of hollow projector thing. And it makes all 3. Okay, the mirror opposite of the stump of the other way round. The way that happened. All right, lads, that's going to be a problem for you. All right, the super rocket has heavy D6 into the wave serpent for 2. Hitting on 5s, no. And then the super gatler into the falcon. 3d6 shots for 12. Right, how many's that then? Oh, that's horrible. 8 hits, and they're all daggers. 8 more shots. Right, so that is, well, more shots than I fired. That's, it's 11 hits out of 12 shots from an orc. That's nice. Strength 7, toughness 7. Wounding on 4s. Okay, only 5. Only 5. Minus 2. Saving on 5s. 2 saves. 2 damage each, 6 damage taken. Shrugging on 6s because Ulthwe. Okay, so the Falcon takes 4 damage. Right, now, let me mark that up. Ooh, I'll work out the exact number in a minute. Took 4. No, hang on. There we go. Took 4 damage. That'll remind me. Yeah, clever, right? Right, he's going to attempt to fire the gun again. Now, the way this works is you can fire it twice more. You roll dice before you do it to see if you run out of the ammo for the whole game. On a 2+, you can fire it again. 2+. Okay, so 3d6 shots. Now, I can change target. What's the orky thing to do? Right, move over to the other tank. He's just going to spray them both. Alright, 3d6 shots. No! Move over to the little things next to him. Yeah! 3d6 shots for 7 shots. Daka. Because they got out of that tank, you'd have seen them run over and do that sort of weird boy mojo. 1 hit. What am I doing? 1 Daka. 2 hits. Running on 2s. Invulnerable save of 4+. 1 pass, 1 fail. 2 wounds. Kills 1. Let's kill that one. We can now roll it again. On a 4+, it'll fire again, but it'll run out of ammo. Less than that, it'll run out of ammo for the rest of the game. But because of the custom job, I can re-roll this dice. Right, it's run out of ammo for the rest of the game, but I can re-roll. It's still going! So between one target, back to that one. Now we have 12 shots. Ah! 4, 5 hits. That means 5 dackers. Woo! Ah, Paul, it's a bad moon. What is wrong with you? Reroll the 1s. Oh, how many 1s have I missed? Oh no! There's even a house rule written about that on the wall, you fool. Wounding on 4s. 4 wounds, saving on 5s. 1 save, so that's 6 damage, Ulthweing on 6s. 1, so that's 5 more wounds on the Falcon. That is not looking healthy. It's had better days. It needs to go out to Spa. And then all the shooters are against those little bikes, whatever they are, puny things, which is 1 twin and 3 regular, 3 times by 15. 15 big shooter shots. It will be -1 for shooting through the thing, but don't care. It's daka. 15 shots. And on 5s. 5 hits. 5 dackers. The problem with doing this is, I found this when I played Winters with the Stomper, is I think everything dackers on 5s for the entire rest of the game. Strength 5, toughness 4, 3 to wound. 3 saves at 4+. 1 fails. So 1 guy takes a single solitary wound. Well, that was really loud. But that's about all. Okay, now everything in the trucks is going to shoot at this thing here, whatever that is. Starting with the Burner Boys. So, because of the clever spanner, I can roll 2d6 and pick whichever one I want. So I'll go with the 1. So they all get a single shot each. So that's 10 auto hits. And then all the other gun from those things. And do you know what? I'll do the auto hits in a second. I'll do the 2 custom Mega Blasters, and I'll do the rest off camera and come back to you with it. They were hitting on 6s. Those are both hits, and they both dacker. And I reroll the 1s on these. That's another hit. 3, those spanners. Wow. Okay, strength 8, toughness 7, wounding on 3s. 2, -3. It's currently got a 2+ save, so saving on 5s. 1 save, 1 gets through. D6 damage for 5. -1 because the Serpent Shield takes 4 wounds off it. Right, okay, 4 wounds. Right, back to you in a sec. And after all the other shots come in, and it having a 2-up save because it's protected, and having battle focus and the Ulthwe special rule, it took a total of 3 wounds because I remember to roll the Ulthwe saves on the other thing, and the not battle focus, fortune. So it takes 3 wounds in total. To be honest, if you told me that before I started rolling any of them, I'd have taken that sight unseen. Right. What are the dilemmas to fire next? I mean, realistically, right? am I going to do anything to this big thing? Am I going to kill one thing a turn? And, you know, its gun's coming off. That's not good. And it will kill one thing a turn, but it can only kill one thing a turn. I could shoot at it with the looters. They'd wound it on 5s. I could use the Wrecker stratagem to re-roll to wound. They'd be at -1 shooting at it because of all the Eldar shenanigans, so I'd only be hitting on 6s. I think I've got a better chance of trying to take out something else with it, like maybe the Falcon. Actually get rid of those guns and see, maybe I need something to come in and punch it. Oh, the side of the table isn't looking great. Saying that, I've lost one model from this side of the table, but done no damage. The killer cans should probably fire up at the Hemlock Wraithfighter. What should I do with the Hemlock Wraithfighter? Not the Hemlock, the Burner Bomber. I think the Burner Bomber is going to unload on these bikes and just try and vaporize them, because they're right in front of him. And look at where his guns are pointed. Maybe the super shooter. Yeah, there we go. The super shooter should shoot at the Hemlock Wraithfighter as it flies past and over, and all the front-facing guns will fire front. Yes. So we have. Oh, I've turned the page. We have a twin super shooter. What is being fired at by a grot, and we're spending a command point on. Oh, come on, find the right page. Spending a command point on long uncontrolled burst, which means we add 1 to hit against a flying target. So the Burner Bomber has a twin super shooter. Now that's crewed by a grot. Sorry, a super. What does it have? 2 super shooters. Right, so this is 6 shots. That went in the wrong pocket. Damn it. 6 shots, hitting on 3s because of long uncontrolled bursts. No, 4s because it's hard to hit. So it must be 4s. They don't get to reroll 1. Oh, no, the gunner is a grot, so I'm not rerolling the 1. And there are 3 dackers there. Nope, nothing hits there. And these are strength 6, toughness 6, so wounding on 4s. And the super shooter, I think, is -1. Yep. 6 is save. Okay, right. So against the bikes, we've got 2 big shooters, which will hit on 4s because of longer control burst. 3 hits, 2 dackers, 4 hits, wounding on 3s, 4 wounds, saving on 4s. I forgot the -1. Well, I'll tell you what, they've saved 3 of them. I'll take the 1 wound and kill that bike. Yeah, I'm happy enough with that. D6 shots from the what's it called? Scorching missiles. Right, I'll remember the -1 now. So it's +1, -1, hitting on 5s. 1 hit. Wounding on a 3 with a wound. Doesn't save. Puts another wound on another bike. Right, I will trust the looters to finish off the Falcon without the use of stratagems. So, number of shots. 3. 30 shots! Hitting on 6s because it's firing through the forest. Okay, how many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's no, I'll do it on the wound, I think. And 6 dackers. 2 more hits. So that is 8 hits, wounding on 4s. Reroll 1, because Lucky Blue gets. Right, -1. So these are saving on 4s. 2 damage each. 2 save, 2 get through. It has 3 wounds left. 4 Ulthwe shrugs of 6+. Does not make any. It is gone. Does it explode? It explodes. Okay, 6 inches, D3 mortal wounds. That gets everything. So the Wave Serpent 2 mortal wounds. The Warlocks, 1 mortal wound. The Farseer, 2 mortal wounds. The Scorpion, 1 mortal wound. The Bikes, 3 mortal wounds. And the Ork, 1 mortal wound. Right. Shrugging time. Does the Ork shrug? No. Do the Bikes shrug any of theirs? 1. The Bikes take 2 wounds. The Wave Serpent doesn't shrug. The Warlocks shrug. The Farseer shrugs on 5s because of his Ghost Helm, which ignores invulnerable saves. Then he gets his Ulthwe shrug, so he takes 1. And the Scorpion shrugs on a 6. No, so he takes 1 as well. Whew. And after the carnage and the smoke clears, it looks like this. Now, those of you who've watched recent battle reports will know I've started to run out of the shiny little red dice you get in the GW box sets. But I managed to source some more on the eBays. And I was feeling pretty smug about myself. Smug with myself, having got more than I could ever possibly use, save for the knowledge that I will never run out again. I could cry. But I won't! I'll go on and crump something else. Right, I think those cans need to shoot that big flying thing, whatever it is. Yeah. Slight change of plan. That's all the way up there. They're down here. And they shot at them. So did that, but that's all the way up there. This is down here. They're going to run at it, shoot all their guns, then go and clank, clank, clank them. Right. So, 2 command points spent on lightning fast reactions to have give the Grots -1 to hit, 1 of which was farmed back. Thank you, Ork. Scorcher hits 6 times. Strength 5, toughness 5, wounding on 4s. Well, that's all of them. -1 save, saving on 4s. Okay, that's 4 saves, doing a total of 3 wounds. I'll put those there as a reminder. Now we have 2 rockets hitting on 5s. 1 hit, 1 dagger. 3 hits. Strength 8, wounding on 3s. Yeah. -2, saving on 5s. No. And the rockets, are they D6 or a flat 3? Rockets. They're flat 3, aren't they? Which means, okay, right, so these first 3, do they get shrugged at all? 2 of them get shrugged. The next 3, do any of those get shrugged? No. Okay, so the second rocket then hits. 1 of them gets shrugged for a total of 6 damage. Does it explode? It does not. So the first one is destroyed off those. Now, the 2 Grotzookas are 2 D3 shots from the 2 in total. So that's 8 shots in total. Hitting on 5s because of the thing, with 1 hit, 1 dagger, 2 hits. The Grotzooka is strength 6, so will wound on 3s. 1 wound. Save the 3. Yes. Okay, so 1 Viper dead, the other fine. So coming over to this side of the table, the Warbikers, and probably everything behind the Warbikers, are going to fire at these Guardians, who are going to put the command point on Celestial Shield, giving them a 4+ invulnerable save for the remainder of this shooting phase. Right, the bikes with the death guns. They advanced, but they are Evil Sons, so they do not suffer a penalty for advancing and firing their assault weapons. With 5 daggers. 1 of which hits. Okay, these are strength 5. So we're going to wound the Eldar on 3. 3s with a 4-up save. Wounding on 3s. Goodness me. 4-up save. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 die. Okay, let's kill those 4 for the time being. Right, next. Okay, so a Grot Blaster on a 4 hits. Wounding on a 4, nope. Then the big shooter fired by the Grot, hitting on 4s. 1 hit. Wounds, saves of a 4. No, they got killed by a Grot. The ignominy. And then 9 shots from the mech special. The big repeater recurry. That big Daka Daka gun. The one that goes 5s and 6s. 1 Daka Daka Daka, which misses. 3s. Invulnerable saves of 4+. 2 more die. I wonder if they're in range of the avatar for being fearless. Then the rivet cannon. No, the rivet cannon, as it's driving this way, is going to fire up at that. What's the rivet cannon got? It's assault 6. Assault 6. Okay. Hitting on 5 because that thing's hard to hit. Sorry, 6s because it's hard to hit. OMG! 3 hits. Strength 7, toughness. I don't need to check. Minus something. That's a fail. 2 damage, which it might shrug. They might shrug. It doesn't shrug, but that means I've just remembered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys over here may shrug. No. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then there are 2 big shooters from the truck and its occupants at the back that may get in 5s and 6s. Oh, a Daka. No, 5s and 6s. 2 wounds, 2 saves. Okay, 3 remaining in that squad. Okay, now we come to this side of the table. And the Grots are out of range. All of the Goths and the Snakebites, they haven't got anything that's in range. So it's down to the Bad Moons to do the rest. Now, I've just noticed the Mechaniac is in fixie-uppy range of the Bubble Chucker, which I omitted in the movement phase. So he heals for 3 wounds, putting it back to 5. Oh yeah, Orktastic. And the shock attack gun is going to fire at the Wraith Lord for D6 shots for 4. Hitting on 5s. Ooh, 1 hit and it's a Daka. No. Right, the strength of the shock attack gun today is 5. So it's wounding on a 5. No. Well, that was a engaging divert. That happened. Okay, the Mega Knobs will fire their rockets up at the Phoenix, I think. They are in range of some infantry, but it does feel like a waste. So, there are 4 rockets. It's hard to hit, so they're going to hit on 6s. There's no point in doing any agility thing, because Orks always hit on 6s. Hitting on 6s, it does have some rerolls, which I'll discuss in a minute. Okay, reroll 1 for being a bad moon, still misses. And then reroll 1, any 1 miss for the ammo runt. Missed. Okay. Alright, may as well fire the 2 custom Mega Blasters from the 2 big mechs up at it as well. They'll also hit on 6s. No. No, don't think you're an orc. Okay, so these guns are going to fire downfield, same as what the mech's doing. So the Smasher gun, which I haven't opened the page on. The Smasher gun is a heavy D3. Going to fire that at the Wraith Lord for 3 shots. Hitting on 4s because these are Grots. 2 hits. Now, instead of making a wound roll for this weapon, roll 2d6. If it's equal to or greater than the target's toughness, it successfully wounds. Alright. Well, toughness is 8. 8 is a wound. And 6 is not a wound. The 8 that's a wound is -4, so it goes straight through and does d6 damage for 5, of which it shrugs 1. So takes 4 damage. Going to jump now to these lucky blue gits, who are also going to fire rockets up at this thing. So the boss will hit on a 6, which hits. Haha, wounds on a 3. But he's lucky. Wounds. -2 for a rocket, so saves on a 5. No, 3 damage, which may or may not be shrugged. 2 or not. Let's keep a stack there. Okay, then the 2 from this unit. 1 from the knob, 1 from the guy with the rocket. Lucky blue gits. No. Okay, so bit more plinking going on there. Right, coming back to the bubble chucker. I really want to fire it at something else, but the mech is saying shoot the big thing at the back. And if you get right down to our level, it struggles to see over the tops of the mega knobs and everything else. So the bubble chucker has a random profile. And today it has 6 shots at strength 3, -3 AP, and doing how many? Doing 3 damage a go. Okay. 6 shots, hitting on 4s. 4 hits. Wounding on 6s, because it's more than double its strength. Toughness is more than double strength. 1 at -3, so save for 6. No, takes 3 damage, apart from it doesn't shrug any, so another 3 wounds on the rifle. Okay, now we come to the Gorkanaut. It's just basically to mow the infantry in front of it, apart from the rockets, which are going up into this thing. The Deathstorm Mega Shooter is going into the Howling Banshees, and the big shooters are going into the Warlocks. Deathstorm Mega Shooter, heavy 18. You know, 5s and 6s, and 6s are daka. Oh my, hang on. It's -1 because they're in woods. So the 5s are nothing. That is 5 hits all the same though, all of which daka. Okay, these are going to wound on 2s. 3 wounds and -1, save on 5s. 2 saves. Does it shrug it? No. So that's dead Howling Banshee. And then the big shooters, also hitting on 6s. 2 hits, wounding on 3s, 2 wounds, saving on 5s, 2 shrugging on 6s. I hate the shrugging. So 1 Banshee, 1 Storm Guardian. In fact, one of them already looks a little bit drunk. He's leaning forward. Look at him. And then 2 rockets into the Phoenix, hitting on 6s. No. Did I roll any 1s to hit? I did it again! Right, there were 3 rerolls I should have had against the big shooters. No hits. Good, I'm glad I checked. Right, now the battle wagon. The Lobber is going into the Storm Guardians, all the big shooters into the Warlocks, and the Kill Cannon into the Wraithlord. Kill Cannon, D6 shots for 3, hitting on 5s. 3 hits, 1 daka. Wound strength 8, toughness 8, wounding on 4s. 2 wounds at -2. Saves a 5. Post save. And then the shooters into the Warlocks. Hitting on 5s. Because they aren't in the cover. 3 hits, 1 daka. And a reroll. Wounding on 3s. Saving on 3+. With 1 wound, shrugged on a 6. No, the Warlocks take a wound. Warlocks take... What's that doing in that pocket? I'm mixing my pockets up. No wonder I'm running out of dice. The pocket system is failing me, guys. The Lobber into the Storm Guardians, who are in cover. So hitting on 6s. Rerolling the 1s, because they're armed to the teeth. And then 2 dakas. Okay, 2 hits. Wounding on 3s. 1 wound. Saves. Okay, so we put a wound on a Warlock. Okay, the charge phase. Only 1 charge because of all the advancing. And that is the Killer Cans that need a 9 to get into the Vipers. No, and they don't have here we go. So that is a failed charge. And that is the end of turn 1. Inside 3 hours. I don't know if I'm going to do all this tonight. So, no morale to take. Some of these units got battered, but they're fearless because of the Avatar. The units that lost things here are fearless because of the Will of Azuran that Farseer cast. So, at the end of battle round 1, the Eldari score 2 points for the vital objective, and the Orks, outnumbering over here, score 2 points as well. At the start of battle round 2, which objective becomes active? Rolling a d3. 4, which is objective number 2. Oh, it's the Ork one. Okay. The Ork have to move the battle wagon to find it. Eldar turn 2. At the end of the Eldar movement phase, it looks like this. So, decisions, and more decisions, and things. Right, first thing before I forget, spent 2 command points on Tears of Aisha to put D3 wounds back on the Wraith Knight, so Wraith Lord. So he's not. It's confusing because in a different game I play, Knight and Lord are the other way around in terms of guard. It goes Guard, Knight, Lord, but these go Guard, Lord, Knight. So I get very confused. This thing has got 3 more wounds. So what has happened over here is the Wraithguard and the Warlock have got out of their transport and have positioned themselves so they can fire into the Gorkanaut, the Stomper, or these vehicles. The bikes and the Avatar, the bikes and the Autarch have advanced to get a tow onto that objective. The transport has also stayed with a tow on that objective. This is, I think, precarious at best because I do not think... I mean, there's 40 Orks in those vehicles. I don't think I'm going to be able to kill enough to stop the objective being swarmed. So why did I do it? See, I wanted to get the Guardians out of here as well to have another 10 guys, but they've started over here. I guess what I could... That belongs over here. I guess what I could have done is got them out of there and then advanced them. In fact, yeah, 1 minute, I'm totally doing that. There we go. Now, I know I'm not going to kill everything in that box, but hopefully I will do enough damage to be able to take what comes next and then be able to push back. So over the course of the rest of the game, I have control over this objective. You possibly can't see them yet. These Dire Avengers came out of the webway over here, so they are going to be putting fire down as well. The Scorpion hasn't moved. The remaining Viper, flew over here. He couldn't quite make it to that little notch without advancing, and I want to be able to fire the missile launcher. Over here, the blood of these Azurani is boiling with rage. The lure to battle is intense, but the Avatar is not a mindless beast driving them forwards. He is the ultimate strategist, and he tells them to hold. He wants his guns in front, so that's why these 20 Guardians came in this turn from the webway, and the Dire Avengers have moved forward with the intention of firing and fading backwards. He wants to put fire down the table, and then when the Orks get closer, then hit them with his Warlocks, his Banshees, his Guardians, and his Wraith Lord, and of course, his fists. Well, his sword. Oh yes, his sword. These are what we like to refer to as tomorrow's problem. Yep, tomorrow's problem. I did contemplate bringing in the War Walkers here, or some of the War Walkers, to try and erase that. But that would have left me with very little flexibility left for the remainder of the game if I lose my fast units. So I've elected to leave them off for now and have one fewer turn firing them, but be able to be more flexible about where they come in when I see where the line needs bolstering. It's a difficult balancing act between putting the punch in now so the line doesn't need bolstering later, and being able to react, as I'm sure you all know from experience. The flyers have sort of circled round. Despite being vector dancers, they're getting more benefit out of looping the loop around the baddies and shooting them all up in the back. Plus, it might distract a few of them and send some of them backwards. Weapons platforms staying where they are. Haven't physically moved the Reapers. I don't need to. They're all in range of what they need to shoot at. Remembering, of course, that the big mech has spent the 3 command points, which I have put in the jar, on the Mega Force Field. So everything within 18 inches has a 5-up invulnerable save. So when it comes to shooting and psychic powers and stratagems, I'll be looking to bolster the shooting on this side to make sure we have enough impact, because I need that grot wall gone, and I need to put some hurt into some of the bigger units and the and some of the orcs. I don't want to be hit with everything, although that may well be what it comes to, and I have to return fire with psychic might and the bloody-handed god himself. Oh yes, can't wait. Might have to. Looks at the clock, goes, right then. So, let's go on to the psychic phase. Okay, starting the psychic phase over here. Seer Council spent on the Warlocks and the 2 Farseers, of course, not just one. This guy on this one. And we will start with that Farseer guiding the Dire Avengers on a 7+, with a +1 for Seer Council. It's a 6, it's a fail. I use my Runes of the Farseer to reroll the 1, which makes it a 7, which is a pass. There is a weird boy over there. Yeah, he doesn't know what's going on. He'll have a go at the first one that comes through. He denies the guide. Okay. Then the same Farseer will doom the battle wagon. Needs 7. 6 + 1, 7. That is cast. There's another weird boy over there. He doesn't like that. Fails to deny. So the battle wagon is doomed. Right. That is that Farseer done. Right. Now then, we go to the Warlocks. We will, to protect or to jinx. I can do both. I can do both. Oh, splendid. Okay, going to protect the Dire Avengers. Need a 7. That's a perils. I'll re-roll both those dice, which is a 7. Do we want to deny that? Yeah, the Warped will try and deny that. On a 6, fails. So their armor save is now 3+. In fact, their invulnerable save is 4+. And then we will jinx the battle wagon, and we'll need to use Concordance of Power to do it if the spell goes off, which it does on a 12. The weird boy recognises the amount of power there and is not even going to try and stop that, because the Warped can deny 1 more. So the battle wagon is doomed and jinxed. And we had one more. Conceal, reveal. Who am I going to conceal? We'll conceal the Guardians on a 6. That's a 9. The weird boy will try and stop that, and doesn't on also a 9. So it's -1 to shoot at the Guardians, +1 save on the Dire Avengers, and the wagon is doomed and jinxed, but no guide on the Dire Avengers as of yet. So the other Farseer, I think, won't guide the Dire Avengers again. I don't think that's in the spirit of the house rule. But the Farseer will... What will the Farseer do? The Farseer will attempt guide on the Dark Reapers. On a 10, pass. No, that one isn't the Seer Council, so it's passed on a 9. And what else can we doom? Doomed! We'll try and doom those Goths. The Goths are doomed. See if I can remember all that. Right then, over here, we are going into Psychic Cannon mode. The Farseer, the nearest thing is that truck. We will attempt Executioner on a 7. Reroll the 1. Cast on a 9. I'm going to say the weird boy in the truck can deny if he wants to. Yeah, might as well. Fails to on a 9. D3 mortal wounds for 1. Truck takes 1 wound. Then a smite on a 5+. 5 is cast. The weird boy can only deny 1. Another D3. So it's 4 wounds so far. Then the Warlocks will attempt to cast Destructor, which is smite. That is a perils. They have no protection against perils. And that will do D3 mortal wounds to the nearest Warlock for 3. That kills the... Actually, it kills the Warlock. The unit takes D3 mortal wounds. And the one that was already wounded. Deary me. And we will not attempt to cast another Psychic Power with them. He has been slapped by the warp. It's obviously an incredibly stressful scenario, and the gathering Waaagh energy has interrupted their concentration. Right, so we have forgotten how many wounds the truck took. No, it's on 6. Oh, that was already injured, that truck. Oh, it's only on 2 now. I forgot that truck was already injured. Oh, no, that's a bit more interesting. Okay, that's not a 2-pull. That's a 2-pull. So, what can we do? Anything with the other wall? I mean, Destructor. Can't cast another power now. There's too few of them. So now it's just what we do with that Warlock. I think he will embolden the bikes to add 2 to their leadership. But it fails. Okay. Oh, no. There is another Psyker. There is another Psyker. We have another Psyker who is going to attempt to restrain the Gorkanaut on a 7. The Gorkanaut is restrained and only moving half speed. Right. Time to do some shooting. Okay, shooting phase. We are starting in the same place with the Scorpion firing its Scorpion Pulsar into the Stomper. And this time, because it's in range, it will fire its Shuriken Cannon into that truck, which is looking badly wounded. This time, there are no rerolls. The Autarch is too far away, and we haven't popped the Runes of Witnessing on the Farseer. So, hitting on... Is there anything I can do to... No, there's still nothing I can do to reduce it. Okay, so hitting on 3s, no reroll. Okay, that's 5 misses, which, if it wasn't only on 12 wounds, would be good for the Stomper. Wounding on 3s. Okay, so that's 6 get through. All 2s will kill it. 5, 8, 12. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. That is a dead Stomper. Does it explode? 1. It does not. There are 20 Orks in there. I'm holding 12 dice, therefore, if I add 8 to it, I will have the requisite number of dice to see who snuffs it. Oh, it's happening again. Right. 1s are dead Orks. Dead Ork. Dead Ork. 1. That was a 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Orks die. A Stomper-sized gap in the breach, and a unit of a mob of Orks very confused, not knowing which way's up. My poor Stomper. But well done, Scorpion. But my poor Stomper. But well done, this could go on a while. Right, oh, and 3 shots into the truck. Go on, can you be 2 for 2? Hitting on 3s. That was a 2. 2 hits. Wounding on 4s. No. Right, what's next then? Okay, so now we have 3 heavy weapon platforms. They're the only things that they are in range of are the 2 trucks. They have D3 shots each, and they do not need line of sight. So the first one is going to fire at the injured truck, and then we're going to keep going until that truck's dead, and then move on to the other truck. Okay, so D3 shots on the first truck for 1 shot. Hitting on a 3. Hits. Strength 12 with a distort cannon, so wounding on a 2. -4, so no armor save. D6 damage for 1. Okay. So it's got the 1 wound left. So the next weapon platform for 2 shots. Hitting on 3s. Wounding on 2s. 2d6 damage. Doesn't matter if I ramshackle, it's dead. Does it blow? It does not. I'll keep going on this, then I'll sort the boys out. Right, the second platform on the second truck. 2 shots. Both hit. Both wounding on 2s. No armor save. 2d6 damage for 11. Right, do we ramshackle the first one? No. The second one? No. The other truck is destroyed. OMG, these things are beasts. But they fall apart when you shoot them, and they've only got a 24-inch range. Does the second truck explode? It does. So let me resolve the getting stuff out of the first truck, then I'll get back to you with what happens with the explosion from the second truck. Yes, right, okay. Right, so it's D3 mortal wounds to lots of things. Right, to these boys. 3. That's rolled onto a stone. These burner boys. 2. This tank. 3. The bikes. 1. The Wraith Guard. 2. And the Warlock. 2. The Dread is out of range, as is the Autarch, as are these guys here. Right. Now, what about the inhabitants? There are 12 orcs in there. 6, 7. Ugh. I mean, who put this here that I have to stretch over every time? And who put this here? It's getting in the way of me rolling. Some people, eh? And 2 of the guys in the truck die. Right, but we have got some shrugging. So, does the Warlock survive? He only has 2 wounds. He doesn't shrug anything, so he dies. And the Wraith constructs? No. 2 wounds on those. The vehicle? No. 3 wounds there. The bike? No. And the orcs don't get a shrug. Right. Bucket and spade? No, just pan and brush time now. So it looks like this now. Right. I should have explained this as I went along, but each of those 3 units of boys have spent a command point on loot it for being next to a vehicle that was destroyed, giving them an extra point of armour. So the R boys have now got a 4+ save, and the other 2 have 5+ saves. Okay, let's carry on with the really, really gross stuff. We've got 5 Wraith Guard. They are the dice pool. 5 Wraith Guard. You see, I've taken my hoodie off because it's got warmer in here because the fire's finally woken up. Sorry, not fire heater. Oh, and I'm getting dice everywhere. Epic fail. So I've only got the wound dice pocket now. I haven't got the other. I need to change my logistics. This isn't working now. Sometimes I just have to stop thinking how cool the battlefields look. I mean, how cool the battlefields look. Oh, so thematic. Anyway, so that bounced off here, and I've no idea where that went. Oh, there it is. It ended up down there. I digress. 5 Wraith cannon shots, hitting on 3s. 3 hits. Strength is mega, which... do you know what? I'll turn to the page. Yeah, the strength is 10, the toughness is 8, so those 5s and 6s were wounds. -4, so put you straight through its armour. However, it is protected by the force field, so it's a 5+ save. Which it fails, each one is d6 damage. For 10, it starts with 18 wounds, so has 8 remaining. Staying on this side of the battlefield, these Dire Avengers are going to shoot at this unit of boys. 22 shots because the Exarch has 2 guns. Hitting on 3s, rolling 1s because they are in range of the Autarch. 1-1 to re-roll. Okay, wounding on 4. Oh, hang on. 6s, because of this ability that the Exarch's got, counts as an extra hit. So that's 3 of those, so that's technically all hit. Nearly forgot. Wounding on 4s. 6s are AP -3. So that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wounds there, including the noble. So that unit is gone. Okay, so next, the Warlock is going to throw his Singing Spear at the... Oh no, hang on, these boys are closer. We'll get to that in a minute. Right then, these Guardians are going to shoot at these Orks. But the Star Cannon will go into the Orks as well. Star Cannon goes to the Orks as well. Star Cannon misses twice. So that's 18 more shots. 5, 10, 18. Hitting on 3s. Awkward rolling. No buffs or anything. Wounding on 4s. 6s are AP -3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is it with the 6s? 5. So it's 5 dead, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get 5 up saves. So 3 more die. So how many was that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're gone as well. So now the Warlock's going to throw a Singing Spear and hit on a 3. Wounds on a 2 a Singing Spear. Save on a 6+. No. D3 damage for 3. It's got 1 wound left. The Farseer will throw his Singing Spear, which hits. Wounds on a 2. Wound. Save on a 6. No. D3 damage for 2. Dead. Dead weird boy. Weedy. Right, now, this Wave Serpent. It's Twin Shuriken Catapults into the Boys, Twin Bright Lance into the Flyer. At -1 to hit. Both hit. Wounding on 3s. 1 wound. Punches straight through the armour for 6 damage. The Eldar are rolling hot. Oops. 6 damage. And 4 shots at those boys. Well, less hot there. Right. Rinse and repeat with this Wave Serpent. Against the boys. 4 hits. 4 wounds. 1 punches through the armour. The others save on 4s. 3 die. Then 4 shots with the Star Cannons. 2 hits. Wounding on 4s. Both wound. Go straight through the armour. D3 each. For 3. 3 wounds remaining on the burner bomber. Then the Viper will fire everything at the burner bomber. Star Shot Missile misses. Shuriken Cannon 3 hits. 1 wound which punches through the armour. 2 wounds remaining. Now the Phoenix flying around like a deadly predator. Twin Shuriken Cannon into the boys. Phoenix Pulse Laser into the back of the blue Dreadnought, and Phoenix Missile Array into the burner for D6 shots for 4. None of them hit. Okay, and into the Dread. 1 hits. Wounds, -3, save for 6. No, for 3 damage. Leaving it on 5 wounds. And then 6 shots into the boys. Hitting on 3s. Wounding on 3s. 1 save of 4 plus. Saved. Okay. Finally, something in the Eldar army whiffed. Wounds on the Dread, please, Paul. Okay, hang on, excuse me, stretching across the table. I can reach. Right. Whew. As the Ork, that was brutal. As the Eldar, that was a perfectly executed plan, as one would expect with the avatar of Kaela Mensha Khaine commanding the battle. Right, now let's go over to this half of the table. Okay, coming over here. So, putting Runes of Witnessing on the Farseer. So, any unit with the citizens can reroll 1s to wound. Which, I know technically it's the start of the whole phase, but this is kind of a phase of 2 halves. So we're going to start with the Dark Reapers, who are putting all of their fire into the battle wagon. Now, it looks like I got the stats wrong on Starshot missiles last turn. Was it only my 1? It's only turn 2. It's only the first half of turn 2. It's a flat 3 damage when launched by one of these guys, because it's a different weapon. Same name, but different stat line, which is very unlike GW these days. Anyhow, so they are a flat 3. They are strength 8. They are -2, but they're a flat 3 damage. Hitting on 3s. No rerolls to hits that I can think of. Hitting on 3s. 6 hits. I'll buy that for $1. Robocop. Serve the public trust. Protect the innocent. And something else. Strength. Pumps yourselves. Oh, Paul. Right. It's only 4 shots, 1 each. So I'm just going to halve it because it's even numbers. So that's 3 hits. Strength 8, toughness 8, but he's doomed. So reroll to wound. So that's 4 wounds. His save is 3+ with 5+ invulnerable with the Fortress upgrade, but because he is also jinxed, it's -1 off both of those. So it's the 4+ goes back down to 3+. No, the 3+ goes back to 4+, and -2 makes it a 6+ save on each of these. Makes 1 of them. So it takes 6 damage from the regular Reapers. Must have a little 6 there, but no, I won't. No, I won't. That's what pockets are for. 6 damage from those. Now, the Exarch is also firing at them, even though his gun is better fired at other things, because I want to do as much damage as I possibly can. He hits on 3s and rerolls 1s. Strength 4, so he wounds on 6s, but with a reroll. 1. At -2, doesn't save. Takes an extra point of damage. These things have got, I want to say 18 wounds? 16 wounds. Okay. Bright Lance from the Wraith Lord, hitting on a 3. Did I reroll any of the wound rolls of 1? Did I spend the command points on? I can't be expected to remember these things. Right, so he missed these Guardians. 2 guys are going to shoot into there. 2 wounds. What? Put a wound on one of them. Goodness me. And the Bright Lance is going into the Battle Wagon. Hits. Wounds. Saving on a 6. No. 4d6 damage for 1. Take it up to 8 in total. So it's halfway down. Okay. What next? I did put all the heavy guns over that side. I really must have. Yeah, the balance, terrible. That's very, very bad of you, Mr. Avatar. Right, now the Hemlock Wraith Fighter is going to put his 2 heavy death sides in, which automatically hit d3 times each for 5 hits. Strength 12, so wounding on 3s, but it's doomed, so we re-roll the 4 fails. So that's 5 get through. It's -4. However, because he's a fortress, he has the invulnerable save, which has been reduced down to 6 because he's jinxed. Of which he makes 3. Nicely done, sir. Which means you only take another 4 damage. You only take 12, because that would have blown you up. So he takes 12 wounds. Hang on. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about the invulnerable save from the force field generator. But that would still have been a 5+ save. He is still jinxed. It's the model that's jinxed, not the save that's removed. So, yes, he had 2 5-up invulnerable saves, both of which were removed to 6+, and whichever one he chose, yeah, okay, that works. That's fine. So he's got 4 wounds left. OMG. You know what would have been a really useful tactic as the Ork player? To have actually killed some of the Eldar in turn 1. That would have been a super good idea. That Stomper doing nothing. So random and chaotic. I do love it. But the goggles, they do nothing. Right. Back in the room. What else? Oh my word. Right. These Guardians, we're going to use... what's it called? Hang on. Right, so there's 18 Guardians here, one of whom is going to fire the scatter laser. The other 17 are all going to fire 2 shots at the grots. 34 shots, hitting on 2s. Right, take out the 1s. That was a 1. That was a 1. That was 1. Only 3 1s. That is exceptional rolling. Right, back in the bucket. Right, now these, toughness 2, wound on 2s, but rerolling 1s because of the runes of witnessing. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. To reroll. Oh, still a 1 there. I guess that's 4 misses so far. Now, they would at this point be automatically dead. However, they have got the 5+ invulnerable save because of the force field generator. So 5-up saves. Oops. That was super speedy. Let's count the dead ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And I am going to say that that kills the run turn as well, because there's 20 grots and the 4 wounds will go on to him as well. I know that's not strictly speaking how the rules work, but that is, I mean, just look at it. Plus, then there's the scatter laser, which wounds 2 more. Yeah. So I'm going to say he's dead as well. Right, now the Dire Avengers, who were not successfully guided, are shooting at the Scar Boys, who were doomed. So these are hitting on 3s. I really should have thought about spending the 2 command points on Runes of Witnessing, because everything I've shot that's been doomed, so it's been pointless. Never mind. A bunch of misses here. Okay. And that one. Wounding on 4s with a reroll. Need that reroll. The rending, not so much of an issue because of the force field. So 8 wounds, 5+ invulnerable saves. 2 get through, 6 of the Goths die. And then the Dire Avengers fired and faded back onto the objective for a command point. And that is the end of the shooting phase. And I can feel Ork players up and down the country wincing. However, there is still a lot to play for. There are still some very powerful Ork units on the board. The Orks still have some stuff in vehicles. They still have some stuff in reserve. And yes, so do the Eldar, but this is a game of points. And the Orks are getting closer. Much, much closer. So we do have the matter of some morale. So the Goths, they fail, and the war boss will break heads and kill one of them, and the rest are all right. The Bad Moons over here, well, they need a 1 to pass. They fail, and 1 runs. How many are there left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So seven dice. I'll roll an extra 1. 1 more runs over there. So, right, Ork turn 2. So it looked a little bleak a moment ago. Not anymore. Now, I'm in two minds about this, because this is what the Avatar wants. He wants the Orks to come in at this point and then be smashed with his counter-assault. But I just don't think this counter-assault's going to have enough teeth. Teeth. By the end of it, I really don't. I think this is looking kind of orky down the side of the table. And there is more of an Ork presence over here than we would have thought earlier. The lads have advanced and got onto that objective, so they will secure that at the end of this turn. Meaning the Orks will get that objective and the active objective. So they will go into the lead at the end of turn 2. Now, some of you may notice some interesting positioning of this unit here. So it's flown over. There's two things. One, it's flown over the Guardians and is dropping his burner bomb on it, which I've got a fistful of dice I'm about to do. And then at the end of the movement phase, I'm spending a command point on Flying Headbutt, which basically the Ork who's flying it has decided that he's just going to headbutt the enemy. So he automatically crashes and burns and does, I think it's D3 mortal wounds to everything within 6 inches. Oh! Sorry. Right, first off, so the bomb on the Guardians, 4 pluses are mortal wounds. That's only 3 fails, so that's all but 3. Now, just out of curiosity, how many more... Oh, hang on, they could shrug them, they could shrug them, they could shrug them. They shrug one of them, so they can't wipe out the unit doing that. And then the explosion mortal wounds for 3. Of which none are shrugs. There's one Guardian left stood there going, what happened? So the Wave Serpent takes 1. Does it shrug it? Yes, it does. The Viper takes 3. Does it shrug him? No. So you've taken 3. The Scorpion takes 3, which it might shrug. And it's also got Spirit Stones. So no, 2 wounds there. I can adjust that on the fly. The Farseer takes 3, but can shrug mortal wounds on a 5+ because of his Ghost Helm. So that's 1 mortal wound shrugged. And because he's an Ulthwe and saw it coming. No, so 2 wounds off the Farseer. He's down to 2. The Warlocks, 3. Oh, this was a flying headbutt and a half. Do they shrug him? They shrug 1, which kills 1 of the Warlocks. The other Wave Serpent, for 2. Does it shrug them? No. So that goes down to 5. Oop, come on. I can't actually see what I'm doing here. Uh-oh. Have I missed anyone? Nope. I don't think I have. So this is down to... Oh, use one of these. This is down to 3. I did some damage. Yeah. So now that we've got the exploding interlude out the way, so the cans advanced, so there's a couple of weapons they can fire, and the dreads just walked. I'm hoping to be able to get a charge into those bikes and take the bikes out. There's also some gun to put down over here. I'm hoping that the looters can do some work on this thing with a few stratagems. If it's still there next turn, and it probably will be, but it's just going to delete the mob of killer cans. Absolutely delete them. Over here, all of the snakebite's got a good advance. For simplicity, I did one roll for the advance for the characters that were with the units. It kind of made sense. So yeah, not strictly within the rules or even within my regular house rules, but for a game this size, it made sense to do that. So we've got the knobs and Grut's head splitter out of the knackered battle wagon, and they are charging forward, as are the snakebites, as are the goths. The evil sons are kind of circling around the flank, going to put all kinds of daka into whatever's here. There's obviously some daka to come from these guys. There's also a very handy exploding squid grenade that's going to get thrown. All the mega armor things didn't go terribly far. They may end up turning around and shooting backwards depending on how other things go. And these guns will probably do that as well. The battle wagon, for obvious reasons, didn't go very far forward. The death skulls are following it, but may, again, turn around and start shooting. I did consider patching up the Gorkanaut, but it didn't have to move very far anyway, so we didn't have to. Because it couldn't get through the gap after the battle wagon had moved. The battle wagon is staying as firmly on that objective as it possibly can. So onto the psychic phase, which I need to have a little bit of a think about. Okay, so first things first. Oh, I haven't counted up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Right, so the Goth war boss. The Goth is getting a +2. The first thing he's going to do is cast Fist of Gork on himself. These are the wrong dice, Paul. Oh, go on then. Which casts on an 11. Farseers not going to try and deny that. Then he's going to cast Warpath on the unit. On 11. Again, the Farseer is not going to try and deny that. It's also one of the smaller units. So that's not so bad. The weird boy at the back is going to be getting a +3. Because I know how many orcs are there, you see. So I can gauge it. He's going to cast Warpath on the knobs. On a 9, which becomes a 12, which is a perils, and he takes 3 mortal wounds. Puts him on 1 wound remaining, but Warpath does go off. And then the Snakebite, who's getting a +2, is going to attempt to cast Decrunch on the Guardians, which casts on an 11. The Farseer may as well try and deny it with his reroll, but fails. Okay, so to crunch, roll a d6 for every model in that unit. Ha ha ha! For each roll of a 6, the model suffers a mortal wound. I need more dice. It's a massive ectoplasmic foot of Mork, or possibly Gork, comes out of the air. 6s, squish them! 1, 2, 3, 4! And then we roll 2 dice, and if I get 10 or more, it splats them again. 10! On a 10 plus? Yes, we do it again! Okay, so how many of those died? They all died, so it's just re-rolling these ones. For 2 more! Do they shrug? No! We killed 6! Waaagh! Right, now we're spending 4 command points on Daka on the looters, and also wreckers to re-roll to wound against a vehicle. So, how many shots? Come on, Gork and Mork. Oh, I'd love to say that's cocked, but it's not. Oh, no, 10 shots. Okay, hitting on 5s and 6s, and 5s and 6s, Daka. Okay, so that's 5 hits, making up for the slightly smaller number of shots. So 5 more. For 1 more. Okay, 6. And these are wounding on 5s with a reroll. Wow. 5 go through. They're -1, so these are saves of 4 up. Makes 2 of them, so that is 6 damage, which it could shrug. Shrugs 2 of them. How many has he got now? 19 wounds left. I got the initial number wrong. It was only 26, not 28. 19 wounds left. Right, what else can I hit it with? Not really that bothered about getting all these out of the way. Or am I? Or am I? What do I really need to kill with? What do I mean, I need to think. That's what I mean. Right, I realised that I didn't do my Lucky Blue Git stuff, so I went back and re-rolled, and long story short, did an extra 2... Ooh, shoot. Long story short, did an extra 2 wounds to it. Come on. Back in your box. Right, so the killer cans are going next. Basically, anything that can hurt it is going to fire at it, unless it's an obvious reason not to. So the Scorcher's out of range of everything. The 2 Grotzukas are going into the Wraith Guard, because they're also a threat to the big vehicles. And 1 missile launcher that's got a clean shot without going through the scenery is rocket launcher. Sorry, is going into this. So the rocket launcher hits on a 4. That's not a 4, but the Grots don't get the reroll 1s because they're not bad moons, not properly anyway. So a rocket in... No, the Grotzukas into the other thing for 2 shots. 1 hit, wounding on a 4. No. Rocket, yes, and it dackers. One of those Grots was a 6, and there's a reason I'm going to do that again. That did dacker. It did wound. It saved, though, so that's all right. Then the rocket wounded. Does the rocket save? No, it doesn't, and kills the one that was on 1 wound, which I was assuming it doesn't shrug 3 times. No. So I was hoping to plink that off with a Grotzuka. Right. Scorcher into the bikes, and then... Or Scorcher into the Wraith Guard. Scorcher into the Wraith Guard, and Rocket into the big thing. Rocket, hits, dacker. Wounding on a 4. Wounds, -2, save for 5. No, flat 3 damage, which it may shrug. It does not. Okay. Right, Scorcher for 3 hits. Wounds on 5s. 3 wounds. 2 wounds even. 2 saves. So they're okay. Right. Well, that is mostly it, I'm afraid. Okay, 2 custom Mega Blasters from the Blue Death Dread into this thing. Lucky Blue Git. Yes. Dacker. No. Wounding on a 4. Lucky Blue Git. No. Okay. It was a big ask. And when it's done some damage, what would have been really helpful would have been a Stomper shooting at it with a massive cannon. Right. What else? Here, boss. Is that the same one? It looks different. Don't look at it. Shoot at it. Yes, boss. Right. The Lucky Blue Gits are shooting at the Hemlock Wraith Fighter. First, the boss. Missed, but Lucky Blue Git still missed. Okay, 2 rockets from the unit. 1 hit. Lucky Blue Git on the other one. Missed because it's -1. Dacker. Missed. Alright, wounding on a 3. Wounds. Saving. Oh, what is his save? Is it 3+? It is 3+. Saving on a 5. Yes. Okay. Then there's lots of small arms, which did no damage. The shock attack gun for D6 shots for 1. And his strength. That's the wrong pocket. And his strength 6. Missed. Alright. D3 shots with the smasher for 2. Hitting on 5s. 1 hit. Got to roll over its toughness, which we do, and that does what to it? Sorry, not on the right page. Come on, the people are watching. -4 and D6 damage. Does it have an invulnerable save? No, but it does have some shrugs. 3 wounds, which it shrugs because it's Ulthwe. Yes, and it shrugs because it's got Spirit Stones. No, so 2 get through, so it's got 10 wounds left. Okay, now the Bubble Chucker, my favourite weapon. Heavy, 3. Strength, 2. -6 AP. 3 damage each. Alright then. 3 shots, hitting on 5s. 1 hit. Wounding on a 6. Yes! Punches straight through that armour and does 3 damage. 1 of which is shrugged. 2 of which is shrugged. 9 damage. 9 wounds remaining. Right. Right then. We've got 2 big mechs with custom Mega Blasters. Reroll 1s because of armed to the teeth. They would be hits, but it's hard to hit, so they are not. Right then, the Mega Knobs. Hitting on 6s, rerolling 1s. And rerolling another 1 because the ammo runt. No. So that's 2 hits. Strength 8, wounding on 3s. No! -2, save for 5. No! I mean, well done. But obviously from a very different perspective. Right. This bad boy does not want to be vaporized again. So he's going to fire the lobber at the Dark Reapers because he shot them. And everything else is going into that thing. Right, the lobber for D6 shots. But there's 5 of them, so it's minimum 3. 2 hits. Daka, daka, daka. 3 hits. Wounding on 3s. Saving on 3s. 2 dead Dark Reapers. D6 shots with a kill cannon. 6. Hitting on 6s for many reasons. It's knackered, it's flying, but 6s always hit. There's 1 and a reroll for being a bad moon. Daka, daka, daka. Still 1. Wounding on a 3. Wounds, saving on a 5. No. Does it do D6 damage? No, it's flat 2. It's flat 2, which may be shrugged. Nope. 7 wounds left. So now we have Big Shooters. Sounds like the name of a character out of a gangster movie. Where's Big Shooters? Ah, he's down to the brass and fiddle. Reroll the 1s for the big... I don't know, okay? Reroll 1s for the Big Shooters. Alright, that's 4 hits. Of course it's hitting with the Big Shooters. Daka, 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 daka. Nope. Oh, and reroll the 1. Nope. Wounding on 5s. Womp. Saving on a 3. Nope. Right, 6 wounds left on that thing. And my pockets are getting confused. I wonder where all green dice were going. Is there anything left to fire up at it with? No. Yes, we will. So the Gorkanaut, as it's lumbered round this way, it's shot at those a lot as it's lumbered through, and then assume they're dead because that's just you just trust Gork and Mork, yeah. And the 2 rockets will fire up at this. So everything on those apart from the 2 rockets. 2 rockets hitting on 6s because of -1. No, and no rerolls. Okay. So the other gun. 1 minute. Right, fire the Scorcher. That did nothing. Now we've got the big gun, which is heavy 18, hitting on 5s because its shootiness does not degrade. And look at me, I'm remembering it's a bad moon. And there are 4 Daka Dakas there. 1 gets a reroll? No, okay. Strength 6, toughness 6, wounding on 4s. For 5 wounds at -1, saving on 4s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wounds get through. Kills 1 and cripples another. And then there are 4 big shooters. You never know. Might plink the last wound off one of them. Hitting on 5s. Reroll the 1s because bad moon. And there are 3 dackers and 3 extra hits. 3 dackers. 2 more. Now, winning on 5 this time is the tricky bit. Just the 1. Save the 3 up. No, that kills 2 of them. A whole 2. Except they're Ulthwe. And 2 of them get shrugged. Back you go. With a wound counter. It's not. I dislike it. I've whinged on before how much I dislike the Craftworld trait that they get. I don't think it fits at all. Anyway, realised something I forgot. The pain boy can patch up the whip. No, because that was wounding in the psychic phase. He patched up the movement phase, so that can't happen this turn. Right, what else? Right, so now we come over here. There's a lot of fun to be had here. And we're going to start with the Snakebite Big Boss throwing Brog's Buzz Bomb with the Buzzer Squigs, which is a grenade which auto-hits those Dire Avengers. And hits them 3d6 times. Oh, for 7. 7! It is Strength 5, -1. Now, they got protected, so their save is still 4+, +1, -1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 die, unless they can shrug. 2 shrug, 3 get killed. Let's take 3 intermittenty ones away to represent the buzzing randomly of the... Then it goes and attacks another unit within 6 inches for 2d6 as it buzzes on. And you know what? Let's do the Guardians. For 11. Oh, they're getting a bit twitchy. So he's going to wound on 3s with a 6 of save. It's a disproportionate number of 2s, but that's okay. It's okay. I'll take that. Saving on 6s. 3 saves. Shrugging on 6s. No, 4 more of these die. That one, that one, that one, and that one. Oh, I enjoyed that. Right, so we have 9 sluggers from the 9 sluggers from the snakebites. Rusty sluggers. It's a wonder they fire. They only fire because they's orky. D6. Always. Running on 3s. Saving on 3s. Yep, so they're fine. Then we've got all the shooters and combi shooters and big shooters and all the various shooters from this unit. Although, should one throw a stick bomb? One will throw a stick bomb. I like stick bomb. Oh, they could throw more stick bombs. They could throw more stick bombs. 5 of them will throw more stick bombs. Command point. Up to 10 models get to throw a stick bomb. There's only 5 alive, but that'll do for this many shots. And there's more than 5, so it's minimum 3. So that's 3, 6, 9. I think I got that right. 9 and 11, 20. 20 shots. Are grenades blast weapons? They must be blast weapons. It would be bizarre beyond belief for them to not be blast weapons. But then again, apparently it's no more difficult to fire a cumbersome heavy cannon whilst you're running and your target's in the sky and you're visually impaired and you've... Never mind, I get a bit salty there. Oh, I'm dropping dice everywhere. You know what I need? I need the dice bucket. All right, hitting on 5s. And dackering for the 6s. So I'll roll these 3 again. And do you know what? Even though he's got a special gun, the war boss will throw one as well. For 6. One hit and it dackers. 2 hits. Okay, so these are all strength 3 hits. Wounding on 4s. Oh, dear me. Saving on 5s. Oh, I totally should have popped Celestial Shield, but I totally forgot. 5 more die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, then the knobs. How many left? There's 3 left. Do you know what? I think it's time for the Gobshot Thunderbolt. Oh, no. No, that can go into the Dire Avengers. So it's time for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 sluggers. Can we kill 3 Guardians with 6 sluggers? I doubt it. Reroll the 1s because we're armed to the teeth. 1 hit. On a 3? Yep. On a 5? Nope. On a 6. Did I remember the shrugs? Don't. No. I must have done. Or maybe I didn't. There's a lot to remember. Okay, the Gobshot Thunderbus is going to auto hit the Dire Avengers for 2d... No, hang on. It's heavy weaponry advanced. I can't do that. Okay, caught that in time. Is that all of these guns? It's not all the guns, because we've still got the red ones that have gone faster. And that's all the guns, you know. Apart from the red ones that went faster. Okay, the red ones. So we're going to start with the boys and the boss in the truck. The boss is going to fire his combi rocket at the Wraith Lord, heading on a 6. Misses. No, it hits on a 5. Oh no, shooting through the forest. Hits on a 6. Everyone else is going to shoot into these guys to try and clear them. So there are 2 big shooters, none of which hit. And there are 9, so that's 18, 6, 9, 3, 18 shooter shots. Uh-oh, I've done the thing where I've not got enough hands again. Oh, just about did it. Looking for 6s. Okay, with 3 hits and 3 dackers. Oh, 4 hits. Wounding on 3s. All wound. Saving on 5s. 2 saves. Shrugging. 1 shrug. Kills 1. Okay. So we will put the bikes into what's in front of them, which are the Storm Guardians. Well, these can't differentiate, so I'm going to say this one shoots at those and this one shoots at those. They're just for opening fire into the general area. So the one shooting at these 2 Guardians here hits 3 times, generates 3 dackers for 5 hits. Wounding on 3s for 4 wounds, saving on 5s. No shrugging. 2 shrugs, but there's only 2 left, so they are gone. Now the other 2 guys against the Storm Guardians. Come here, you. 6s, 1 with an extra shot. No, wounding on a 3. No, so there's nothing doing there. So now I've got these 2. So the burner buggy, or whatever its name in the book is, the custom booster blaster, will fire everything at the Storm Guardians. We will, however, spend a command point on the Burning Highway, which changes the profile of the exhausts to range 10, assault 3, strength 5, AP 12. So it's basically 12 auto hitting strength 5, -1 hits, which is nice. So wounding on 3s. Okay. Then saving on 6s. 2 saves. Then shrugging on 6s. 1 shrug. So 4 dead from that volley. Now, the other guns that stand up, you're not dead yet. Featured word. Yep. What else have we got? We've got a grot blaster, a stick bomb, and a rivet cannon. Right, grot blaster. No. Stick bomb for 6 shots. 6 is to hit? No. Did I say mech special? No, the rivet cannon. Needs 6s to hit. 2 hits, so 2 dackers. No. Killing on 2s. 2. Well, I say killing. 2 wounds, so no shrug, 2 dead. You are a way out, so you and you. That's all the weapons for that one. So then we'll move on to the Snazwagon? Boomdacker Snazwagon? Yeah, the Snazwagon. Okay, so you have got a big shooter, a grot blaster, and burner bottles. 2d6 shots with burner bottles for 6. Oops, come here. Again, 6 is to hit because of the cover. No. The mech special on 6s. 3 and 3 dackers. 4 hits. What's the mech special got? It's strength -2, so these go straight through. So wounding on 3s. Yes. Shrugging on 6s. Yes. 2 more die. So that's the burner bottles. The mech special. So a big shooter and a grot blaster. The grot blaster will hit on a 5 because it's fired by a grot. No, it won't. And the big shooter is also fired by a grot, so that'll hit on a 5. Doesn't wound. So that's all the gun. They fired. You all fired. We checked that earlier. You fired. Okay, everything's fired. Oh, that must be in the shooting phase. Okay, so now we're on to the charge phase. And this is going to be a very complicated charge phase, and it's important that I get this right. So, I've been out a night's sleep. Now I'm back. So first off, the knobs and the war boss and the wild banner, they're all going to charge both these guardians and the warlocks. They need an 8-inch charge. That's 8, that's enough. Do I want to get the extra move and reroll the 2 and risk it being a 1? Oh, the dilemma. Yes, I'm going to go for it. 12. Oh, they are in. Sorry, I misspoke. I should have mentioned that they were charging the Dire Avengers as well, because they needed an 8-inch charge for all 3 units. Well, it was a 5-inch charge for the Guardians, but the Seer Council and the Dire Avengers were an 8-inch charge. The Dire Avengers overwatched and killed 1, because Dire Avengers hit on 5 in Overwatch. So now the Snake Bites are going to charge this unit of Dire Avengers and that unit of Dire Avengers, who are also going to Overwatch. Okay, overwatching on 5s, and Bladestorm is Bladestorm in effect? I'm not sure, I'll have to check that. Don't know if Bladestorm affects the Overwatch, but there's 3 6s, so if it is in effect, those are extra hits. Let me go check. Yeah, it's whenever an attack is made with a ranged weapon, so that's 5, 3 6s, and an extra 3 is 11 hits. Oh my. Winning on 4s. 6s, rend. That's poor. That's poor. Okay, the 6 go straight to the armour. These will give a 6 up save. Oh, that one saves. And because of the old ways, the Snake Bites shrug them on 6s. Come on, get some shrugs in. You'd be shrugged against all game. 1 shrug. 2 dead Snake Bites there. And the charge needed is a 6. Okay, that is in. So the snake bites connecting with both units there. And then the Goths and all the Goths made it in against this unit of Guardians. One other charge to do, which is the Death Dread, the Bad Moon Death Dread against the Bikes and the Wraith Guard. I measured it, but it's been so long since I measured it, I can't remember. But that's enough. That's most definitely enough. With 11, it was something like 8 or 9 needed. Oh, and the arms are being a bit fiddly. Right, he's in. Now, I'll take you along the train of thought I just had. So the first train of thought was, all right, how am I going to narrate this next bit? Oh, well, the Avatar's plan has not come to fruition. I started thinking, oh, I should have thought ahead with the Seer Council and got all the fighty spells, fighty powers onto the Warlocks, because those Warlocks they're very expensive, but they pack a punch. I thought, well, why didn't I do that? That's right, I assumed all the Guardians would survive, and that they would be hitting the Guardians. Like, oh yeah, the Avatar's plan just fallen apart because of Ork shooting. Then I thought, you know what, I'm going to have to go back and check what all the psychic powers were to make sure I get them right for the fight phase. Because I thought, was this protected? Was that... Gone back, and I'd concealed the Guardians, and I forgot that when the Orks were shooting at them. So, probably not all that many would have died. I guess that's... Well, I've learned two things from that. From a logistical perspective, in a game this size, the turns are taking me hours to play. I should... And in an army with circa 30 psychers, I should, and from now on, we'll be writing down what happens in the psychic phase. And from a narrative point of view, the Waaagh energy, just that the Orks have all created, the concordance of all these weird boys, all these bosses, all these different clans together, just interfered with the psychic mastery of these of the Seer Council and the yeah. Or actually, no. Well, maybe there's an element of that they weren't quite as concealed as they thought they were. Maybe because they were all so tightly packed together, the Orks weren't really aiming. Whilst they fired at one Eldar, they missed wildly and hit the guy next to him. It's not like they're trying to pick things off sniping. So yeah, that's by far the most likely explanation of my screw up. So, right, lessons were learned. And we will be doing the writing down thing in the psychic phase from now on. I know what all the Orc psychic powers were because I wrote them down before I went to bed last night because I thought I'll never remember these. I say I know them. I've written them down. I can't say I remember them. Okay, so... now, of course, this is 3 units, the Bad Moons I'm looking at now. They're not 1 unit. I can't choose to fight with them all as a unit, even though it really does feel like they're a unit, but that is not a 8th, 9th thing. So, which unit am I more scared of? Well, not scared, but what do I want to fight with first? See, ideally, right, I want to fight with those... If I were just doing this purely by the numbers, yeah, I'd fight with the Goths, and they'd kill off those Guardians. And then when the knobs pile in, they come into these Warlocks. But the Eldar player can interrupt, and those Warlocks will absolutely massacre everything in front of them. They totally will. They want 2 attacks each, wounding on 2s, D3 damage. And these guys have not got a high enough save to soak that. That wouldn't be so bad on the Mega Knobs. They just haven't got it to soak it on this. So that is not an option. I think the Knobs need to go first and barrel into the Warlocks and take out as many of them as possible. But the problem is, right, I'm going to get 2 Knobs having to fight those Guardians. And I'm going to get 3 having to fight the Dire Avengers. And one of them's already dead, so I'm only going to get 4 actually hit. No, it's not even that. It's not even that. There's only going to be 2 who are actually going to hit the Warlocks. the question now is it actually better? Ooh. The dilemma. You see, I do sometimes think tactically. At this point of the game, what we're representing, right, is the Orks rampaging. And what I need to do is think of the best way to represent the Orks rampage with the use of the rules. Otherwise, I'd just go, yeah, I'll just roll them all at once. And think, yeah, I just get just put a rush and sweep them off. But that wouldn't be playing 40k. So, if I activate the knobs first, then I'll barely touch the Seer Council. Barely touch him. However, Grutz has only got a Power Claw, and they've got a 4+ invulnerable save. He'll kill a couple. What I really need is the sort of spam attacks, which, all these knobs with choppers have got. But they've all connected with other units. So the dilemma. Do I take the risk and see how many knobs survive? It wouldn't. Well, what are the numbers, right? There's 10 Guardians there. That means they've got 20 attacks. I can do stuff to buff them to get them more attacks, but assuming I don't for the minute, that's what? 13 hits, which is 11 wounds. 5 will save on the armor of 4+. D3 wounds on average, 2, so that's 5 dead knobs. Yeah, right, I'll take the hit. So, actually, what I want to do is activate the snake bites. Because if I activate the snake bites, these guys have to pile into the Dire Avengers. Okay, but then again, those Dire Avengers have got a 3+ save. Will I realistically kill those Dire Avengers? I don't know if my thought process is anything you guys want to be hearing right now, because this is gamey, not story. But with so many pieces on the board, the right or wrong decisions could make a big difference. Now I'm going to activate the Bad Moon knobs. They're the biggest chunk. They were the centre core. They're going to pile forward, kill what they can kill, and whatever happens, happens. Waaagh! I need to count dice and stuff, and I won't put you through that. Okay, after piling in from right to left, we have 2 guys with choppers, which is 10 attacks. 3 base, +1 for the chopper, +1 for Warpath. Against the... Did I get Warpath off? Well, I wrote down that I got Warpath off, so I assume I did. But I wrote that down. Anyway, now because of the presence of the Waaagh banner, these are hitting on 2s. So no rerolls on the 1s or anything like that. Strength 5, toughness 3, wounding on 3s. So that's 5. 3+ save, there's no minus, so 3 fall unless they shrug, which they don't. So that's 3 Dire Avengers. That's 3 from that, so let's put those to one side for a minute. Then 1 guy with a Power Claw. Now he's hitting on 3s because +1, -1. So that's 3 hits, wounding on 2s. Now, these will be invulnerable saves, but because of Protect, their 5+ invulnerable save becomes a 4+ invulnerable save, and saves 2 of them, and does 2 damage, which he doesn't shrug. So that is 4 dead. Right, removing them like that, because these remaining Dire Avengers are surging onto that objective, desperately trying to hold it. I don't fancy the chances, because they're about to get boss knobbed and snake bitten in a minute. Okay, so now moving on to the ones that can attack the Seer Council. We have 2 buzzsaws and 1 chopper. We'll do the choppers first. What's it called? Lightning reflexes. Spending a command point however many command points it is on lightning. I've got loads on lightning reflexes for the Seer Council, so they have -1 to hit. So these 2s to hit go back down to 3s to hit. So this first one's a chopper. 4 hits. Wounding on 3s because strength 5. Wowzers. Saving on 4s for rune armor. 2 fails. Ooh. Shrugging on 6s. No. So that's the guy on 1 wound dies, and another guy takes a wound. Now we have 2 guys with kill swords, so 8 attacks. So these are back down to hitting on 4s. Gosh, that thingy there, saving 3 hits. Wounding on 2s, and saving on 4s. 2 get through. They're 2 damage each. So the first one, no shrugs, kills the one on 1 wound. Second one, no shrugs, kills another one. Right, now the orcs against those poor guardians. Firstly, the one with the chopper. Hitting on 2s, all hit. Wounding on 3s, all wound. Saving on 5s. 2 saves. Shrugging on 6s, no. So the power fist and the power claw and the kill saw do nothing as they are wiped out, and then the unit will pile in. So the warlock's paying to interrupt, and then I'll pile them in a second, spending a command point on Supreme Disdain. So every 6 in close combat generates another attack. And I've got 4 command points left on it's still turn 2. They're even in a starting with they go nowhere. They go nowhere. So 2 warlocks going to the war boss. I could technically get a 3rd in, but it doesn't feel right that this guy sort of lends his sword over and hits that one. I think it's more appropriate that they attack whatever is the more immediate threat. So 2 warlocks, 2 attacks each, 2 into the war boss, the rest into the knobs. So let's do the war boss first. This is where I wish I had the +1, but I don't. So hitting on 3s, 6s explode. That is 2 6s. 5 hits. They are supremely disdainful. They wound on 2s. Always wound on 2s. That's 4. 4 saves of 4+. 2 save. 2 go through. D3 damage each. He has 6 wounds to get through. For 4 wounds. The war boss has 2 wounds remaining. The war boss lives. Now, the knobs. The rest of the attacks, 6s explode. So 1 explosion there. Nope, does not convert. So that is 2 misses. And wounding on 2s. Come here, you. Wounding on 2s. They all hit. Saving on 4+ because they're knobs. 5 saves. Oh, not looking good for the Eldar. Okay, 3 get through. First one kills 1. Second one doesn't kill 1. 2. They kill 2. That is suboptimal. I'm just going to say they kill the nearest 2 irrespective of what they're equipped with, because that's what feels appropriate. I know there's not going to be any interrupting, so I'm going to do the war boss now. And the war boss has stats I need to look up. And I thought, I need to look up the war boss's stats, because I'm sure it's only have 4 wounds. That can't be attacks. That can't be right. He can't only have 4 attacks. He's only got 4 attacks. Hitting on 2s normally, but -1 because of the power fist to 3s. +1 for the banner, back to 2s. -1 for lightning fast reactions. So hitting on 3s with his power claw. 3 hits. Wounding on 2s, natch. And then rune armor saves of 4+. 2 made. 1 fails, doing 3 wounds, which are shrugged on 6s. 1 is shrugged, but that is a dead warlock. I'm going to kill that one just because it's easier. And that is important for the Warlocks, because that downgrades their casting ability on the Seer Council in the Warlock Conclave. Before that, the Smite would have been an Uber Mega Smite, but it's not now. I digress. Okay, so the boss knob with the Waaagh pole he needs to be checked. Okay, 3 attacks. Hit the Dire Avengers on 2s. 3 hits. Wounding on 2s because he's hitting them with the big spiky pole. The strength 7. That's 2 minus a bunch before plus a vulnerable save. Saves. Okay, I expected that to be much deadlier for both sides. Right, now we activate the snake bites, and because they've got to pile into the nearest enemy model, this is going to be interesting. Okay, so the unit is kind of split now, the way they've piled in, but the Weird Boy has got into those Dire Avengers. So what I'm going to do is, because there's no more interrupting going on, I'll resolve these 4 boys and the Weird Boy against those Dire Avengers, then I'll move on to resolving everything else against those Dire Avengers. So the 4 boys, Slugger Chopper boys, on the charge, hitting on 3s. Wounding on 3s, because strength 4. And saving on 3s, because there's no AP and these guys are protected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fails. Ulthwe shrugs on 6s. 1 shrug. There is only 4 wounds in that unit. And that wipes the unit. So the other half of the mob against these Dire Avengers, rolling the knob as well, because the way he's equipped makes no difference to the dice. So doing those all in one go. It's all choppers. Hitting on 3s. So the 2s are misses, Paul. Yeah, all right, Paul. Wounding on 3s. That's a lot of wounds. And these are going to save on 4s, being regular Dire Avengers, what has not been buffed at all. That is a lot of 4s. Gee whiz. Okay. 11 dice, 1 fail. 10 4 or mores. Okay. And will he shrug it? No. Alright, so 1 Dire Avenger buys the farm. Let's just take you out. Then the War Boss has 4 attacks. He's going to hit on 2s. Strength is mega. So the 1 is a fail. Armor save is -1 or 2 for the big chopper. I do need to check now. Okay, so it's -1, 2 damage. So 1 is saved, and then 2, that kills 1. That kills 1. So 2 more dead there. Then 2 attacks with his attack squig. Waaagh! 2 hits. Wounding on 3s. 2 wounds. -1. Saving on 5s. Oh, 1 saved. The other one got eaten by a squig. Ha ha! 3 dead. Now, what is interesting is when piling in, they have to go towards the nearest unit. These 4 have to come this way. So that unit's split. Need to get those back into coherency next turn. And the Weird Boy will dither in the middle, not knowing which way to go, being really confused. Okay, so now we have the Death Dread attacking the Wraith Guard. 4 attacks, hitting on 3s. That's 1 hit. Strength is 10, so only wounding on a 3 because the Wraith Guard is toughness 6. That wounds. -3, Wraith Guard save on a 6 then, which fails. Flat 3 damage, which it shrugs 1 off, which kills the one on 1 wound. Right, Dire Avenger attacks back. 2 from the Exarch, 1 from everyone else. Hitting on 3s. 2 hits. Wounding on 5s. Nada. Right, now the Wraith Guard attacking the Death Dread back. Hitting on 3s. 1 attack each. 1 hits. Strength is 5, so wounding on a 5. No wounds. And unless my eyes deceive me, that is all the melee. Now we come to the business of morale. Okay, so let's try and work my way across the table left to right. He needs a 1 because his unit got decimated. Gets a 1, he's staying. The warlocks lost 2 this turn, so can fail, but don't on a 3. The bikes can't fail, only losing 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The dire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Dire Avengers lost 4, so can fail. 4 and 4 is 8. With the Exarch, the leadership is 8, so they're okay. The snake bites. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe I should just look at the pile of dead. They lost 3, so they could fail. 5 is 8. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the unit. They're fine. The knobs can't fail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, they can. They lost 3, but they don't. Dark Reapers could fail. They lost 2. No, they can't fail. Their leadership's 8. No, sorry. They're all fearless because they're stood next to the Avatar. Ignore that completely. The Goths didn't lose anyone. So that is the end of Orks turn of battle round. Orks turn 2, and indeed battle round 2. Now, those snake bites are objective secured. They have Zoggoth off. This is ours, and even if they weren't, the Orks outnumber on that objective. The Eldar guy did not push his line far enough forward, so the Orks control the 2-point objective with the battle wagon on it. This objective here that they're all fighting over. And this objective. So the Orks in turn 2 race into score 4 points, maximum points, and race into the lead 6 points to 2. I wonder what the Eldar are going to do in turn 3. But before we go into turn 3, let's see which objective is active. D3 starts objective number 2. 1, 3. It's the one to the battle wagon again. The Eldar are going to be hard pushed to dig that out. But they're going to need to if they want to win. Oh my. Right. Eldar turn 3. There's going to have to be a lot of thinking here, guys. So at the end of Eldar movement phase in turn 3, this is what the orchestrated ballet of death looks like. And I don't often say, if you're painting, look up from the table, but I think this just looks so cool. So many little pockets of violence everywhere, so many little microcosmic fights about to happen, and we don't know what the result of each fight is going to be and then how it will spill into the others. Oh, yes. Love this. So, let's talk you through what's happened over here. First off, both the Wave Serpents that were over here have activated their star engines and advanced to that side of the board. The goal being to, well, as they fly over, they're laying all their shuriken fire into these Orks with heavy weapons, or heavier looking weapons, and they're then able to put their heavy weapons fire into the back of those dreadnoughts, or that war engine, whatever it might be. So this is the Autarch's orchestration of this half of the battlefield, without doubt. It's very much a split Autarch Avatar. The Pulsar, this Scorpion, has moved forward to try and get a clear view, a clear shot of the Killakan unit without having to fire through the woodland. Hopefully that unit will take a royal beating. The Wraith Guard and the bikes have fallen back from the combat with the Death Dread. So neither of them are firing this turn unless I spend CP, which, probably won't. But now that Dread is in range of the support weapons, as is the Gorkanaut, as is that thing. But hang on, that's that side of the table. We'll deal with that in a minute. So the Dire Avengers have fallen back from the snake bites, and the Viper has moved over here. That we're basically forming a noose around this side of the table, filled with lots and lots of dead people. What's that quote from? The flyers have been directed to support this side of the battlefield because the crucial objective is over there. The Farseers can sense the concordance of fate around this battle wagon, around the ground here. As such, the Autarch has ordered in the war walkers from afar, who have come from their scouting positions. So on this side, we have star cannons that can put the hurt into some of the bigger vehicles if I can get them doomed. Not sure what I'm doing with the psychic powers yet. I don't have as much to go around, and it's going to be more crucial to deciding how I use them in this turn. A good, well-balanced Eldar army is a very delicate thing. All elements of it have to work in harmony with each other, or it falls apart. If you're just spamming Wraith Guard and Wraith Knights, you can do whatever you like. But when you're using a balance of Psykers and aspects and Guardian constructs, and yeah, you have to get it all working together. These walkers have come in from behind. They have a choice. Depending on how the other violence goes, the Bright Lances can be some redundancy for over here. The scatter lasers for the those blue things, and also there's fire that can be put down here depending on how all this goes. The Phoenix, like I said, the flyers have been ordered to this side of the battlefield. So the Phoenix, they're not taking the high ground, so they can't be attacked, because they can't be attacked anyway. They have the airborne keyword, or whatever it is, their aircraft. But it's just the scenery makes it more convenient to put them up there. And it's kind of thematic, I think, the fact that they're way above the battlefield. So I like that. I once went to an event at Warhammer World, and the guy, he was so fun to play against. He was an Ork player. All of his, because Orks hit on 5s, and in those days there were no modifiers, this was 4th edition, he used scatter dice for his Orks, for his Ork shooting, because the hits would automatically be hits, and the others would be sort of, hey, random shooting. However, he had an Ork aircraft back in the day when they were all Forge World, and he had it on a stem that was like this high, so it was 3 foot above the battlefield. That was a fun game. That was a fun event. Dark Stars, 2006 Warhammer World campaign. Took my Blood Angels. That was when I first got back into 40k, actually. I painted, that was my only army I had, and I painted it to go to that event. Sorry, I'm wandering off massively here. Aircraft, big stalk, high above the battlefield. Yes, so that's why they're there. They're both making good use of their vector dancing to be able to position. To be honest, it's not a bigger deal for shooting anymore, because back in the day, that enabled you to get the line of fire on targets because you only fire forwards. That's not the case anymore, but really what it does is it helps you with position for next turn. I mean, any of these flyers I could fly off the board and bring back on, but there doesn't seem to be any need to. They're janking and jinking and twisting and turning and shooting and dodging and getting shot and going, ah! And all of the fun of the fair. Yes, they have some options. They can shoot into either side should it be necessary. Whenever I'm resolving my shooting, I always fire the units that are only ever going to shoot at one target first and leave the ones with the most options till last. Right, over here. Now, here's an oddity. So these snake bites have ended up split because of the way they need to pile in. None of this coherency check malarkey where they spontaneously disappear. I'm not having any of that. But for narrative purposes, the next turn, these will all try and get as close back to these ones as possible. But I'm going to say for shooting purposes, because they are way out of that combat, I'm going to treat this unit as a separate unit for shooting, so they can be shot at and killed. I think that's what makes most sense narratively. And this Wraith Lord's going to murder him. Probably, possibly, maybe. The Farseers have stayed where they are. No real need to move around. They're in good positions for their psychicking. And the Warlocks are forming a good barrier. The Avatar of Khaine, this is his trap, and he is activating it. It was half sprung a little bit early, so it's not quite going to plan, which is a problem. But he has surged forward, and depending on how other things go, he will pick his targets. The Storm Guardians also have a choice. They can go for the Goths or the Bikes. The Howling Banshees, being the massively acrobatic creatures that they are, have advanced and got all the way over here, and they can advance and charge, and they get a bonus to charge if they've advanced. So, in order for this to be effective, there's going to need to be some harmonizing with the psychic powers. So the target will maybe need to be doomed so it can be successfully wounded. And that, in a nutshell, is the movement phase. I now need to work out what I'm doing in the psychic phase. And this time I will write it all down, because it will probably be 4 o'clock before I come to use half the things. Okay. Right, this is an uphill struggle. We might be killing the Orks on this battlefield, but they're controlling it. The Orks are dying, but there's an energy in the air. There's a green soup, a psychic fog that's starting to buzz and hum around the battlefield, which is what the Eldar wanted, but they didn't want it yet. Okay, psychic phase coming up. Right, we'll do the easy one first. So this Farseer is going to cast Executioner. Casts on an 8. There are weird boys around who could deny it, but I'm not going to, because they're much more concerned about what's going on in front of them. So that's D3. Kills 1. Because 1 died, another D3 for Executioner. Kills another 1. Then we have a Common Garden Smite, which fails to cast. Runes of the Farseer will reroll both of those. Cast on a 10 for 2. Kills 2. How much gun have we got over here going into them? Not all that much. Right, the Warlock will cast Destructor. It's only going to do 1 wound. Cast on a 6, but kills 1 more Ork. So those guys, psychic phase, done. The Hemlock Wraithfighter can see the peril that the Seer Council is under, so we'll reach out through the skeins of fate and try and weave a protection on them and cast Protect. On a 7 is cast, but 'tis a perils. Doing 1 wound, which it might shrug. It does not. Takes a wound. But they are protected. Right, pen, paper. Okay, so the Warlocks are going to attempt to enhance themselves and drain the knobs. Moving on. So enhance casts on a 7. So these, if it's cast, which it is on a 10, the weird boy's not going to try and deny that, they will now be hitting on +1 in melee. And drain the knobs to make them at -1 to hit. Cast on a 4. That is not cast. There's no need to try and deny that. Okay, so just the 2 Farseers left to go. So this one, we'll do this one first. First thing we're going to cast is Smite. And he gets a +1 to this because of his relic. That's 7. +1 is 8. So that's cast on an 8. A weird boy will try and stop that, but fails and does D3 mortal wounds. The nearest one to him are those snake bites, but they may shrug. They do not. I will kill the nearest ones. Now, the nearest unit to him is now the knobs. So he will try Executioner. Casts on a 10. Does D3 mortal wounds to the knobs for 1. Now, had it killed a knob... Are any of them wounded? No. Had it killed a knob, that would have done another D3 wounds. But it hasn't, so it doesn't. Then we're going to expend a command point on Unparalleled Mastery for him to be able to cast another psychic power straight away. So he's going to cast a 3rd power, and he's going to cast Mind War on the knob with the Waaagh banner. So Mind War casts on a 7. That's a 6. Runes of the Farseer, re-roll the 2. Dang, that doesn't work. Okay. And that was a command point. No! Alright then, moving on to the second Farseer. We are going to doom this thing on a 7. That casts on an 8. The weird boy trying to deny it. Denies it on a 9. No doom. Uh-oh, ladies. That is a problem. And then, okay, so what we're going to do with his last power. Right, we're trying Mind War. Not on the Waaagh banner guy, because I don't think that's what I meant. Because no. We're going to do that on the War boss. Casts on a 7 still. Right, that's cast on a 10. One more denial from the weird boys. Nah. Right, we roll another leadership. Now, the reason I wanted to do it on the Waaagh banner earlier is he's a character with a low leadership. His is only 6. And this is roll your leadership, add the difference. So the Farseer's leadership 9, plus 2 is 11. And the War boss's leadership 8, plus 5. Okay, nothing happens. He shrugs it off. Get out of my head, pointy ear. Come here and I'll clobber you. So, disappointing psychic phase, which in many ways I did not need to write down. Ah well. Right then, kicking off the shooting phase with what has now become tradition. The Scorpion is going to fire the killer cans, hitting on 3s. That is 9 hits. Wounding on 2s because strength 12. 2 fail to wound. They go straight through their armour and are a flat 3 damage. So that's 3 damage kills the one on 2 wounds. 6 damage kills one more. 6 damage kills another one. 6 damage kills another one. That is 4 dead cans. And the one at the back has a sort of, what just happened? Expression on his face. Shuriken cannon going into the mob in the middle. 3 hits, wounding on 3s. All wound, 2 are AP -3, so that goes straight through their armour, and 1 save of 4+, which it fails, and these orcs are wiped out. So now over to this side of the battlefield. This Wave Serpent doesn't suffer any penalty for advancing, because it has a crystal targeting matrix. Its heavy weapons going to the nearest target. So 2 Bright Lances at the Dread, and 4 shots from the Shuriken into the Loosers. I finally, I think, got the Lucky Blue Gits roll right after months of getting it wrong all over the place and getting it intermittently right and wrong. So there's nothing helping the saves apart from the 6+ invuln. Right, 2 Bright Lances hitting on 3s, both hit. Wounding on 3s, no, neither wounds. And the Shuriken, 4 wounds. They're in cover, so 3 wounds. The cover is going to be 5+. No, so 3 die from that. Right, rinse and repeat. Star Cannon in. That many hits. The Dreadnought is... Oh, is it 6 or 7? Let's see if I roll any 4s. 1 4. Need to check that then. Toughness 7, so no wounds with the Star Cannon. 3 hits with the Shuriken. Sorry, 2 hits with the Shuriken, no wounds. Right, what else is there? So the Star Cannon will, from that platform, will also fire in to the Dread. 2 hits, no wounds. In which case, we'll go with the Star Shot Missile and the Shuriken Cannon into the Dread as well. Star Shot Missile, misses. Cannon, or miss. Reroll the 1s for the Autarch. Hits. Wounds on a 5. Wounds, -3 AP. Save for 6. No, does a wound. Takes it down to 4. Right, is there anything else to fire in over here? I don't believe there is. In which case, I'll probably put the walkers in over here. However, I'll see how all this firing goes here first. However, we're going to come on to the support weapons first. So this support weapons platform is going to fire at this buggy. We're going to spend the Orks spending a command point on billowing smoke clouds, making it -1 to hit. So it has D3 attacks for 1. Hitting on a 4 now. Hits. Wounding on a 3. Because it's strength. Or is it 10 or 12? It's 12, so it's a 2. But that's immaterial. A 1 is a 1 is a 1. So that's the only one that was in range of that. So that's good for the Orks on this side. Less good for the Eldar. Right, this one into the Death Dread for 2 shots. Hitting on 3s. 1 hit. Wounding on a 3. Wounds. Go straight through the armour for d6 damage. For 4. It's not dead yet. In which case the last one will fire at it also. For 3 shots. Hitting on 3s. 2 hits. Wounding on 3s. 2 wounds. Straight through. 2d6 damage. For a 9. Which takes it out. Does it explode? It does! It go boom! 1 minute. Right, it's a 3-inch D3 mortal wound explosion. So the bikes. The Autarch. The Wraith. Okay. So the bikes, do they shrug? No. 1.5 dead bikes. The Autarch, does he shrug? Shrugs 2 of them. Takes 1 wound. And the Wraith shrugs. So, a dead bike and a half. 1 more wound off the Autarch. And a dead Death Dread. Right then. Shuriken pistols from this, the Warlocks killing 1 knob. I don't fire that yet. So it's for the lance. The Storm Guardians are firing into the Goths. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pistols. Hitting on 3s. 4 to wound. No wounds. And d6 hits from Flamer for 6. Wounded on 4s. 2 saves of 6 plus. No, 2 char-grilled Goths. Right. So the 9 Shuriken pistols from the Banshees, I think we'll put into the bikes and try and plink. Although, so here's an interesting thought. I say interesting, it's not that interesting. It's vaguely interesting. Maybe we'll come back to the Banshees actually, because now that vehicle isn't doomed, they do have options. Well, their main option is to get brutally murdered next turn, because that's meant to be dead. That's meant to be doomed. I'll come back to the Banshees, because they might be able to plink the final wound or something. My instant thought was, oh, shoot the bikes, kill that last one, kill that 1/1/1 wound. But that's only got 4 wounds. It's not beyond the right. If one of these things was down to a couple of wounds before they charge in, they might sort of acrobatically flip over and sort of fire upside down in a sort of gangstar style. Maybe. Oh, the Avatar can fire the Wailing Doom. I forgot about that. Or at least he could. Can he still? And there needs to be some head scratching. More head scratching. Right then. So what has taken me about a quarter of an hour to work out, the Avatar of Kaela Mensha Khaine will have just known instinctively. He wants everything near him dead, so that they can then push on later on to the other objective. Game-wise, it ain't going to cut it. But maybe in later turns, I don't know. I'm just not going. Oh, that's what 2 objectives. The turns can swing. It could be these objectives active for the rest of the game. Turns be swingy. So the Hemlock Wraith Fighter is going to fire its D-scythes at this truck. Also hits 2d3 times for 4. Strength 12, toughness 6, wounds 3 times. Punches straight through the armour, D6 wounds a go. For 6, 6, 1. Now the 1 automatically goes through and can't be negated by bad workmanship. However, the ramshackle rule could apply to that one, but it does not. It could apply to that one, but it does not. 13 wounds taken. Seems somewhat of a waste against a truck, but never mind. The truck does explode. It does not. There are 12 orcs in there. No, 11. No, 12 because there's a boss. There are 12 orcs inside. 2 of them die climbing out of the wreckage. Right, next up, the Avatar is going to fire a burst of molten energy from the Wailing Doom into this buggy. And sort of as he's running forward, he carries on running. Hits on a 2. All right. Maybe he's just a rubbish Avatar. Maybe he's like one of the smaller fragments, and the others are all like this big and war godlike, and he's just, I can't keep up, I'm knackered. So the Dark Reapers, 2 Starshot missiles into this buggy, and the Reaper launcher over into those boys. Reaper launcher for 8 shots. Hits on 3s, rolling 1s. Because he is an ex-Ork with a super shotty thing. So it's a good job, really. So that's 6 hits. Strength 4, -1. Rerolling failed wounds. 4. So that's 4 dead boys from there. Kill those 2. Kill those 2. And the 2 Starshot missiles into the buggy. The 2 is a miss. The 5 is a hit. Strength 8. Winning on a 3. No. Okay, now the Wraith Lord. Double Flamers into the Snake Bites and Bright Lance into this buggy. Let's try and soften it up. Double Flamers for 10 shots. That's 6, 10. Okay. Wounding on 4s. 1? 1? Those Snake Bites are charmed. Doesn't save, but the old ways are the only ways. I didn't feel nothing. What? Then a Bright Lance. Hits. Wounds. Punches through his armour for 4 wounds. So he's half down. So the Banshee's Pistoles will go into the bikes. Let's try and plink the last wound off that bike. Although if I manage to kill that with 4, you're not going to get 4, Paul. But I might, Paul. Well, if you do get 4, you'll kill half the bikes. So still shoot at the bikes. All right. You and your logic. Right. 6 hits so far. We're still on for killing all the bikes. Wounding on 5. 6 is rend. We're no longer on for killing all the bikes. 1 wound. Save on a 4+. Yes. Well, that was worth waiting for, wasn't it, boys and girls? Right. Who's fired? Well, they're all fired. You fired. Oh, a couple of pistols from the Farseers into the Goths. 1 dead Goth. Boop. Right, that plane's fired. So I think that just leaves us with the Phoenix and the 2 units of War Walkers, unless I'm mistaken. Okay. It's not quite as rosy over here as I had hoped. Okay, so over here, we are going to put the Bright Lances from these War Walkers into the Death Dread. I don't want to have to do that. I'd rather shoot the Gorkanaut. But that Death Dread has the potential to tear down my fast mobility. And I don't want it to do that. I want this side of the table to be secure. So, that's where those Lances are going. And the Scatter Lasers, I'm going to leave the Lucers. They can do some damage, but they won't wipe everything out. They can only kill a couple of things at most. And then next turn, the Scorpion will just obliterate the building. Assuming it's still there. Assuming they haven't taken it down. So the Scatter Lasers are going into these Orks. So 3 Bright Lances. 1 hits. Wounding on a 3. Wounds. -3. Lucky Blue Git? No. D6. How many's he got? 4. D6 wounds. 4 to get through. 5. Does it explode? It does not. Oh, but it is dropping its dice. Then Scatter Lasers into these boys. Loads of... Oh, stay still. You're made of metal. You're top heavy. Maybe I should move. Strength 6, wounding on 3s. Saving on 6s. 2 saves. 1, 2, 4, 6 dead. 4, 5, 6. Okay, the Phoenix is going to fire next. It's going to put its pulse laser into the battle wagon. I'd rather take out the Gorkanaut, but there's still a force field generator around there, so it's going to get a save. And the guy has remembered that it's surrounded by 3 mechanics, so it should start to get fixed up pretty soon, because the Ork player's a fool. And all the other gun is going into the bubble chucker. Right then, 2 pulse lasers from the Phoenix. 2 hits. Strength 8, toughness 8, wounding on 4s. 2 wounds. Go straight through its armour. Oh, it's a fortress. It gets a 5+ save anyway. 5+ invulnerable save. Both fail. No, flat 3. Flat 3. It's gone. Does it explode? It does not. We have a fortress down. We have a fortress down. Then into the bubble chucker. The missile array has D6 shots for 1. It's on a 3. Misses. And then we have shuriken cannon shots. 5 hits. Wounding on 3s. 2 rend. 2 saves for 5+. Yes, 4 damage in total. It lives. And the reason why that's annoying is because I wanted to be able to shoot that guy, and I just realised I can, because he's a character, but that's not a vehicle with 10 wounds or more, so I can shoot him. So, irrespective of the fact that's only down to a couple of wounds, I can shoot him with star cannons. So the star cannon's objective, should they choose to accept, is to kill that lot. Right, so I've got 6 star cannons, each with 2 shots. I've got to work out what's optimal for killing everything. So I think 1 cannon on the badly injured bubble chucker, 2 cannons on the big mech, and 3 cannons on the other one. Right, so on the bubble chucker, hitting on 3s, 1, wounding on a 3, wounds, minus a whole bunch, D3 damage for 2, kills the bubble chucker. Oops. Some might call that lucky. Well, it's all luck, isn't it? It's dice. Well, it's all dice. Then against the big mech, hitting on 3s, 2. Wounded on 3s because toughness 4. Doesn't kill him. D3 damage through his armour. The 3. Big mech has a wound left. And then the 3 guns on the other mech gun. That is a lot of misses. 1 hit. Wounds. Doesn't get the armor save. 1 wound. So it's got 5 wounds left. That was an awful lot of misses. Okay. I think that's all the shooting. So, charges. I'll tell you what they all are, then I'll roll for them. So, the Wraith Knight is going to charge these boys and the Weir Boy. The Avatar is charging all of apart from that guy at the back, he's too far away. But he's charging these Goths and these Bad Moons. Storm Boys are charging the Goths, and the Banshees are charging that buggy. Okay, so Wraith Lord 8, that gets him in. So put him there, I think. Avatar 4. He can reroll failed saves. He's an Avatar. 9. That's where he wants to be. Storm Guardians to 5. Reroll. Still 5. Okay. That gets them over to here, but the Avatar wanted to use them as a body shield to stop the big orc charging him in the back, which he has failed to do. And I will move him now for simplicity's sake. And then the Banshees. Can't overwatch against Howling Banshees, even if you have got auto hitting flavor weapons of doom. Oh no! And Banshees can they add 3 to the charge. That's a 5-inch charge. And they... Can they reroll? Are they in range of the Avatar? It's immaterial. Oh no, there's the terrain. Hang on. Their roll is 7. Let me do some measuring whilst I move. So, we are going to start with one of my very favourite models of all time, the Avatar. This model, I used to take this model with me to the Games Workshop when I was 15, just when the second Dead Tyranid had come out. And it was wading through Hive Tyrants and Warriors and Carnifexes and all the toys. Love the Avatar of Khaine. So, he is well aware that he is kind of surrounded a lot. But he's Kaela Mensha Khaine. He cares. Not from where the... No, don't finish that. He's got 5 attacks. And he's going to put 2 on... He's going to put 2 on the Goth Warboss. And 2 on the Bad Moon Warboss. And where's he going to put the last one for giggles? Put that on the knobs. Okay, against the Bad Moon. Hitting on 2s, 2 hits, strength 8, wounding on 3s, 2 wounds, -4. So 4 plus invulnerable save, because he's got the best armour that teeth can buy. 1 gets through, does d6 damage. He only had 2 left. He is slain. Or at least, he's kind of wounded. Taken out the back, he's a casualty. The doc's going to need to put him back together later. Because he is Grut's head splitter, and this is his Waaagh. Or is it? Then 2 attacks on the Goth. Both hit. Wounding on 3s. Both wound. Punches straight through his armour. And does 5 wounds. Leaving the Goth on a single wound. Uh-oh. And then against the knobs. Hits. Dead. Well, he might roll a 1 for damage. Dead. Who's the nearest one to him? The swing of his sword will kill this guy. Oh, very frustrating that guy didn't die. Ah, well. Right, does the Ork guy want to interrupt? Because if we do the Orks now... So, if we interrupt with the knobs... How many command points have we got? 6. Now we can't pile on the Avatar. Well, we can get 3 boys into the Avatar, one of which is a kill saw and a claw. Because we can't hit the Warlocks any more than we already have. Because of the positioning, right? The nearest model is not the Warlocks, so it's going to be much more difficult to actually engage those Warlocks. So they're still going to be there. You shouldn't need to sit. You need to listen whilst I'm pondering this. But now I'm going to save the command points. I'm going to save the command points because I can just pick the knobs to go first anyway, can't I? Of course I can. Of course I can. And it's just occurred to me that I can activate the snake bites if those guys are still alive, and these guys can pile in, and that feels apt. It feels apt that they would turn around and jump in. Yes, that feels right. Anyway, so I'm going to activate the Wraith Lord. But I'm going to have to check his stats first. Okay, he's got 4 attacks with that Ghost Glaive, all going into that Weird Boy. Hitting on 3s. Because he's not degraded, because 6 is fine for his stats. Strength 9, wounding on 2s. No save because of the minus. D6 damage each. That's 13 damage on the Weird Boy. He's splatted. And that's exactly what the Farseer ordered the Wraith Knight to go and do. That is a witch. Go and kill it. It has been killed. Right then. Now I want to think. Right, the Storm Guardians are going to hit the Goths. So we've got different equipment, and they're picking subtly different targets. So these two with the Flamers are going to hit the Weird Boy on 3s. 2 hits. Wounding it on 5s. No wounds. We have 2 with chainswords. They get an extra attack each. This is on the regular Goths. So that's 3 hits, wounding on 5s. 2 wounds. 2 saves of 6+. No, so that kills the boy and leaves the knob on 1 wound. Now we have 3 Eldari blades. These reroll to hit. That's 3 hits, wounding on 5s. 2 wounds, saving on 6s. No, so the boys are wiped out. And they will consolidate in, ready to be smacked about by that weird boy. But that is the way of things. Okay, so now the Howling Banshees attack this buggy. First off, the Exarch with the Executioner hits 3 times. Strength is 4, so wounding on 5s. 1 minus 3 goes straight through and does D3 damage for 3. So it's gone 1 wound remaining. And then we have 16 attacks from the remaining Banshees, hitting on 3s. That is a lot of not 3s. That is many lots of not 3s. More than half not 3s. More than half of not 3s. Almost 2/3 not 3s. Wounding on 5s. Strength 4 from Power Swords these days. Okay, minus 3. So that is 4 wounds go through. It's dead. Does it explode? It does not. Now, they are going to consolidate. Now, technically, it should split the... Oh, it should split the unit. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to consolidate these ones. And then just sort of jig them around to look a little bit less like they're stood in the middle of nowhere. But no, I'm not. I'm going to move them up here because that's what feels right to do. Because they are... But then I'm going to do that over there with the Orks. But then the Orks are much more chaotic. These girls have got a mission. That's what I'm doing anyway. If you made it this far through however many hours of footage this is, and you don't like the style of what I'm doing, I'd be very surprised if you were still here. So that's what I've done. Okay, so unless I've missed something, which I don't think I have, we're on to the ongoing combats. So it's the other guy's turn, so the Ork is going to go first. Activating the unit of knobs, or piling into the nearest enemy model. I think that's when it's important, right? When you're in the middle of combat. Anyway, that's done. That's done with. It's done. Right, so there's 2 knobs going against the Warlocks. They're chopper knobs. No, one of them's a claw knob. Hang on. I've mucked up my dice. Right. The chopper knob. Hitting on 2s because of the Waaagh banner. Wounding on 3s. So that's 3 wounds. They are protected, so they are saving on 3+. 2 fail kills a Warlock. Right, now the Claw knob. He's going to hit on 3s, not 2s. Wounding on 2s. Saving on invulnerable 3+. 1 fails, D3 wounds. Oh, hang on. No shrug on the one that just died. And then 3 wounds on this one. Shrug? No shrug. Kills another one. Let's take one from in front of him. So that's the ones attacking the Warlocks. Now, against the Avatar, whose stats I should probably flick to. Okay, 1 with Chopper. He is hitting on 2s because of the Waaagh banner. Wounding on 5s because of toughness 6. 6! He's a god of war. 1 wound, 1 save of 3+. Fails, which he shrugs on a 5. Does not shrug, he has 7 wounds remaining. Then, Killsaw. It's going to hit on 3s because +1, -1. Wounding on 3s. Wounds. Down to his invulnerable save for Demon. Failed, which does a flat 2 damage. Does he shrugging? And the previous one. No. So that takes another 2 wounds off him. He's down to 5. Then the claw. Yeah, there's the fist. There's a fist. 3 hits with the fist. Wounding on 3s. Invulnerable saves of 5+. Both made. He has 5 wounds remaining. Right, now it's the Eldar guy's turn to pick an ongoing one. And the only one is the Warlocks, so we'll do that. Right, the Warlocks are enhanced, and they're all going against the knobs, so they're hitting on 2s. Wounding on 2s because of Witchblades. Saving on 4s. 2 saves. So D3 doesn't kill one, next one kills one. And we'll take one of the ones in front of the Warlocks. Right. Now we're going to activate the snake bites. And despite the fact that he's almost as near, given they're all piling into him, I'm saying he's going that way. Hang on. Okay, so the boss, the big boss, is still thinking he's concentrating on the other point. He is going, what? Where you gone? Oh no, I missed it. So, Slugger Chopper Boys, 3 attacks each. The Knob has got 5 attacks because he's got 2 choppers. Spend a command point on Monster Hunters, which is a snakebite stratagem. Fighting a model with a wound characteristic of 10 or more, you get +1 to wound. So, all of these attacks are hitting on 3s. I could do it. I have a hankering to do an entire snakebite army with. Oh yeah, that would just be awesome. Right, so they're all hits. So these would wound on 6s because strength 4, toughness 8. So instead they're going to wound on 5s. That is 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 saves of 3+. They make all of them. Uh-oh. Right, now the Knob I'm doing separately because his strength's higher, so he will wound on a better figure. 4 hits. Strength's 5, so wounding on 5s +1, wounding on 4s. 1 wound. Oh, your dice have deserted you, Knobs. Snake bites. Nothing. Not a sausage. Not a single solitary sausage. Yeah. Oops. Okay, right. Now, what else do we have? We have a weird boy who has got Fist of Gork on him and is buffed by the lucky stick. Okay, so the weird boy is 3 attacks, strength 5 naturally. Fist of Gork, make that 5 attacks, strength 7. The weird boy staff is +2 strength, making him strength 9, -1 D3 damage. And he adds 1 to hit because he's near the lucky stick. So, hitting on 2s. Oh, we got a miss. Wounding on 2s. -1. Saving on 6s. No. D3 damage each. Yeah, I don't think they're going to shrug. But, you know, dead. Dead. Just. Dead. And dead all over. 4 dead. Nearest 4, please. There we go. There's 4. Look at him. He's dead happy. It's like playing the drums on pointy ears. Bash, bash, bash. Okay, so the Goth War Boss is hitting the Avatar. That big burly thing. It's going to die. Gets +1 attack for being a Goth War Boss. Hitting on 2s. However, 6s explode because of the Goth trait. No mucking about. But it misses. Oh no, hang on. Re-roll to hit because he carries the lucky stick. And then the extra one missed, so they all hit. Right. And with his chopper, he is strength 8. Wounding on 3s, but re-rolling to wound because he's holding the lucky stick. Right, the big chopper is -1, so saves of 4s for the avatar. 2 get through, doing 4 damage. So his molten body shrugs one of them, and his Ulthwe shrugs one of them. So he takes 2 more wounds. And I cleared away his wound dice. Oh, shoot. How many wounds was he on? I think he was down to 5. Let's say 5. Whilst I go and check. So the avatar down to 3 wounds. And that is the end of the fight phase, so far as I can see. The Waaagh banner knob is out. The Farseers are out. We, I think, are now on morale. So, these orcs lost 6. So that is a fail. But the war boss will break heads and inflict 1 mortal wound on the unit, and they pass. The knobs lost a couple. Was it 3? It was 3, but 6 is a pass. The warlocks lost 2, but that is a pass. The Storm Guardians lost 5, but they're fearless because they're stood next to their god. Which I think is a pretty good reason for being fearless. I thought there were going to be loads to do. I don't think there are. The unit Killer Cans lost 4. That's 9. And the looters passed on a 7. So at the end of the Eldar turn 3, they have pretty much cleared this side of the battlefield. I mean, there are some orcs very close under this bridge, and there are some orcs up there, but they are chaff. Over here, both sides have taken a bit of a mauling. This could still go either way in this theatre. And the orcs still have a firm hold back here. And whilst there are some shooting assets, there isn't really anything to move in close and deal with what would need to be dealt with in order to claim that objective. These guys lost some. These guys lost some. They must have lost 5 or possibly 6. That's a fail. Breaking heads. Kills 1. As we were. Well done, Paul. You noticed. Right then. Let's go on to Orc turn 3 and see what can be done. So the orcs have moved, and I imagine is this I can't even talk, you know. When you read books and they say about the carnage of an orc battle and it whirls around you and the orcs are running in all sorts of different directions, being, you know, not seeming to follow any kind of strategy or leadership or anything like that. This is how this feels, because they've got all sorts of random things going on all over the place. So here, this buggy fell back. I did for a while think I could fall back and shoot if I was next to the boss, but it's fall back and charge if you're next to the boss. So he's just down here. He can shoot next turn. The bikes have gone through that rough, rocky terrain, and they have choice targets to shoot at. I mean, these are mega annoying, but so are the Psychers, and so are the Dark Reapers. And there's just a lot of it's all annoying, just all of it. The lads and the boss who've lost their transport are going to come and clobber these pointy ears, good and proper. The plan with the goth weird boy, the warphead, is to buff himself up again with Fists of Gork, yes, and then try and smice himself out of being locked up to charge in at the Avatar. Might work. The Noble War Banner has found himself with no one to punch right in front of him, so he's moved through here to do stuff and pick. He's in a target-rich environment. That is what they call it. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The war boss, the boss of the snake bites, turned around and go, "Oh, I want to cry huge. I want to get that." And then he saw the front of that tank and went, "That is huger." So his plan is to charge through here and monster hunters the scorpion. We'll see how that goes. He's going to be strength 8 on the charge. So he's going to wound it on 3s. Ooh. Ooh. That could be interesting. He's got 14 wounds. He'd need to have 7 attacks to kill it, which he doesn't have. So he can't kill it, so... Oh. You could really annoy it, though. Clobber it good. There's a few choices around here, depending on how various bits go. Then over here, there's been a bit of a mashup. The Pain Boy's healed up the Weird Boy. The big boss Mechaniac has patched up this Gorkanaut. I know it's not the same clan. I don't care. It feels fitting and right to do that, so he's done that. So they're sat on that objective, and the Gorkanaut is going to ramming speed into these and really mess them up. I'm tempted with the looters because there are so many targets on just a few wounds, just to like pick a different target for each looter and do them all individually and see what happens. In fact, or I could be boring and put them all into the Scorpion to try and soften it up ahead of the charge from the other guy, but that doesn't sound like as much fun, so I don't know what I'm going to do there. I ummed and ahed about where I could bring in the blood axes, because, you know, they've still not shown up, which means I've spent almost all my command points without my farm on the table. And, okay, I could put them on there, but what are they going to do? We've already got that objective this turn. We've got it. It's the end of the battle round. We got it. And then next turn, what are they? 10 boys. They're just going to get shot. Okay, they get an extra point of save from range, but they're just going to get shot off. Over here, I thought, brilliant, I'll bring him in here and shoot the Banshees. No, 9 inches of that. I thought, maybe I can get them in here and shoot some of these. No, the only permissible space is too small. Thought, maybe I can bring him in over here and shoot at the guns. No, the Scorpion pushes me back too much. Thought maybe I could get them in there and charge on the objective into the jaws of death. Well, they get pushed back too far by the likes of the bike and things, and they'd be hard pressed to make a charge. Then they'd just be shot up by everything that remained. I mean, the Scorpion would just, immolate the countryside in order to deal with them. So they've stayed off. And I guess this is why Blood Axes get a reputation amongst other orcs for being cowardly, because they've got tactics. That is their clan culture. Tactics. And they're using tactics. Not yet, lads. Not yet. Not yet. Wait for it. Wait for it. Now, boss. No, not now. I said wait for it. Wait till when, boss? Wait until I says. All right, boss. So that's the movement phase. So that's all me thinking. Oh, yeah, and over here, these guys, they finally found something they can come and shoot and try and kill. So they're going to do that, but possibly being less squeaky at the same time. Okay, so coming to the warp head, psychic phase, I should say. There are loads. I really want to with the other weird boys. Well, I want to use some of the other psychic powers like Headbanger and Roar of Gork, or is it Mork? But everything's fearless over here, and there are no good targets for anything something like Headbanger. So it is going to be mostly Power Vomit. However, Fists of Gork first, casting on a 6, no bonuses. We may as well pick a Farseer and try and dispel it. Needs a 10 with a reroll. Nope. So he is Fist of Gorks did. Right, now that's Smite. He's got no plus to this because not enough orcs. 11. That's a Super Smite. Can the other Farseer block it on a 12? 10 with a reroll? No. D6 damage for 3. Takes out those Guardians. But, need another dice. But do they get to shrug? No. He smites himself out of combat and is free with his Fist of Gork to go bop the Farseer on the head. Farseer, Avatar. The Avatar on the head. And over here, he's going to let out the Waaagh power in the form of another Power Vomit, which will hit the Planey Plane. on 5. Oh, the player can try and deny. That denies it. No, you don't. Sort of the energy sort of washes up and then just sort of stops round a shield and sort of dissipates off in a sort of protective dome kind of thing. Yeah. Right, shooting. That boss, rocket, that flying thing. Hitting on a 6. Booyah! Daka, daka, daka. Booyah! 2 hits, wounding on 3s. Booyah! 4 6s straight. -3, saving on 6s. Is it going to be another double booyah? 1 booyah. So 1 gets through and does a flat 3 damage, which will get shrugged by being Ulthwe twice, 2 more 6s, and once for Spirit Stones. Okay, 1 damage. Boo! Yeah. Right, a stick bomb. 3 in on 5s. No. And 2 shooters. 1 and a daka. Doesn't win. No score. Okay, right. What is next? I rather fancy firing those loosers, don't you know? All right, how many targets here are there? We can shoot the Autarch. So that's 1. So there's the bikes, the Autarch, the Wraith, the Viper is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's only 7 left. So, oh, hang on, here's something fun. Wait a minute. Right, I've got a fistful of D10s, counting from front to back. Let's see who they all choose to shoot at. Rerolling noughts. Any noughts, any noughts, any noughts? No. Right, 1. That's against the bike. 2 would be the Autarch. Any 2s? Yep, 1 on the Autarch. 3 on the Wraith. Yep, 1 on the Wraith. 2 on the Dire Avengers. That was a 4 a moment ago. 4, 5, 6, 7. That last Guardian. And no, the 4s are the Viper. That makes 7 the last Farseer and 8 the Guardian. Right. How many shots have they got each? 2. Alright, so 2 on the bike. 1 hit, doesn't daka. Wounded on a 3. No. 2 against the Autarch. Because he can be targeted, right? Because he's not within the 3 inches of a unit that's got 7 here, or he is nearer. So, no, nothing hit the Autarch. The Wraith constructs. 1 hit and a daka. No. Wounding on a 3. No. Alright. 2, 4 against the Viper. 1 hits, 1 daka. No. Wounding on a 3. Yes. Saving on a 4. Yes. I don't know. Is it me? Or does it feel like I'm doing less well doing it this way? No. Right. 1 on the Farseer. 2 hits. Wounding on 3s. 1 wound. Saving on a 4. No. 2 damage. Shrugging on 6s. No. This Farseer is killed. And then 1 on that last Guardian. 2 hits, 2 dakas. Wounding on a 2. Saving on a 6. 1 save. 2 wounds. Does he shrug them? Shrugs 1 of them, so nearly, but those Guardians are killed. And when the smoke clears and the Orks finish laughing, that's what's happened. It's hard to know if that'd make Winters laugh or cry. Could be either, could go either. Could be a coin flip. But, 50-50 isn't random enough for me, so not flipping a coin for that. Right then. I really do want to kill that flyer, but there is a lot of stuff down here to crumb. So maybe I'll start firing at these and then see what's left to fire at the flyer when they're all dead. Because they all is going to die. Oh yes, they is. Okay, Mega Romanobs shooting rockets at the walkers. Hit on 5s, dackering on 6s. That's 1 hit. Reroll 1 because of the ammo run. Misses. And then 1 daka. 2 hits. Strength 8, toughness 3, wounding on... Sorry, toughness 6, wounding on 3s. 1 wound. -2, 5 up with vulnerable save for the power field, which it passes. You was not very descript. He was meant to be dead. Meant to be very, very, very dead. Right. Right, these lucky blue gits is going to try and bring it down. First off, the boss, hitting on a 6. Lucky blue git? No. Now the unit with rockets in on 6s. Lucky blue git? No. Then a couple of shooters. Watch, this is going to be lucky. 1 lucky, 1 DAC. Wounded on a 6? No. That wasn't that lucky, was it? It was not. Right. Well, I can come back to the mechs because they're a different unit. The shock attack gun, he's not happy. He's not happy. He got shot a lot. And, we should have healed that in the movement phase. So, how many shots at them? 2. And what is the strength of the shock attack gun? 6. No, it's. Reroll a 1 from a bad moon. No. When do I do showing off? Do I do it now? Or do I do it later? I'm going to do it... I need to check because it matters because I might have fired other stuff in different places. Yes, apologies. Should have done it straight away. So those mega knobs are showing off and I'm going to fire again for 2 CP. Now it's with reroll 1s because we're armed to the teeth and reroll 1 of them because the ammo run. No. Daka, daka, daka. Yes. Yes. Finally. Right, running on 3s. Yes. Saving on 5s for their power fields. 1 saved. 3 damage, which it may shrug. It does not. One of them has 3 wounds remaining. One of them is half down. Right. This was not the plan. It was not. It was not. It was not. Right then, the smasher gun. D3 shots for 1. Hitting on a 4 because grots. Hits. Have to roll higher than their toughness. Or is it strength? Which I do. Either way, that's higher. Which makes it a hit. Let me just check this. I'm doubting myself. Right, smasher gun. Yeah, heavy D3. Equal to or greater than the target's toughness, which it is. So that's 1 goes through at -4, unless it can invulnerable save on a 5+, which it can't, and takes D6 damage. For 1, which it doesn't shrug. So down to 2. Right. This Mega Knob will fire his shooter thing, which misses. This Mega Knob will fire his shooter thing and a teleporter. Shooter thing misses, but reroll 1s because yellow, which also missed, and then the teleport thing. 1 hit, reroll 1s, 1 hit. Strength 8, winning on a 3. Invulnerable save of 5+. Yes. Days is gits. That is what day is. Gits. Right then. In which case, as this big lumbering giant-o thing was turning round to get it, he's going dunk, 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 dunk. He's looking up and going, etc. So all of his gun, all of it, into this thing. And this is going to die. Right, he's on his top profile because he got patched up. 2 rockets, hitting on 6s. No. I would have hit those. I'll shut up you. Then we have 4 big shooters. 2, 3, 4. You know, 6s. Right then. 4 6s, 1 reroll, and then 4 dackers. 5 6s. Alright, wounding on 5s. None. Then we have the, what's it called? The Deathstorm Mega Shooter. 2, 4, 6, 12. 15, 16, 17, 18. You're on 6s. Rerolling 1s because yellow. So that is 4 6s. Ooh. And 4 more rolls. 1 more hit. Reroll that one because yellow. Strength 6, toughness 6, force to wound. Oh, you're killing me, dice. -1, saves of 4+. 2 get through. One of them is shrugged by being an Ulthwe. The other is shrugged by having spirit stones. Should have ignored them. But Orks, nah, it's gonna die. It'll make a big explosion. Yeah, it'll be great. Right, so the Mega Armor knob. No, it's not Mega Armor knob. The Waaagh Banner knob has got a custom shooter. 4 shots at the Dark Reapers. 2 hits. Rerolled a 1 because he's armed to the teeth. 3 hits, 1 dagger. 4 hits. Strength is 4. Wounding on 3s. 2 wounds. Saving on 3s. 2 dead Dark Reapers. Wow. That's some good shooting. Much dagger. Big wow. Now then, what do I want to kill with the bikes? I want to kill that Farseer. That is what I want to kill. So they've got 6 shots each. Do you want to fire them all at the Farseer? I think we all know the answer to that. Yes I do. Right, hitting on 5s. That was a 6. Much dagger. 4 more. Strength 5. Wounding on 3s. 4 fail to wound. That's a lot of wound fails. 4+ invulnerable save. Fails 3. Does he shrug him? He does not. So that leaves him on 1 or 2 wounds, which I think it's 2. I'll check in a sec. Right, a bunch of charges that have already got in. Waaagh Banner into the Dark Reaper. Bikes into the Farseer. Red ones into the Howling Banshees. The Snakebite boss has a 4-inch charge to get in. 9 inches. He also has to charge the Venom to get that close, but that's alright. I can't wait to see what happens there. Right, over here, the Gorkanaut spending 2 command points on ramming speed to barrel into these, which gives him an extra d6 to charge and the possibility of doing mortal wounds. I hope I've used a nice variety of different stratagems across the course of the game. I don't think I've spammed any of them too much. Okay, need a total of 9 on 3d6. No Overwatch from the Eldar because they're running low on command points. They need to keep some for something special. That's in. No need for rerolls. Bang. And then on a 2, plus, does d3 mortal wounds for 2, which may get ignored, but don't. So 1 is down to 4 wounds. Then over here, this lot, charging as a single mob, need a 9. That's not a 9. Here we go. It's an 8. It's not a 9. They'll charge. Okay, starting the fight phase with the Goth Weirboy, the Goth Warphead, with glowing green fists of Gork and Mork, stood next to the Lucky Stick. Gonna twonk that big burning metal thing. Good. Right, so 3 attacks base, plus 2 for Fist of Gork, plus 1 to hit because he's next to the Lucky Stick. So hitting on 2s. He's a Goth. So that explodes. 6 hits. Strength 9. Wounding on 3s. Alright, 3 fail. Oh, okay. Saving on 4+ because his Weird Boy staff, or those big bone things, are -1. Oh no, he saves 2. Uh-oh. Words may about to be eaten. Maybe it may be about to be eaten. Oh, because if they'd nobbled him, then... Oh, no! No! Sorry, D3 wounds. For 3. Does he avoid any of them with his molten body? He does not. Does he avoid any of them because he saw it coming? He does not. The avatar is slain. However, as the molten body starts to crack and seize, and as if it were about to collapse, the avatar resurgent for 3 command points. He bursts back into life, shrugging off the solid setting slag skin, and remains on 3 wounds. That's handy. That's handy. I didn't even need to change the dice. So, now it is... here's interesting. Do I farm any of those command points back? 1 of them. Okay. So... So, spent 3, 1 comes back, so now, interrupting with the avatar. Oh, do I farm them back? I do not. Right, so he now has 5 attacks, and he will put 2 into the Goth boss, and 3 into the knobs. Yes, he will. 2 into the Goth boss, hitting on 2s. Wounding on 3s. Wound goes straight through his armour and does d6 damage for 4, which takes the boss out. Then 3 into the nobles, all hit. Wounding on 2s, all wound. The first one is killed because he's only got 1 wound left. Then 1 wound and then another 3 wounds kills the next 2. So I'm going to kill the one that was already wounded and the one who is in his arc of swing. Whoo, mama! And the last Ork command point going on Monster Hunters for this boss to twonk that thing. Hitting on 2s with his big chopper. 4 hits. Strength is 8, so wounding on 4s, but Monster Hunters makes it 3s. All wound. These are -1s to save on 4s. Oh, 3 saves. Does he shrug him? He shrugs 1 of them. Oh, 1 wound. Boo, so disappointing. Right, will the squig take a bite out of it? 2 hits. The squig would wound on 6s, but, Monster Hunters, it's a very well-trained squig. 5s. Oh, yes! Saving on a 3. Don't save. Oh! Well, he still took a bite out of the hull, but maybe it wasn't anything vital. Okay. That... most disappointing action of the game. Boo! So, trying to decide which profile to use with the Gorkanaut, because I'm in 2 minds. There's 3 of them, you see. So, is he going to come in and sort of flail and bash, or is he going to come in and just sort of crush? But it occurred to me, there's no reason why he can't do both. So, I am going to split it, half and half. So 3 attacks are going on bash, so swinging wildly. Hitting on 3s. Strength 8, wounding on 3s. They all wound. -2, so it's 5 up in vulnerable save. Oh, unless that's just versus shooting. Now, it used to be just versus shooting in the back in the day. But then again, back in the day, it just used to cover the pilot. When you roll for the location of the hit, it would only apply if you hit the pilot. And if it failed, it was basically just hitting a guardian and it cored him. So 5 vulnerable saves. 2 are made. So that's 8 damage. So the first 4 I'll roll for this one. It shrugs 2 of them. Now the next 2 I'll roll for this one. It doesn't shrug any, so that one dies. And the next 2 go on to the next War Walker. Do they explode? They do explode. It didn't explode. So he's dead, and then he has 4 wounds left. So now I have 3 attacks with Crunch, or crush. Hitting on 3s, 2 hits. Wounding on 2s. No. Smash was the way to go. Ah, how monumentally disappointing. And unorky. What are you playing at? You're sacked. Right, the Waaagh Bannerknob has 3 attacks against that guy. 2 of which hit, because he is the Waaagh Bannerknob. Wounding on 3s. No, 2s even. Both wound. Saves a 3+. No, 1 goes through. 2 damage. 1 is shrugged, and he is a 2 wound model. So he survives. Now, bikes against the Farseer. 3 attacks from the knob. 2 hits. Wounding on 2s. 1 wound. Invulnerable save of 4+. No. 2 damage. Doesn't shrug. Farseer dead. Well, Farseer taken out. Splatted. Splatticated. Pile into the nearest model. Oh, the nearest model's that one. But that's kind of a thing, right? Yeah, that's kind of a thing. Right, over here. Okay, so we've got another boss. 4 attacks. 3s to hit with his... It is a kill saw on the model, but you can't have a kill saw, so it's a big chopper. Wounding on 2s. All wounded. -1. No. Wait. Okay, so it was 2s to hit, because -1 for hitting the banshees because of war shout, but I said it was 3s and I rolled 3s to hit, so that was fine. Although I don't know what those dice were. Damn it! Right, armor saves of 5+. 1 made. Okay, 2 damage each. So there's 2 shrugs going on here. There's a 5+, no, and then the 6+, no. So that's 1 dead. Next one, 5+, no. 6+, no. Next one, 5+, 1, 6+, no. So there's 3 banshees dead from that. Right, the regular lads, 3 hits, 3 wounds, saves of 4+, 1. Shrugging on 5. Yes. Shrugging on a 6. No. Kills another. Then the noble misses quite spectacularly. Trip ones. Okay. Is that all of the charges? I think it is. So now the Eldar guy picks one of the ongoing combats. And he's going to pick the Warlocks, who are going to murderize these 2 remaining knobs. They're still hitting on 2s because they are enhanced. Wounding on 2s. Saving on 4s. 3 failed saves. D3 a time. 1 wound, second one kills him, and then the last one, 1 wound. 1 wound on the last guy. So then it's the Orks' turn for ongoing combat. So we'll do the snake bites. No command points for monster hunters, sadly. The knob. 2 hits that was. Wounding on 5s. 1. Saving on not that. Does he shrug it though? He does. That would have profiled him. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, hang on, that's not right. That's only 12. Hit on 3s. 3s. 6 is to wound. Here's the tricky bit. 1 saves on a that. That's gonna last. They're there for the duration. So units fighting back. This knob is going to activate. 3 attacks, hitting on 4s. 1 hit. Sorry, 2 hits. Wounding on not those, not the ones. So the avatar is safe. This Farseer will turn around and hit these bikes. 2 hits. Singing Spear, wounding on 2s. 1 wound, saving on a 4. Nope. kills the one that was on 1 wound. The Dark Reaper Exarch is going to hit the Waaagh banner guy, hits him twice, doesn't wound him. The big dude hits the Orks 4 times. I would say 4 dead Orks. Well, with D6 wounds each. So that's dead. That's dead. That's dead. They're all dead. No point in rolling 5. I'm not going to roll 5 6s. Alright, I'll do it off camera. Okay, I fought the Scorpion back against the Snakebite boss. Did nothing, as one might expect. Over here then, the Exarch fighting back. 2 hits. Wounding on 4s. Nope. 3 Banshees against the unit. 4 hits. Wounding on 4s. 1. Straight through, kills 1. Then 2 against the boss. 1 hits. Wounding on 5. No. Okay, now it's the morale phase. There's a whole bunch that can't fail, so I'm not going to go through those. The Banshees lost 4. Plus 2 is fine. That Knob lost 2. He fails. He runs off. And the Snakebites lost... it's fine, they got a Knob. They lost 7. Sorry, they lost 4. That was a total of 7. No one else can fail. So. This is the end of... Oh! The Eldar have recaptured that objective. I was about to say the Eldar didn't get it. But, slightly more interesting. Okay, so the Orks still hold the big objective. The Eldar hold this one. And the Eldar hold this one. So 2 points each. So the Eldar not closing the gap, but the gap is not getting any worse. And the Ork assets, well, to be honest, all the assets are getting thin on the ground, but the Eldar have got more left, just from glancing over the dead piles. The Orks have lost more. So, let's see in turn 4, which the active... This isn't over yet. I mean, we've probably still got about 1,500 points aside on the table. Maybe a bit less. now. Okay. Turn 4, which is the active objective. 2, it is still that one. So this isn't an ever-changing escape. That is a significant place. And we need to work out what on earth we're going to do about it. Eldar, turn 4. So here we are after the Eldar have moved and the knowledge and wisdom of Kaela Mensha Khaine reigns supreme on this battlefield. ... at the moment. So, where are we? What have we done? Obviously, it depends where things were a minute ago, because I can't quite remember. So, over here. So, there has been an exodus from over here to try and influx over there, which I will come to in a minute. Leaving to cover this objective, the Scorpion, Dire Avengers, and a Warlock to take care of that rogue Ork, and the Scorpion, I think, is going to demolish that ruin and bring it down on top of those looters. Over here, not much has actually moved. Nothing really needs to. Those Warlocks are likely going to charge in and kill that that witch before it can hit the Avatar again. There's a few psychic powers I want to get off. I'll probably use the command point I've just gained on Seer Council, which is very, very fitting for Craftworld Ulthwe. So I have no apologies about using that again and again and again and again. I'd rather it with just a stat. Of course, I'd rather everything with just a stat. But then it would be about... No, Ulthwe, I'd rather it were a stat. So over here, firstly, I ummed and ahed about my tactic. One tactic could be to ignore the Gorkanaut, leave the walkers locked up, hope the walkers survive, and it can't rampage next turn. I've not opted for that. I've opted for let's kill everything. So the planes being so manoeuvrable is very, very useful. I can see why they cost their points. So the Wave Serpents both activated their star engines and advanced over here. These Orks There is not much down for them at all. We've got a couple of Wraithguard coming in from over there, which will probably take care of the war boss after the others have been shot. We've got some Shuriken here. The Rangers have appeared from the shadows and are going to make an attempt on this objective. We're currently on it. We just need to secure it with more units and take away the Orks' assets and ability to fight back. So the majority of fire, I say the majority of fire, this is where I don't know if I'm going to, putting stuff in there is a good thing to do or not. But actually, with the number of things that are going to die, it's tough. I don't know if it would actually be able to take me off the objective or not. We shall see. I probably need to concentrate my fire here to take out this, because there's 4 characters there and some mega knobs. They are no soft touch. And these guns. The Viper also jumped up here to start putting fire into whatever needed it. It can also fire backwards if it needs to. So, yeah, onto the psychic phase. Okay, psychic phase. This Warlock is going to conceal those Dire Avengers on a 6. He is not. The Hemlock Wraith Fighter is going to jinx the Mega Nut. No, the Mega Nub's getting a vulnerable save. He's going to jinx the Gorkanaut on a 7. Which is cast on a 9. The Weird Boy will try and stop that, which is not successful on an 8. So he is jinxed. Now over here, the now we've got command point on Seer Council, our only command point, which was not farmed back. So we're going to cast Quicken on the Rangers, which is cast on a 7. So +1 to the roll. That's perils. So that was going to move them onto the objective, which it now is not going to do. And they take D3 mortal wounds for 2. So the one casting it, who was nearest him, blows up. Oh, he might shrug. He doesn't shrug. So he dies. Oh, you can see my organised psychic phase. Then the unit, which is now really small, will now smite on an 11 for Destructor. It doesn't change the value because it's Destructor. And that war, so basically, that Goth Weird Boy takes a wound. It would have been D3 if I hadn't just blown my head off. Nay mind. Obviously, the presence of his god is quite overwhelming, and he lost control, was not trained properly. Now the Farseer is going to Mind War the Weird Boy on... Oh, my filing system is betraying me. 7 +1. It's cast on an 8. So the Weird Boy's leadership is 6. +1 is 7. The Farseers is 9. +5 is 14. So the Weird Boy takes 7 mortal wounds. Bye-bye! Your weak and feeble mind is no match for mine, beast. Which probably frees those Warlocks. I'm the Avatar up to go and jump on some of these. Speaking of some of these, this Farseer, last power, Smite. He gets a +2 because he already has +1 to Smite. So that's casting on a 5, 6, 7, 8, doing 2 damage, killing the one in front of him, because he's not going to kill the knob, but it makes sense to kill the one in front of him. Okay, psychic phase, done. The only power that didn't work was the only one I really wanted. Dag nabbit. Okay, shooting phase. The Scorpion is going to vaporise the looters, hitting on 3s. Wounding very much on 2s. In fact, it feels hard to work out how they could take this to the face and live. Right, they are lucky blue gits though. Saving on 6s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dead. That's the unit to a man, and that building is toast. So that snakebite boss then took the shuriken cannon fire and the fire from the Dire Avengers and the throwing of the singing spear from the Warlock. And it's technically the Warlock Conclave. And he has 4 wounds to shrug on 6s. He shrugs 1 of them, so he has 2 wounds left. Surprised he's still alive. The only target for these distort guns is this poor thing. So 3d3 shots. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, nearly. So nearly. She's sleeveless again. No pocket. Hitting on 3s. 4 hits. Strength 12. Running on 2s. Straight through all its armour. 8 wounds to get through. That's 15 wounds. Does it explode? No. It's dead. The Banshee is killing one of the Ork boys with pistols. Right. This is where the fun begins. The Warbike. Wind Rider at the boys. 4 hits. Wounding on 4s. 1 wound. Saving on a 5. No. Dead boy. The Autarch. He hits on 2s. 4 hits. Wounding on 4s. 3 wounds. Saving on a 6s, because Lucky Blue gets 3 die. Okay. The trick is, you see, so some of these bigger ones have got small arms that I want to use to kill these off, but I have to obviously decide where the bigger guns are going at the same time, and I don't necessarily want to do that straight away. These 2 Wraithguard very much have a direct line of fire to that big boss, and so they're going to vaporize him with their Wraith cannons. 2 hits, wounding on 2s. 2 wounds, 6+ invulnerable save. Made 1 of them, the Lucky Blue Git, D6 damage. For 3, he's still alive on 2 wounds. I mean, half of him has been ejected into the warp, but the bit that's left is really annoyed. Okay, the 5 Rangers are going to shoot the... 4 dice in my hand. That's because you were firing a twin shuriken catapult, Paul. Right, the 4 Rangers are going to shoot the boss knob. They can reroll the 1s because of the Autarch. That's handy. They all hit. Wounding on 4s. 6 is a special. 1. So the 6 does a mortal wound, and he takes a save of 4+, which he passes. So he's down to 1. Ooh, leave the tree alone, mate. Down to 1 wound remaining. Right. Okay, so we'll fire this Wave Serpent at the Gorkanaut. It's 2 Bright Lances. I flamingoed up. It's like a cock-up, only bigger. He's got a crystalline targeting matrix. He can only count the Bright Lances as assault weapons if he's firing them at the nearest unit. So, okay, so that does make it easy. The Bright Lances into the Mega Knobs and the Shuriken into the Boss Knob. So 2 Bright Lances, both hit. On 2s to wound, 1 fails to wound. -3 gets the vulnerable save of the mech. Does D6 damage. 1. That 1's down to 2 wounds. These are going to be a tough nut to crack. And then do we kill the knob? 4 hits. That goes straight through, and these are saves of 6+. Okay, the knob dies. So the troop unit is Jambred dead. Okay, the heavy D-sides are going to go into the Gorkanaut. 2d3 hits for 3. Wounding on 3s, because strength 12. No, nothing. Uh-oh, this could get very, very interesting. Alright, this Wave Serpent's going to fire everything it's got at him. Let's kill it, kill it, kill it. Sadly, I thought these are the Shuriken catapults. They've all hit. 1 wound because his toughness is higher. And he saves it, the lucky blue git. Then star cannons, 2 hits. Now these are wounding on 3s. 1 wound, 6+ save. No, D3 damage kills him. So they are dealt with. Now, what assets are left to fire? Shoot. Shooey. So all I've done is killed those 6 orcs, and I've fired half the stuff. So, right, thinking time, I think. Okay, so we're going to do the Phoenix next. The twin Shuriken... I haven't got enough dice for it. God damn it. The twin Shuriken catapult cannon into the Big Mech. The Phoenix missile array into the Mega Nobs. And the Phoenix pulsar into... Is it a pulsar? Pulse laser. Phoenix pulse laser into the Gorkanaut. I don't know if that's a good idea. Maybe I should just kill the Mega Nobs. It feels like I should just kill the Mega Nobs. Alright, yeah, scratch that. The pulse laser is going into the Mega Nobs as well. Right. So the twin Shuriken cannon into the Big Mech with the shock attack gun. Hits this many times, 4 times. Wounding him on 3s. Yeah, and that punches through his armour, so he is dead. So that takes care of him. D6 shots from the Phoenix missile array for 2. It is a blast weapon, but technically that's only 1 unit. 1 hit. Strength 6, wounding on a 3. Yep. -3, saving on a 5+ because of the force field. No. 2 damage kills this one. Then the 2 Phoenix pulse lasers. 1 miss, 1 hit. That wounds on a 2. No. Nobs is toughness 5. It fails to wound on a 2. Strength 9. Ooh-wee! Right, I need to have a think about the last 2 units. Because I can't, I have to work out what's worth killing. Okay, so I remembered the Pain Boy shrug and rolled that. I rolled that off camera. Just working out what to do here. Thinking, well, should I try and snipe the Mega Armor Nob with the power field? With the Viper. If I can kill him, then he hasn't got the extra save. Should I take out the Pain Boy? He hasn't got the shrug. And then, so I thought, well, game mechanic wise, it's only technically that separate units. It's all kind of one mob. So I'm going to do what I think is a little bit more narrative. And I'm going to start with the War Walkers, and I'm just basically going to spray the area, or spray the heavily armoured area with the star cannon. So the way I'm going to represent that is 1 star cannon is going to go into this guy, 1 star cannon into that guy, and then the remainder into the others. So, the 1 star cannon into this guy. 2 hits. Wounding on 3s. 2 wounds. -3. Saves of 5+. No. 2d3 damage. For 6. He dies. The 1 star cannon into the guy with the power field. Both miss. Then the remaining star cannons into the other Nobs. Hitting on 3s. Sorry, wounding on 3s. 4 fails. Okay. Needs a 3 to... That would have been the save. So that is the save. It saves. Just occurred to me that I need to try and shrug those wounds. But yeah, that's not enough to stop him dying. Okay, so I killed 1. That's lackluster. I mean, they needed to be doomed, really. But psychic assets are thin on the ground. Farseers over there. There's only 1 Farseer left. The Eldar have had a mauling, but there's more of them left than the Orks. They have got more assets by a significant margin. So, what to do with the Viper? What can be done practically? They're basically going to just swarm onto this objective and charge that and outnumber me. I don't think there's much I can do about it. Maybe I'll just fire into the Mega Knobs. Star Shot Missile into the Mega Knobs. Hits. Wounds. Save for 5+. No, 4+, because only -2. But, no, it fails. D6 for 2. No shrugs. So there's one guy on 1 wound. Shuriken Cannon. 2 hits. 1 wound. Saves. So 1 guy is on 1 wound. And that's all the shooting. Yeah. They fell back. The planes have both fired. The transports have all fired. The bikes have fired. Wraith Guard. Yeah, everyone's fired. Everyone has fired. Okay, the Eldar firepower, leaving a lot to be desired. Right, very few charges over here. The Avatar will charge both of these units. He gets to re-roll. 5. That's not going to cut it. That's not going to cut it. Okay, so the Avatar's falling over himself, and his disciples, the Seer counts, the Warlocks, and the Farseer. Yeah, they'll go in. Yeah, they're in. Dink. 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 Okay, charging unit. Is that all the charges? I suppose they could charge him. The Warlock will charge him. 8. You stay here. Guard the tank. Or something slightly less stoic and a little bit more ephemeral. I will cut his thread. And we're going to start here, actually, because 3 of the wounds he suffered were from the Singing Spear. So I think he's just thrown the spear. It's pierced the Ork, flown back round into his hand as he's leapt forward and hit twice. Wounding on 2s, 2 wounds. Saving on 4s, 2d3 wounds for 2 wounds. Does he shrug them off because of the old ways? He does not. He has succumbed to the current ways. And the Warlock pulls his spear out of the alien's corpse and casually turns back to the Dire Avengers and says, "Did you all order a dead war boss? Anyone? Dead war boss? No? Right, the Farseer into the Waaagh banner knob. Hits twice. Wounds twice. Save on 4 up. Nope. 2d3 wounds. The 2 gives him to a left, it does. Now the Warlocks. 1 will hit the knob and the other 2 will hit the bike. The 1 on the knob hits twice. Wounds once. Does he save? He does not. And takes 2 wounds. I don't need to just remove the dice pool, you need to move the model as well. Oh, right, okay. Then against the bike, 3 hits, 2 wounds, 2 saves of not that, 2d3 damage for 4, kills the bike. Is that all the charges? Don't think I've charged over there, did I? No, I wouldn't have done. There's no combat assets over there. It's all gun. And very rubbishy gun at that. Yeah, you heard. The Orks get to pick an ongoing combat to do. Let's kill some Banshees. The War Boss, I think, with his big chopper. Hit on 2s. 3 hits. No, hitting on 3s. That's fine. Wounded on 2s. -1 saving on 5s. 2 saves. 1 gets through. Good lasses. Acrobatic shruggingness. Shrugs 1. Seeing it coming because you're an Ulthwean. Yes, no damage. Now the Banshees will fight before this Noble does. And these three will attack the Noble. So the Exarch hits twice. Wounds twice because she's strength 4. Straight through his armor? Well, yeah, definitely with that save. And 2d3 damage. Yeah, there. That's him dead. Then the two girls on the War Boss. 3 hits, wounding on 5s. No. And they will consolidate. That fight continues. Right, now the snake bites will hit the Wraith Lord, but without Monster Hunter or a big chopper, which, you know, problem. 1 hit from the knob, doesn't wound. And then from the lads, the few remaining lads, they've lost confidence, boss! That all failed. And now the Wraith Lord is going to hack them to tiny pieces. Oh, no, he's not. He's going to miss 3 times. Killing on a 2. Well, d6 damage on a 2, I should say. And 4, yeah. I mean, the old ways is good, but it doesn't help when a Ghostglaive cuts you in half, like. Not enough to fail a break test there. Break test? A morale test. Morale check. The Mega Knobs only lost 1. So they won't fail a morale check. That is Eldar turn 4. Right. What can the Orks do on their turn? What can they do? Now! So the Blood Axes finally show up. Are you scared of a fight or what? Tactics. The fight is nearly over. Yeah, but we're going to get the loot and we're going to clobber that big flaming Bernie one. Yes, we is. So the Blood Axes have turned up. And the cunning plan is to charge the Avatar, beat him to death, then roll over onto the objective whilst consolidating. Waaagh! This guy, with his Warlord trait, Speed Freaks, he can fall back and charge. So he's going to. Over here, it's a case of everyone piled in the middle. That won't count, I should have moved. We're outnumbering him as it stands, so the objective is ours, even if we shoot him to death and we can't charge him. But actually, might shoot somewhere else and then just go and clobber him. That'd be a laugh, wouldn't it? And that is the summary of the Ork plan and the Ork tactics. Some key units are going to clobber, and clobber good. Yes. The Gorkanaut's just turned round, and this thing's in his way, so he's going to mess it up. He's not. He's annoyed. He's annoyed because he can hear all the best crumpets going on behind him, but it's just getting under his feet. He's tripping over. The Weird Boy is going to attempt to cast Warpath on the Mega Knobs. On a 5, not cast. Right. Shooting phase. Right then, shooting at the Banshees, because we want to clobber that, so we'll shoot this. Shooters. On 5s. 2 Dakas. Wounded on 3s. Oh yes. Oh, that's not very good. 2 saves for 4+. 1. No, shrug on a 6. No, 1 dies from that. Big shooter. Nope. Then combi shooter thing. Just 2 special shooters in there. 4 each. 5 and 6s. 1 more. Nope. 3s. 1. 4s. Yep. Okay, right. What other guns are there? Oh, there's a couple of pistols. I'm at 1 pistol I can fire at the Wraith Lord. Oh, the hits. Doesn't win. I find that surprising. The Gorkanaut is going to kill that zogging flying thing. 18 shots with a big gun. Hitting on 6s. Rerolling 1s because yellow. So that's 2 hits so far. No, and 2 dackers. No. Although reroll the 1 on the dacker. No, still no. Wounding on 4s. 1 wound. Saving on a 4. No. Saving on a thingy or a thingy. No. Takes another wound. We're getting there. 2 rockets. Reroll the 1. No. The Scorcher hits twice. Fails to wound. The big shooters. Reroll the 1s. And a dacker. No. Winning on a 5. No. That thing! Should I shoot it with the smasher gun? I mean, who's in charge over here? There's only 2 of the 6 bosses left on the table, and they're both over there. Probably the big mech. Yeah, the big mech probably wants that to die because of those scythe things. They are probably a real pain. So the smasher will shoot at it as well. Twice. Hitting on 5s because grots. With a dacker. 1 hit. 2d6 roll over its strength. Its toughness. That is over its toughness. -4. No save, because it doesn't have any vulnerable. D6 damage. For 6! A tip might shrug because of spirit stones. No. Orbiting Ulthwe. No. 1. It's taken 5 wounds. Does it explode? It does not, but I don't care because it's dead. Ah! Sorry, I got a little bit overexcited there. Right, the Mega Nobs are going to fire in at this Wave Serpent, soften it up a bit. 2 hits, 1 reroll for the ammo runt, 3 hits, and 1 dacker. Reroll because yellow. No. Strength 8, toughness 7, wounding on 3s. 3 wounds. -2, save on 5+. No. 3 damage. That's 9 damage. Shrugging on 6s because of Ulthwe. Shrugs 2. It takes 7. Count 'em, 7 wounds. 6 wounds remaining. The mech will fire his custom Mega Blaster. And miss. Fired. That's all the gun fired. We must be on to the charge phase. Alright, this lot, charge. They're in. Gorkanaut, charge. It's in. This guy is in. Bang. Now the main event, the one that might actually swing the battle, the tactics might be crucial. Because what I suspect is going to happen is whatever points the Orks get this turn, the Eldar are going to have to try and overhaul next turn. It could still be quite close, this. 9-inch charge, both the character and the unit together. With here we go. Here we go. I'll reroll both. 11. They make it in. They make it in! Okay, no one can interrupt. So these guys are all going first. So the boss. The boss is hitting on 2s with his big chopper. Hits 4 times. Strength is 8 with the big chopper. Wounding on 3s. 4 wounds. It's only -1. So saves of 4+ for the avatar. Let's do one at a time. Failed. Passed. Failed. Fails 3. Now, the big chopper's normally 2 a go, but because of his warlord trait, he has might is right because of the thinking cap, which gives him another warlord trait. So the avatar has actually taken 9 damage because it's 3 damage a go. So He needs to shrug them for his molten body on 5s and 6s. Shrugs 2 of them. And then shrug them for being Ulthwe and seeing the future. No. No. He collapses. And this time, he collapses into mouldering slag, breaking apart. His form now dissipated. The spirit will return to the Craftworld and start to regrow on the throne. So, he goes 3 inches towards the nearest enemy. These guys activate and move and pile in toward ending up nearer the nearest enemy. And they end up on the objective. And they will obsec it. Whoa. Right, the boss here has hit and wounded for 4 times, so saves of 5 up to make. 1 is made, so shrugs 2 a time for... Yes, that is 1 shrugged. Next one, 5 ups for agility, 1 shrug, and Ulthwe. No, that 1 kills 1. And the last one, agility, no. Ulthwe, no. Kills another. 2 banshees fall. Right, coming over here, the Mega Knobs. 3 power fists, power claws each. -1, of course, so hitting on 4s. Strength 8, toughness 7, wounding on 3s. They are just ripping chunks off this thing. Oh, I should have reduced a point of damage off it for its serpent shield earlier. It's alright, I can do that now. That's the wrong dice. Why is that in my pocket? How did that get there? That shouldn't be there. This is the wounds pocket. Be gone with you, non-wound dice. -3. -3 for the claws. Saves of 6s. No. D3 damage each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It has 7 wounds. But it may shrug some of them. It does indeed shrug 2 of them. So it has 2 wounds remaining. Right, now the Mega Knob, the mechanic will have, the mech will have a go. Hits once. Fails to wound. So the Weird Boy will have a pop. Hits once, wounding on a 4. No. The Pain Boy has a Power Claw. Hits once, wounding on a 3. Yes. Saving on a 6. No. D3 wounds for 1. It's going to live. Which it doesn't shrug. Everyone has fought. The Ammo Runt hasn't fought. I don't even know if he can fight. But that's a hit. That is not a wound, though. Okay. Hit him back. No, it won't. No, that's not a wound. Maybe it is. Is it a needed 1? No. I don't know if you followed any of that, but in my head it made some kind of sense. Okay, the Gorkanaut is going to claw this thing 6 times, hitting it on 3s, wounding on 2s. Maybe 6s will save. I'll check if I get any. I don't. That's a quartet of 2s. And that is 9, 16 damage. I am not going to roll the 6-up saves for 16 damage. Does it explode? It does, doing the making me look in the book thing. Alright, this is going to be interesting. So, D3 mortal wounds on the Gorkanaut. 2. So you're taking 2 wounds. D3 on the bike. For 1. Which it did not see coming. The bike dies. D3 on the Autarch. For 1. Which he didn't see coming. Takes a wound. He's living a charmed life. D3 on the Weird Boy. For 3. Puts him down to 1. D3 on the Pain Boy. For 1. Puts him down to 3. And on the mech. For 2. And on the other guys, well, that'll kill this one and leave this one on 1 wound. He's meant to be on 2 wounds, I think I just said. And on the Wave Serpent, for 2, which it will shrug on 6s. It does not. That is sufficient to kill it. Does it explode? It does not, but it's gone. Just realising something I hadn't spotted, and it's not too late to go back and do it. The Autarch could have heroically intervened, so he is doing so. And he wouldn't have been able to fight till after those explosions anyway, so nothing is different. He's going to put, so he will now fight. He's going to put 2 attacks into the Weird Boy and 2 into the Pain Boy. 2 into the... Oh, I could have been shrugging for the Pain Boy. Oh, let me do that. That guy, that guy, that guy. So he should be on 2 wounds. Those 2, he should be on 3 wounds. And the Pain Boy should be on 2 wounds. I've probably not been using the Pain Boy right the whole game. There's been so much to keep track of. I apologise for, yeah. It's no excuse. I decided to do it, so I shall bally well have got it all right. You're not wrong. 2 attacks on the Pain Boy, on the Weird Boy, hitting on 2s. Because I've got the Shard of Anaris. Now, it's Strength User, which is 3. However, I do get to reroll wounds. So, reroll those. I need 5s. 2 5s. Minus 3, D3 damage. So that's 4 damage. The Pain Boy might fix him. He does not. That's Weird Boy dead. Then the 2 attacks on the Pain Boy. Hitting on 2s. Winning on 5s with a reroll. It's 1. D3 damage. For 3. I'm not shrugging them on himself. That feels wrong. So he dies. And he will consolidate into here. Doesn't change the end result though. The Orks have 3 models on that objective. The Eldar have 1. Whoo! Alright, just remember to fight back with the Banshees. Exarch hits 3 times. Wounds once. Minus a lot. D3 damage for 3. Then 2 with the other. 1 hits. Fails to wound. So he's lost 3 damage. 3 wounds. I think he's got 2 left. Which I will check. Okay. So that... Morale. The Banshees lost a couple. Don't use those dice, Paul. The wrong dice. You put them away because you thought you were finished on this particular turn. The Banshees lost a couple. Doesn't affect them. Snakebites lost 1, can't fail. Mega Romanobs lost 1 and can't fail. Oh no, there's no morale. So, at the end of battle round... Oh, again, I've put the dice in my pocket with all the wound dice. I've done it like 4 times. What is wrong with me? In many ways, you guys didn't need to know or see that. So at the end of battle round 4, the Eldar are on that objective really quite securely. The Orks have this one. And the Orks, despite the Eldar push, the Orks have that one. They've cleared them back off their home objective, I suppose, for want of a better phrase, when it's in no man's land. But so the Orks get 3 points for the 2 for the active and 1 for the non-active, and the Eldar get 1, taking the score to 11 points to 5. Where is the active objective in turn 5? 3. The one that the Eldar are sat on with the Scorpion. So at the end of Eldar turn movement phase 5, the only thing that remains is to deliver the coup de grace on the Orks that are here. The planet is thrumming. The Orks are energized, and the warp energy, the green energy that's being produced is twisting the skeins of fate in a way that the Farseers had not anticipated. This may not have the outcome that they particularly desired. There will be a war, and it will be now. And it will not go where it was originally going to, but have things transpired, have things changed. Are the runes of fate going to be cast? Are they going to be cast in the same way? So, final Eldar turn. Let's do this thing. Psychic phase. Mind War. That war boss. Isn't cast, re-rolling it. Cast on a 7, no one to deny it. War boss gets a total of 10, Farseer gets a total of 11. War boss takes a wound and has 4 remaining. Or is it 6 remaining? 5 remaining. I think it's 5 remaining, in which case he's got 3 remaining. Smite. Cast on a 6 for 3 dead orcs. Then spending my last command point to use Unparalleled Mastery to cast another power, and Executioner. Did I just use my reroll a second ago? I did indeed. No reroll. Destructor from the Warlocks on a 9 for D. Now there's only 3 of them. It's just 1. Just 1. And they will jinx them on a 12. Yes, they are jinxed, but D3 mortal wounds. The Waaagh energy on this planet is starting to build to danger levels. Okay, that is all the cycling we're doing. Let's go straight into the shooting phase. These distort cannons have moved over here to murder this thing, who are their only target, for 6 shots, hitting on 3s. Wounding on 2s for 3 damage. Only just. So he is dead. 4 shuriken pistols into the... No, hang on. We'll do it in the right order. The Dark Reaper for 2d6 shots for 3. 3 hits. Running on 4s with a reroll. That's 2 dead orcs. Now 4 shuriken pistols. On 4s, saves of 6. 2 more dead orcs. The Wraith Lord firing his flamers into combat. 5. I'll roll some more in a second. That's 5 wounds. 4 of which save. They shrug one of them with the old ways, but that is enough to kill the snakebites. The Scorpion rounds the corner of this building that the Gorkanaut have been using for cover. Hitting on 3s. Wounding on 3s. Only 3s. Oh dear. -4. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24 damage. And he had 9. Does it explode? It does not. Gorkanaut. Deceased. Okay. 2 Wraith Cannon into the Meganob. The mech. 1 hits. Wounds on a 2. 5 up invulnerable save. Yes. Thingies, star cannons into the Meganobs. Need 12 dice. 6, 8, 10. 4s. And then 3s. Vulnerable saves of 5+. No. D3 damage each. That's enough to wipe the squad. 1, 2, yeah, he's dead. Then he's dead. They're both dead. The Phoenix, as he flies over, will do his pulse lasers into him. Hits once. Wounding on that. Saving on a 5. No. Flat 3 damage. Oops. Come here, you. That kills him. And then the War Walkers. 2 Bright Lances. No hits. 4, 5, 8. 8 shots. Wounding on 3s. Jeez, no. Saving on a 5. No, takes a wound. The Viper will put a crack missile in. The Viper doesn't need to put a crack missile in. The Viper will shoot down there into those boys. He doesn't need to do that either. Crack missile. Hits. Wounds. Gets through his armour. 1 damage. Shuriken. 2. 2 wounds left. May as well do 5 shots with sniper rifles. Reroll the 1s because Autark. Wounding on 4s. 6s do mortal. 2 saves of 5+. Nope. That kills the mech gun. And after the charge phase, the Seer Council and the Wraith Lord make it here. The Wraith Lord is going to hit that particularly large orc 3 times. Wounding on 2s. Goes straight through his armour for 13 damage. That boss is a dead boss. Then the Farseer. 2 hits. 2 wounds. No saves. D3 damage each, killing these 2. Then the Warlocks. 6 attacks. 3 hits. Wounding on 2s. Saving on 6s. For D3 damage each. Kills the knob. And that is the last orc. I know there's a grot running around somewhere. There he is. What do I do now? What do we do with these rockets? And that is how this game ends. The Eldari came to this planet to redirect the Waaagh. They've manipulated them, and here today they've lit the spark. However, it has not gone as they'd intended. The Waaagh power, the green energy, is manipulating. It's affecting the skeins of fate in ways that the Farseers had not anticipated. So I'm not going to tell you whether this was a victory for the Eldar or the Orks. Not because I'm just not going to say, but because there's really no one answer. Rules-wise, the Eldar have scored these 4 points in the last turn, so they lose 11 points to 9. But the Orks here have been wiped out. So it's not clear-cut. I'm sure you will all have your own conclusions. Game-wise, Ork victory. There's nothing about being wiped out in the victory conditions for this game. But is it, though? Have the Eldar done what they needed to do? And the only thing that will enable them to know, the only way they'll find out, is by seeing how this Waaagh develops over the coming years. But the planet, it beats like a drum. The Ork energy, the fever, they're at fever point. The injured Orks from here, the injured bosses, eventually crawl away as the Eldari all leave via their webway gate. This planet will never be the same. The sector will never be the same. And the Eldar have intentionally created a Waaagh. Let's see if they get what they wanted. And that is how turning the tide of the Waaagh ends. I was going to say an Ork victory, but an Eldar victory too. Or is it? I think I've been quizzical enough. I haven't quite decided. I'm not sure. I think it's just something I'm going to have to reflect over. This game was won by the Orks. Game. But what's the story going to do? Ooh, the possibilities. I hope you've enjoyed this game, and I hope you've enjoyed this campaign as much as I've enjoyed doing it. It turns out, when I hoped I'd do it in 6 hours, it took 12. But so much fun. So many hero moments. So many twists and turns. I honestly thought at one point the Eldar were going to be battered back into submission when all these Orks were here. I thought they were going to be overrun. I think there were a few key things where the Avatar took out a few key units. The Avatar and the Warlocks doing their thing. And had it gone the other way, it would have sort of swept back. And the Eldar nearly holding on to that objective in the earlier turns. But that objective being active for so much of the game. Anyway, regular viewers will know I am not great at the post-match analysis, so I'll just say I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed it very much. If you did enjoy it and you want to see similar battle reports, check out the link below for my channel memberships. I do battle reports exclusive for channel members every week, and they include other. I think there's at least one on there which is equally epic in terms of scale, and I'm producing things like this and similar to this all the time. All the time, I mean 1 a week. I'm still rambling. My brain is a sticky pile of goo, and I'm now going to go in search of food. Thank you for watching. Stay safe, and I will see you in the next one. Bye for now.